Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Chris Conzila. Can you folks all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I'll put myself back on mute till you're ready.
Okay, we should get going here in the next couple of minutes.
Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
Okay, good morning, Council. Please come to order. Okay, we are ready to continue with our staff presentation on salmon bycatch genetics. We'll start off with Dr. Chris Conzila on chum salmon, and definitely signaled some interest from council members in potentially finishing up today as scheduled. We are scheduled to go into tomorrow if needed, but perhaps after we get through this agenda item and into the next, we'll have a better sense of the day's schedule and whether we can look at pushing through and finishing up today, so we can circle back to that. With that, I will hand it over to Dr. Conzila. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our analysis of the chum bycatch. So today I'm going to summarize results for chum that were caught in the Bering Sea pollock-directed fishery in 2018 and 19, and from the Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries in 2018. Here's a time series that shows the chum bycatch from the Bering Sea, the pollock fishery, starting in there's our little arrow. Let me grab it. 1991 through 2018. And you can see that 2018 and 19 were relatively high bycatch years. In 2018, there was just under 300,000 chum caught. And in 2019, just under 350,000 chum caught. The areas here that are shaded show years in which the variety of stock identification types of analyses have been done. And since 2005, we've been using a suite of microsatellite DNA markers. This shows the total bycatch and the number of genetic samples that were caught in 2018 on the top here and 2019 on the bottom. The chum bycatch numbers are identified in the in the black line with values on the left axis, and the dashed red lines on these graphs indicate the number of genetic samples with values here on the right axis. And so this is the number of chum caught and collected per week in both of these years. And you can see that as with previous years that we've shown, nearly all of the chum salmon is caught in the B season here in both years as it has in the past. This is just vertical line identifying the difference between those two seasons. The observer program collects 1 out of every 30th chum salmon that's caught. And so you can see that the genetic samples very closely match the total bycatch in each of these weeks. This is the chum salmon by week for 2013 through 19. So each line represents a different year, color-coded by year. And starting in 2017, in the yellow here, the distribution of the bycatch during the bee season became quite different. It was much earlier and much higher. And this pattern continued in 2018 here in the orange. Wasn't as large a catch, but it was even a couple weeks earlier than the peak in 2017. And then in 2019, the red line here kind of returned back to an older pattern where the catch was more distributed across the season. And the peak was actually even late in the late summer, early fall. The top figure shows you just the numbers, and the bottom here gives you the cumulative proportion of the catch across the season. The 2018 in the orange line here, 2017, and then the 2019 here in the red. The next figure I'm going to show on top of this, these are just to orient you that the analyses are based on areas that are pooled. So these 3 areas west of the 170 longitude line are combined, and then these NIMS areas here in red, 5117 in orange and 519 in yellow. And these are the results of looking at the total bycatch in 2018. So this is total bycatch across the weeks. And these are the number of genetic samples in the same time period. And for each week, we've shown how that number is split into these NIMS areas, either aggregations of areas or single areas here. And again, you can see that there's really minimal bias in the collection of these samples, both across the season and location where they were caught. So the chum salmon, for analysis of the bycatch, we compared the genetic data from the samples with a coastwide baseline of 381 populations. And those are shown here. We then pool those populations into 6 reporting groups. So we cover Southeast Asia, which is principally Japan, Northeast Asia, which is primarily Russian populations, Western Alaska, coastal Western Alaska, from Kotzebue Sound down to the North Alaska Peninsula. Small group here we call Southwest Alaska, from the south side of the Alaska Peninsula to Kodiak. The upper middle Yukon fish, which are distinct from the lower Yukon. And then this last 6th group, a large group from Prince William Sound down to the state of Washington, we call the East Gulf of Alaska Pacific Northwest group. So those are the 6 stock groupings that I'll be showing you results for. So here is basically the stock proportions on the top and numbers of fish on the bottom here of the 2018 samples in orange, the 2019 in red. And just for comparison, we've shown the mean of the years in which systematic sampling occurred prior to those. So that would be, this light blue bar would be 2011 through 2017. And then the dark blue bars indicate years in which we have samples that were collected prior to systematic sampling by the observers in 2011 in the dark blue here. Couple of things to note oops, we're echoing. Is it sound still okay?
Yeah, I apologize. Members of the public, please mute your phones. And we'll help with
That's fine. I thought it was me.
Nope, not you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in 2018 and 19, the proportion of fish was quite high from this Northeast Asian group. Oh, I should point out, so the 6 stock groups are, along the x-axis here. there were significantly more higher proportion in 2018 than 2019. Whereas in some of these stock groups, this is the Western Alaska stock group, there's really no change across all this time period. In terms of proportions, you do see a slight increase in numbers of fish because the bycatch has been increasing during this time period. And then a variable number of fish from this Eastern Gulf group with numbers significantly higher in 2019, numbers and proportions in 2019 and in 2018. One other difference between 2018 and 19 is that there's basically an absence of fish from the upper middle Yukon in 2019. So these are the results for the total bee season. And now we've looked at these samples split into finer temporal and spatial scales. So we'll start with looking at the Bering Sea samples that were split into 3 time periods in early, middle, and late. And in this case, I've left out the Southwest Alaska stock group because there's never very many fish attributed to that group in any strata that we look at. So again, the 2018 values for stock proportions are in the orange and 2019 in the red. And for this figure, I've shown, just for comparison, the stock estimates for the years, the systematic years from 2011 to 2017. So a couple things you can see from this early time period is that there's been a slight decline in the proportion of fish from this Eastern Gulf Pacific Northwest stock group, that the Asian stocks, this is Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, are variable across these years. And then if we look at the middle time period, you start to see other patterns. For example, Southeast Asia fish have a higher proportion in this early time period than in the middle. Another pattern that starts to show is this inverse pattern of stock proportions between this Northeast Asia group and the Eastern Gulf Pacific Northwest. So where these go up and go down, these go down and go up. And the proportions from 2018 and 19 continue that pattern. And then this bottom panel here shows you the late time period, so the last third of the bee season. And that pattern between these two stock groups holds. You can see looking across the whole, bee season this way, you can see that the Western Alaska contribution, at least proportion-wise, is a little bit higher in the early and middle time period than the late. The upper middle Yukon never has very many fish in any of these time periods across all of these years. And again, Southeast Asia is more dominant. It stays dominant in that early time period. There's a smaller proportion of them from the middle and late time period, which is just the opposite of fish from the Eastern Gulf. There's a higher proportion of fish from there in the middle and the late time period. Okay, so that was 3 time periods. Now we're going to look at add spatial strata and split these into 2 time periods. So our sample sizes would be large enough. And early and middle, basically, the bee season just split in half. So these maps show the distribution of the catch. This is 2018 on the left, 2019 on the right. And the size of these circles indicates they're proportional to the catch. So in 2018, most of the chum bycatch occurred west and south of the Pribilof along the shelf here, just north of the Alaska Peninsula. Some were caught in the far northwestern part of the fishery, but that's one of the primary differences between 2018 and 19. Again, in 2019, there's a large number of chum that are caught here along the peninsula and along the shelf edge, but then a fairly large number of fish were caught in this cluster 4, area 4, in the far northwestern part of the fishery. So this figure shows what the stock proportions are for 2018 for the 2 time periods. So this upper set of panels is for the early time period and the bottom here for the late. And then on the x-axis here, we've got it split out by each of those 4 clusters, each of those 4 areas. So I'll point out a couple things and then move on to 2019. So I should point out that the sample size was too small to do an analysis in this cluster 4 in the early tide periods. There's no data for that. But you can see that the Southeast Asian fish have a higher proportion in that northwestern part of the fishery, significantly higher than the other areas. And the same is, or the opposite is true for fish from the Eastern Gulf Pacific Northwest group. They tend to be higher proportions in areas 1, 2, and 3, and significantly smaller in area 4. The Western Alaska fish are more dominant in cluster 1 here in both time periods in the principally in the early one, but in the area that's closest to the Alaska Peninsula. The next figure is oriented the same way. This is 2019 on the bottom in the red, and it has a very similar pattern of stock proportion. So again, the Southeast Asian fish are more dominant in this area 4 here in both time periods. The Western Alaska fish are again more dominant in the area closest to the Alaska Peninsula, area 1, especially in the early time period. And then this opposite pattern for the Eastern Gulf Pacific Northwest, opposite of the Southeast Asia, where the number or the proportion of these fish is much higher in areas 1, 2, and 3 than in 4, and that there's a higher proportion of fish from this stock grouping later in the season than there is early in the season. So we'll switch gears and show some stock proportions based on the age of the fish. So we've been fortunate to have Dr. Ellen Yasumi Ishii at the Osprey Lab to provide us age information on these fish. So here are the stock proportions for 2018 on the left and 2019 on the right. And so here's what the proportions are for age 3 fish, age 4, age 5, and so forth. And a couple of things kind of stand out when you have a visual like this is that the Eastern Gulf Pacific Northwest fish in the dark blue here tend to be younger. They're more age 3 fish in both years than there are age 4s or 5s. And that the older fish tend to be dominated by these Asian fish, particularly from Northeast Asia. And the other thing that we noted in these 2 years, at least, is that the Western Alaska proportion in the yellow here has a higher proportion of age 3s and 4s in 2018 and age 4s and 5s in 2019. Now, this very busy slide is just simply an example of the kinds of things that one can examine or look at with this kind of data. And this, I want to bring this back to the R Shiny app that Drs. Pat Berry and Jordan Watson are working on to provide an easy way for people to access all these stock composition estimates that we've made over the years and for all these various strata. So this is sort of the takeaway from this particular example. These were from 2018. So these are age 3 fish on the top, age 4 fish on the bottom, and you can see. Let's see. So the column on the left here is the B season for these 2 ages, age 3 and 4, and I showed you that in the previous slide. Then we've split this B season into an early and a late time period, and we've also looked at it based on spatial strata. So in this case, we had enough samples to look at the proportions from cluster 1, 2, and 3. And you can see that regardless of time frame or areas, there's this pattern in which the Eastern Gulf fish they're significantly higher proportion of those as age 3s than as age 4s. And that there's a higher proportion of these older fish from Northeast Asia for the most part, regardless of how you split the samples, at least for this year. And then the last couple of figures I have for the Bering Sea, this shows you the stock composition estimates for 2018 on the left, 2019 on the right, for the 3 fishing sectors. So catcher processors are shown in the red bars, shoreside in the orange, and the mothership in the yellow for these 6 stock groups. And it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of comparing these 2 years. As an example, Western Alaska, there's no difference in the proportions of fish from these sectors in 2018, but there's significantly fewer fish from that stock group from the catcher processors in 2019, and I'm presuming that has to do with the location of where they're fishing in the Bering Sea. And then if you take these proportions and multiply them out by the total bycatch, these are the, this is what it looks like in terms of numbers of fish for these three sectors. So that concludes my portion of the Bering Sea analyses results for 2018 and 19. And then I have one figure for the Gulf of Alaska. In 2018, we did a stock analysis, and shown in the kind of medium blue here, there were 87% of those fish were identified as coming from this Eastern Gulf Pacific Northwest group, which is right in line with the previous 4 years. No surprises here. And then for 2020 bycatch, those are currently being processed in the lab as I speak. And we're going to be switching from running a suite of 11 microsatellite markers to a set of SNPs using the new phenotyping by thousand sequencing based on new lab protocols and equipment in the lab. And so the baseline we're going to be using is this coastwide baseline that Alaska Department of Fish and Game developed a number of years ago. There's 310 populations in this baseline, and one of the nice things about switching to the SNP baseline is that there's better coverage of samples from Alaska. And then to sum it up, just to tie back to what Dr. Wes Larson and Dr. Pat Berry talked about yesterday afternoon, we now have 10 years of systematic sampling with genetic and age data available to us. We've got new technologies in terms of data analysis as well as laboratory processing. We've got some additional staff. We're very happy about that. We've got Pat, our PCCRC postdoc. So we're well positioned to analyze trends in these data. So over the next year, we're going to be working on integrating the spatial and temporal distributions of the bycatch with the genetic and age information, what information we have on fishing fleet sectors, and a variety of environmental information such as sea surface temperature, with the hope that doing this and looking for trends that we may be able to improve on the stock-specific bycatch avoidance. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any questions. Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Conzilla, thank you much. Covered a lot of ground. When I looked at the SNPs baseline that you're proposing to switch to, it looked like there was only 2 samples from the sort of Salish Sea area, and I'm wondering if I saw that correctly.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. Yes, so the focus for purposes of our council, my understanding is that is having a better understanding of what's going on with Western Alaska stocks of fish, the impacts of the bycatch on those. Certainly, we can pull out that Eastern Gulf Pacific Northwest stock group, and yes, the SNP baseline does have lower coverage. I will say that the Washington Department of Fisheries, Dr. Maureen Small, and she's been working with folks in the Canadian DFO lab. So there actually is genetic information for many more collections or populations in British Columbia and the state of Washington, where there's a pretty good overlap of those SNP markers. So we're aware of that, and that if that's something that people are interested in, there could be some effort put forward to updating the baseline to include more of those samples. That's not a trivial exercise, but it's something that could be done. I don't know if it's possible for all of the SNPs that we're going to be using, but a good portion of those.
Thanks. You anticipated a lot of my follow-up questions in your answer, too. Appreciate that. The only thing I would note is that Lower Columbia chum are ESA listed, and I would assume that there are SNPs available from there. And I would also assume that they don't have quite the same profile as the Salish Sea populations. that's not a recommendation. That's just an observation that you may want to take into account.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Troy. I've made a note.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I was just curious, when you do your SNPs and other genetic sampling, do you break out which are hatchery and which are non-hatchery fish during your analysis?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, no, the observers collect scales for aging and species ID if needed. If we don't do a genetic analysis, and then a piece of fin clip for genetic analysis, but the heads are not collected, so the otoliths are not looked at for any of these fish. The next presenter is Chuck will be talking about Chinook, and there are some subsets of samples for which there is some otolith information, but basically the otoliths are not collected by the observers from the bycatch.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Mr. Chair, thank you for your presentation. I note, and a really important component of these reports, as noted in the SOC minutes, is trying to determine where we see some patterns emerging. And I appreciate how you presented this information to help us see that. We've been trying to look at whether, it really is holding true over time that early, especially the early to middle time periods for chum are the periods in which we see at least a larger proportion of the coastal Western Alaska chum. And I just wanted to hear from you whether you feel like that is what we're seeing, that those are still important time periods to focus on in terms of the salmon bycatch avoidance, or whether that is not really a pattern we should hang our hat on yet.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm going to hedge a little bit on that because I'm not I mean, that's sort of what the pattern is showing at this point. What I showed you was proportions. And one of the challenges with this data is that I think the numbers of fish is also important, and there just simply isn't enough time to show everything. And so those numbers are in the, I forgot to mention, in the our NOAA text memos, and Appendix 2 has all of the numbers and proportions for all of these strata that we've looked at. Not sure what more to say at this point.
Thank you.
Other questions for Dr. Kanzila? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
That will move us into Bering Sea and Gulf Chinook with Mr. Chuck Guthrie. Good morning.
Okay, can you hear me? Through the chair?
We can. Yes, we can.
All right. So we'll start out with talking about the not seeing the arrows advance for some reason. So, red.
Mr. Guthrie, there in the bottom left, underneath the slide, you should see very small arrows down at the bottom.
Yeah, I've got them now. I'm on my home computer, and it was hidden by some handy Windows thing. All right, I'm going to talk about the 2018 and 2019 Bering Sea Chinook. This is a map of the current baseline populations developed by the Department of Fish and Game for 43 SNP markers. This map highlights 11 regional stock or reporting groups for which stock composition data is developed. These are 100% simulations and show that the reporting groups are pretty darn good. This is a map that shows the statistical areas associated with the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries. NIMS are outlined in black and Fish and Game are outlined in light gray. There have been previous studies on Bering Sea Chinook bycatch. Stock compositions were estimated by scale pattern analysis previously. Genetic analyses have been used since 2005. In 2018, estimated 13,726 Chinook salmon were taken in the bycatch for Bering Sea pollock fisheries. The 18 Chinook salmon bycatch estimate was 39% below the historical average between 91 and 2017. 8,631 were from the A season, 5,095 were from the B season. 2019, 24,984 Chinook salmon were taken in the bycatch of the Bering Sea pollock trawl fishery. The 19 Chinook salmon estimate was 28% below the historical average of 34,589 between 91 and 2018. 15,781 were from the A season. 9,203 were from the B season. Both years were far below the highest overall bycatch in 2007 when an estimated 122,195 fish were taken. The distributions of the 2018 and 2019 Chinook salmon bycatch samples were evaluated by comparing the collection of samples to the overall bycatch distribution. The graph shows how well the bycatch sampling matched up with the bycatch. Sample spatial distribution was compared with the total bycatch by statistical area over time. 2018 and 2019 were the 8th and 9th years of systematic random sampling was employed for collecting genetic tissue samples from the Bering Sea Chinook salmon bycatch. This figure shows that the resulting genetic samples are spatially and temporally representative of the total Chinook bycatch. The sample and spatial temporal distributions were similar in 2018 and 2019. The 2018 stock composition results indicate that 62% of the Chinook salmon from the A season originated from Alaska river systems flowing into the Bering Sea, including the largest contributions from coastal western Alaska and the North Alaska Peninsula. The remaining 38% were from southern regions, British Columbia contributing the most, followed by the West Coast U.S. In contrast to the A season, 63% of the B season samples originated from southern regions. The British Columbia region contributed the most, followed by coastal western Alaska, and then followed by coastal western Alaska, then the West Coast U.S. region, and coastal southeast Alaska. That's not to imply that coastal western Alaska is a southern region. It's just the second. For all the samples, A and B combined, 53% of the bycatch samples were estimated to be from Alaska river systems flowing into the Bering Sea, with coastal western Alaska region contributing the most, trailed by North Alaska Peninsula. 47% of all the samples from southern regions were from southern regions, with British Columbia contributing the most, followed by the West Coast U.S. See a similar pattern in 2019, which indicates that 67% of the Chinook salmon samples from the A season originated from Alaska river systems flowing into the Bering Sea, with the largest contributions from coastal western Alaska and North Alaska Peninsula. The remaining 33% were from southern regions, with British Columbia contributing the most, followed by West Coast U.S. In contrast to the A season, 67% of the B season samples originated in regions south and east of the Alaska Peninsula. West Coast, U.S., and British Columbia contributing the most, and followed by Northwest Gulf of Alaska. Coastal Western Alaska region was the largest contributor during the B season. For the A and B seasons combined, 55% of the bycatch samples were estimated to be from Alaska River system flowing into the Bering Sea. The coastal Western Alaska region contributing the most, followed by North Alaska Peninsula. 47% of all the samples were from southern regions. British Columbia contributing the most, followed by the West Coast U.S. region. The A season estimates were developed for overlapping strata with sufficient numbers of samples from the catcher vessel operation area and from the mid area 509. For the B season, stock composition estimates were developed for the CBOA, Southeast Bering, and Northwest Bering. The Northwest Bering and the Southeast strata overlapped with the CBOA strata. And if you remember Chris's clusters, this group here is the same as her cluster 1, while these Northwest Bering cluster is the same as her clusters 4, 3, and 2. But we couldn't break it down any smaller due to the sample sizes. The 2018 A season, CBOA and Area 509, most of the samples were from Alaska River systems flowing into the Bering Sea. The largest contributor was coastal Western Alaska, followed by the North Alaska Peninsula. The largest southern components were for the CBOA and Area 509 were mostly from British Columbia, a smaller contribution from the West Coast U.S. In 2019, the CBOA and Area 509 strata, most of the samples respectively were from Alaska River systems flowing into the Bering Sea during the A season. The largest contributor was coastal Western Alaska, followed by North Alaska Peninsula. The largest southern components from CBOA and Area 509 were British Columbia, and to a lesser extent, West Coast U.S. For the Northwest 2018 Northwest Bering B season stratum, 66% of the stock composition was estimated from Alaska River systems flowing into the Bering Sea. The largest contributor was coastal Western Alaska, followed by North Alaska Peninsula. 34% of the stock composition was estimated to be from southern regions, where the largest contributors were British Columbia, West Coast U.S., and Northwest Gulf of Alaska. Approximately 80% of the B season's stock composition estimates for CBOA and Southeast Bering were from southern regions. The largest contributors were British Columbia, with West Coast U.S., coastal Southeast Alaska, for CBOA and Southeast Bering, respectively. The only contributor from the Bering Sea was coastal Western Alaska at 19% for the CBOA and 70% for the Southeast Bering. There it is. The CBOA B season had a higher portion fish from southern regions than the B season overall. CBOA is the only stratum for which had sufficient stock sample sizes to generate estimates for both the A and B seasons. Stock compositions were highly variable in CBA across seasons. is notable while the contribution of the British Columbia region increased from 33% to 43%. The North Alaska Peninsula region decreased from 22% to almost zero. And the coastal Western Alaska region also decreased from 34% to 19%, whereas the West Coast region U.S. region increased from 8% to 27%. The contributions in the CDOA from the southern regions is significantly higher in the B season than in the A season. In 2019, for the Northwest Bering B season, of the stock composition is estimated to be from Alaska River systems flowing in the Bering Sea, which includes the largest contributors, coastal Western Alaska. 38% of the stock composition was estimated to be from southern regions, where the largest contributors were British Columbia, Northwest Gulf of Alaska, and the West Coast U.S. Approximately 90% of the B-season stock estimates for the CDOA and Southeast Bering were from southern regions. The largest contributors were West Coast U.S. at about 42% and 43% for Southeast Bering. British Columbia was at 34%, and Northwest Gulf of Alaska at 10%. The most significant contributor from Bering Sea was coastal Western Alaska. It is notable that while the contribution from the West Coast U.S. increased from 8% to 42% between the CDOA A and B seasons, the contribution from North Alaska Peninsula decreased from 18% to almost zero. The coastal Western Alaska region also decreased from 43% to 10%, whereas the British Columbia region increased from 28% to 34%. The Northwest Gulf of Alaska region increased from almost 0 to 10% between the CDOA and B seasons. This is a comparison of the Bering Sea A and B season Chinook salmon bycatch estimates for 2011 to 2019. Most of the Chinook salmon bycatch occurred in 2018 and 19 during the A season, which is similar to most previous years since 2011. As in most previous years, with the exception of 2017, stock composition from the analyses of the 2018 and 19 A season showed more samples originated from river systems flowing into the Bering Sea than those from the southern regions. With the exception of 17, the coastal Western Alaska region has been the largest contributor in the A season. The 2019 B season stock composition estimates from coastal Western Alaska were similar to 2018, which increased relative to 2016 and 2017. The 2019 B season estimates were similar to 18, which reversely patterned of increased contributions from British Columbia, West Coast U.S., and coastal Southeast Alaska regions. The estimated relative contributions from the more southern regions previously increased from a low 20% in 2011 to a high of 86% in 2017, declining to 63% in 2018 and bumping up slightly to 67% in 2019. You can kind of see this pattern here, up and down and up. Changes to the sampling protocols necessitate caution in comparing analyses over across time periods predating 2011. However, when the stock compositions were analyzed on a yearly basis, the coastal Western Alaska region shows variable contributions over time, but generally going downward since 2011 until 2018 and 19, where it trends a bit upward. The 2019 North Alaska Peninsula contribution of 15% was above average compared to previous years. The upper and middle Yukon, GOA, and coastal Southeast Alaska contributions continue to be low in 2019, while contributions from British Columbia and West Coast U.S. regions in 2018 and 19 reversed an upward trend. So that's it for the Bering Sea. I'm going to move on to the Gulf of Alaska, unless you have any questions.
I don't see any questions popping up.
Okay.
The Gulf.
So this is the analysis of the 2018 and 2019 Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries. The same markers and baselines are used as the Bering Sea analysis. In 2018, an estimated 14,820 Chinook salmon were caught in the Gulf of Alaska trawl fishery, which is 1/3 of the highest overall Chinook bycatch of 44,819 in 2010. The sample set for the 2018 Chinook salmon bycatch was 2,226 fish, which equates 15% of the estimated catch of the pollock trawl fishery. In 2019, an estimated 20,983 Chinook salmon were caught in the Gulf of Alaska pollock trawl fisheries, which is just under 1/2 of the highest overall bycatch. The genotype sample set for the 2019 Chinook bycatch was 2,883, which equates to 14% of the estimated catch of the pollock trawl fishery. Potential spatial and temporal biases associated with the 2018 and 2019 samples were evaluated by visually comparing the genetic sample distribution with the estimated overall bycatch distribution. The distributions of the number of samples and overall bycatch were similar by week. In both 2018, there was a spike in bycatch in statistical weeks 40 and 41. For the sample spatial distribution, the bycatch was compared with the bycatch samples by statistical area over time. Distributions of the numbers of samples and overall bycatch were similar by week and by statistical area and week. The 2018 stock composition results indicate that 95% of the samples from the GOA originated from 3 southern regions, with British Columbia region contributing the most at 43%, followed by West Coast U.S. and coastal Southeast Alaska regions. In 2019, the 2019 stock composition results indicate that 98% of the samples were from the GOA originated from 4 regions south and east of the Alaska Peninsula. The British Columbia region contributing the most, followed by West Coast U.S., Northwest Gulf of Alaska, and coastal Southeast Alaska regions. For the past 6 years, the Observer Program implemented a simple random sampling protocol with respect to TRIP for the collection of genetic samples. The stock composition estimates in 2018 and 2019 were very similar to the estimates from previous years, with the exception of an uptick of fish from the Northwest Gulf of Alaska in 2019. Right there. Using information from the answers tool provided by ACVIN, geographical aggregations were developed to provide stock composition with greater spatial precision than exists in niche statistical areas. And what I'll highlight here is is that in 2019, the westernmost geographical stratum, south of Akutan, Island had the largest stock composition estimates from Northwest Gulf of Alaska, and to a lesser extent from British Columbia, and smaller contributions from West Coast U.S. The Shumagon Island lake stratum showed an interesting pattern in alternating years. British Columbia was most prevalent in 2015, 2017, and 2019, while in 2016 and 2018, and 2016, British Columbia had similar proportions. Here are the stock composition estimates for Shelikof Strait stratum for 2015 to 19. The estimates were similar across all years. The British Columbia and West Coast U.S. regions contributing the most, and Southeast Alaska contributing to a lesser extent. Same pattern holds for the Southeast Alaska, Southeast Kodiak stratum, which were also similar across all years. The BC and West Coast U.S. regions contributing the most, followed by coastal Southeast Alaska. These samples were collected by the Alaska Groundfish Data Bank using a census approach for analysis at ABL. The stock composition results indicate that almost 99% of the 2018 and 2019 slick salmon bycatch samples, mostly genotyped from the Gulf of Alaska, rockfish catcher vessel trawl fishery originates from regions south and east of the Alaska Peninsula, primarily from West Coast U.S. and British Columbia regions. When comparing the stock estimates across all years, regions south and east of the Alaska Peninsula consistently accounted for over 99% of the bycatch. In 2019, coastal Southeast Alaska's contribution was smaller than any other previous year, which at 2%, which ranged from 5 to 11%. The two highest contributing regions, British Columbia and West Coast U.S., their relative proportions in 2019 were most similar to those in 2014 and 15, and slightly different from the estimates in 2013, 16, 17, and 18. While examining temporal differences in the rockfish fishery, the pattern graded proportion of the West Coast U.S. fish earlier in the season with an increase of British Columbia fish later in the season continued to hold true in 2018 and 2019. So in 2017 through 2018, Alaska Groundfish Data Bank collected otoliths from Chinook salmon they caught as bycatch in the Gulf of Alaska catcher vessel rockfish fishery. The otolith marks were read by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Mark Lab. 95 of these fish had thermal marks, the most coming from British Columbia, 39 marks, and Southeast Alaska, 27 marks. Coder wire tags were also collected from 2017 to 2019 from the rockfish catcher vessel trawl fishery. Most of the CWTs were from Washington, and most were from hatcheries. The CWTs were read at the Octane Labs, and the data was tabulated by Michelle Messina. And here are some of my acknowledgements. And that's all I got. Oh, I might also add that in 2018, 123 observers collected samples for this project, and in 2019, 116 observers collected samples from this project. So we couldn't get this done without them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. If there's some questions from council members. I don't see any. Thanks again.
Mr. Chairman, this is Diana Strand. If there are no more questions for the geneticists, we would be moving to the next phase of the presentations, which would be the IPA reports. And just for context for the public and the members, just to remind everyone that this is just one part of our salmon bycatch program. This is the requirement for an annual update. This isn't there. Obviously, we don't talk about the overall program with respect to the two caps and the performance standard and all the other things that are built into it. But this is just a courtesy update that is verbal from the industry. The requirement is to provide the actual written reports, but as a courtesy to council, the IPA representatives have always come and provided these verbal reports to the council, and then following those verbal reports, the Jim Harmon from C-Share is also, as a courtesy, providing an overview of the updated C-Share donations from the last 2 years. And just to, for context, this is a report to the council. There is no action actually required under this agenda item.
Great, thank you for that refresher, Dr. Strand. Okay, I think we're ready then to move into the IPA reports. I think John Gruber is up first, is that correct?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
I'm John Gruber. I'm the Incentive Plan Agreement Representative for the inshore sector's IPA. In 2020, all the AFA inshore qualified vessels participated in the inshore IPA that we call the Inshore Salmon Savings Incentive Plan Agreement. And all of those boats have participated since the beginning of incentive plans under Amendment 91. In 2020 was a difficult year for the pollock fishery. While the A-season pollock fishing CPUE was typical, avoiding the bycatch of both Chinook salmon and herring were challenging. Pollock fishing in the B season was unusually slow, with additional bycatch of sablefish, chum salmon, and herring. This resulted in the fishery extending later into the season than is desirable. Since Amendment 91, the inshore cooperatives have tried to wrap up their pollock fishing by October 1st. However, in 2020, most cooperatives fished right up to the 1st of November, the B season end date. The A season Chinook bycatch was 8,056 fish. The B season Chinook bycatch was 7,771 fish for an annual total of 15,980. The total other salmon, or chum salmon, bycatch was 236,621. 2020 total pollock catch for the inshore cooperatives was 599,038 metric tons. That left 23,364 metric tons of pollock were uncaught. They ran up against that B season closure date. The A season, from a pollock catch perspective, was, as I mentioned earlier, fairly typical. What was most different occurred when the fleet had to move out of the sea lion conservation area. The fleet found the only reasonably productive pollock fishing was outside the SCA, to be around the Pribilof Islands. There, they found themselves running into exceptionally high herring bycatch, as you recall from previous meetings. We discussed this last year. And so avoiding herring pushed them into higher Chinook bycatch, and conversely, avoiding Chinook pushed them onto higher herring bycatch. The B season was an entirely different situation. The pollock failed to school up throughout most of the B season. The months of July and August are typically the sweet spot for B season fishing. High pollock CPU with very low Chinook bycatch. The 2020 B season was an opposite situation from that norm. Typical B season daily landings for the inshore sector were at times 1/4 of the normal landings. During July and August, the daily pollock landings would normally average about 4,000 metric tons a day. But in 2020, inshore daily landings exceeded 3,000 metric tons only 14 times during July and August, and at times fell below 1,000 tons per day, significantly lower than what we would normally experience. In July and August, the daily Chinook landings for the inshore sector would normally be less than 5 Chinook per day, with lots of days where there are actually no Chinook landed at all. This and that's, just remind you, that's this total fleet-wide inshore catch of Chinook salmon during July and August. 2020 was quite different, with 19 days of 10 or more Chinook being caught, with a high of 27 in a day. While that was an unusually bad start, slow pollock fishing continued throughout the season, pushing the fleet later in the B season, where Chinook bycatch is known to be higher. So, and as you recall, the council discussed that extensively under Amendment 110 and added that the IPAs are required to include additional measures intended to provide additional Chinook bycatch reductions in the month of October. For the inshore sector, vessels fishing pollock in the month of October may not exceed the September bycatch standard that's in our agreement. The standard is defined as having a bycatch rate that exceeds 2 standard deviations above the mean September bycatch rate from the years 2011 through 2016, the years that led up to Amendment 110. And that rate is 0.103 Chinook per metric ton of pollock catch. Vessels that are not able to maintain a Chinook bycatch rate below the standard are prohibited from fishing for the remainder of the B season. In 2020, 7 vessels were unable to maintain a Chinook bycatch rate below the standard during the month of October and were prohibited from continuing to fish pollock for the remainder of the season, despite not having reached their actual Chinook limits under the performance standard, not the hard cap, but in this case under the performance standard. There were no changes to the inshore IPA for 2020, and there were no entity transfers between either the inshore cooperatives or the AFA sectors. There are tables included in the written inshore IPA report covering the pollock and Chinook allocations and catch by each inshore IPA that participated in the A and B seasons. All pollock and Chinook intercooperative transfers are covered in table F2. A copy of the industry-wide data sharing agreement as required under Amendment 110 can be found at the end of the written report. There were no violations in any portions of the IPA in 2020 or of the Chinook Conservation Area closure. This also can be found in the agreement. And with Mr. Chairman, that ends my report.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Any questions from council members? Questions. As always, we appreciate your time in sharing this information with us, Mr. Gruber.
My pleasure, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So next up, we'll have a presentation from Stephanie Madsen and Austin Estebrooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the staff pulls up the presentation, my name is Stephanie Madsen. I am the IPA representative for the CP Salmon IPA. This morning, Austin will be making the presentation. We have submitted our written report March 15th, and so we're going to go over the portions of the report that we feel demonstrate the efficacy and the behavior changes of our IPA. Mr. Chairman, just to open up the conversation, it has been 10 years since the program was implemented. The IPA was implemented in 2011, so 10 years ago. 4 years ago, there were additional measures that were included in the IPA requirements and the program, so we've been also operating under those for 4 years. There has been no amendments to our IPA since we revised it to address the actions under Amendment 110. Just a little bit of a refresher for those that don't know a lot about the pollock, the CP pollock fishery. We carry 2 federal observers. We have scales, and we have a whole series of closed camera systems on the boat to ensure that no Chinook is ever discarded before counted by an observer. We do have a retention requirement that all Chinook salmon must be, or all salmon must be counted by the observer and must be retained until then. We also participate in the Sea Share donation program, as you'll learn from Mr. Harmon in the next presentation. So we just wanted to kind of give an overview of our participation in that program, some of the requirements that we have. So now, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn this over to Austin, and he's going to walk you through some of the metrics that we've been monitoring to illustrate the provisions of our IPA.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman, members of the Council. My name is Austin Estabrook. Just going to walk you through some of the highlights of our report from 2020. So just as a reminder, these are the primary IPA components, and these have remained relatively unchanged since 2016. Obviously, the primary component is that closing areas to pollock fishing impacts the CP fleet significantly if they're required to shut down factory operations and move. This is just showing A and B season Chinook conservation areas. We have permanently closed this area in the A season 100% of the time, simply because years of data have shown this has historically been an extremely high area of Chinook bycatch, and therefore our vessels typically don't even go near this area anymore during the A season. The B season Chinook conservation areas are closed if the September bycatch rate exceeds the threshold of 1.5 Chinook per 100 tons of pollock. These areas have been closed or triggered the last 2 years in a row, so 2019 and 2020. These three areas have all been closed to pollock fishing at the end of October. This is just an overview of the actual numbers. You can find a more detailed breakdown by season and vessel in the IPA report itself. But again, this includes all IPA participants, including our CDQ catch as well. This is a depiction of the bycatch avoidance areas for Chinook salmon throughout the year of 2020. As you can see, there are quite a few and dispersed pretty much all over the map there. And this table down below just shows the weeks that those bycatch avoidance areas were in place, and the number of vessels that were required to remain outside of those areas. But as we find, typically, even when vessels are not excluded from those areas, they avoid them anyway. Also wanted to highlight that there were 7 vessels that are subject to our extended 2-week fishing prohibition during 2020. And that essentially prohibits them from fishing for 2 weeks in any of these areas once they've exceeded a certain threshold of Chinook catch. These are our bycatch avoidance areas for chum. Just wanted to highlight the fact that obviously we find more areas east of 170 than we do west of 170. As you saw, the genetics information shows that a majority of the chum that we catch up here west of 170 are of Asian origin and are more than likely than not hatchery chum salmon from the Far East. And again, just also highlight the winter herring savings area, which is this giant box here, was closed for the month of September and October in the B season last year. hence no chum bycatch avoidance areas in that area. And again, the table shows the weeks that we had chum salmon closures in effect and the number of vessels that were impacted. Again, we saw the peak bycatch occurring in late August, primarily, for chum salmon. This is a graphic that I historically presented in our IPA reports. It's intended to demonstrate that prior to Amendment 91, so prior to 2010, the bycatch rates across the fleet were widely varied. As you can see, particularly in some of the earlier years, the difference between the maximum rate and the minimum rate is quite high. Since Amendment 91 has been in place, we've seen the vessel distribution shrink. Obviously, we did have some higher rates here, and as John Groover attested to, it was primarily due to very dispersed pollock in the bee season, some COVID delays due to quarantines, and other outbreaks on our vessels, forcing the fleet to fish later into October than they normally do. This, again, is another demonstration of the effects of the incentive plan agreement. The top figure here shows the year 2010, so the year before the incentive plan agreement was in place. As you can see, the distribution of bycatch rates across the fleet was quite broad, and whereas in the most recent year, so this is 2020, you see the vessel bycatch rates are condensed and the normal distribution is a lot narrower. And that's the goal of this IPA, is to essentially push the bycatch distribution of the fleet and bycatch rate distribution of the fleet to the left. And so again, you see significantly reduced variance in the most recent year as opposed to the year prior to the Amendment 91. This is another demonstration. So these dots represent each vessel in the fleet and their bycatch rates. Then we have, this was the mean bycatch rate, and this is 1.5 standard deviations. In our incentive plan agreement, we consider any vessel that has a bycatch rate greater than 1.5 standard deviations from the mean as an outlier, and therefore we had two outliers, one in the A season and one vessel in the B season. So those are the circles there, and a vessel is not allowed to be an outlier in 3 consecutive seasons. Otherwise, they are excluded from bycatch avoidance areas, or all of the bycatch avoidance areas in place in the following season. Again, these two vessels were not the same vessel. We've typically had very few, if any, repeat outlier vessels since we implemented this provision that was retroactive back to 2014. But we haven't had any chronic problem vessels, so to speak. This graphic we've showed for a long time, and I think the takeaway message from this is that the incentive plan agreement and the Chinook bycatch avoidance measures that we've put in place have really forced the fleet away from any deep water fishing. Most of the A season last year and this year has started to move very shallow up on the shelf. And now we're fishing in 35 fathoms of water, whereas historically you've seen a lot of effort down here in the deep, and even I mean, along the shelf break, there hasn't been a lot of fishing except in months like September and August when there isn't as many Chinook on the shelf. They go off into the deep. As John Gruber also mentioned, we were severely impacted by herring bycatch during the A season, which definitely had an impact on our Chinook bycatch. Typically, we follow the 50-fathom curve up here in the A season. However, when we did so, we ran into a significant amount of herring in this area right here, which, as you can see, is outside any of the herring savings areas. Vessels, in their attempts to avoid herring, moved deeper, but the herring were even in 60 fathoms of water. And so, yeah, it was, we ended up moving here west of the Pribs, but still there were a lot of Chinook. There are always a lot of Chinook deeper than 60 fathoms in the A season, regardless of where you go. And we simply were unable to avoid both herring and Chinook last A season. And again, this area was closed to all pollock fishing during September and October last B season, which severely restricted the locations that boats could move to avoid chum and Chinook in the B season. Just an update on gear research and development. I believe when I presented to you in 2019, I was pretty excited about a NOAA bycatch reduction engineering proposal project that was attempting to develop an active excluder device. We were supposed to trial some active excluders in the B season last year. All of that project was delayed, but is still underway simply due to COVID and not being able to get people out on our boats. But we are still participating in that project and still pretty excited about it. We continue to use static salmon excluder devices on all of our vessels in accordance with the regulations. And again, I'd just like to highlight the fact that most all of our vessels have invested in a live feed camera system, the Simrad FX80, which is allowing our skippers to monitor catch composition in real time. And I would say it does help mitigate a lot of the lightning strike events that we've seen in the past. So if a skipper encounters a large amount of Chinook or chum, they're able to haul back and prevent extremely large catches of salmon. Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge C-State. They do a great job putting together some of the figures and tables for the IPA report. But with that, I'll take questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a few closing comments. We can't, I guess we'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Barry, Patrick Barry. As you learned in his presentation, the Pollock Conservation Cooperative Research Center did help him get through school, and now we are also contributing to the work on the onboard ID effort that he's doing, so we're pretty proud of him, and look forward to further results with his work. So we're pretty proud of him and our efforts to use the education tax credit to further research information on both Chinook and chum. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I think you're going to hear from Dr. Martell about how we've been using some of the genetics work in our chum closure area determination. And then Mr. Harmon is going to talk about the Sea Share program. And I would note that all of our salmon go there. But in addition, our members also contribute a pollock to to the food bank program to help feed folks. And definitely that was a big benefit for COVID year last year, as you all know. So appreciate your attention, and Austin will be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Madsen and Mr. Estabrook. Ms. Bush has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Estabrook, for your presentation. I'd like to go back to slide 8. If we could do that, I had a question there. And it was, I think what we're looking at is on the top graph is the average distribution for before 2010, or was it just 2010 compared to the 2020 variance? So is it comparing just a single year to a single year is the first part of that question. And you said that the program is successful because we've shifted to the left. And I agree that we have a smaller distribution now and that we're slightly below where we were in 2010, but it just seems like the rate is still, you know, fairly high compared to, I guess, where the median in that trend is in 2010. So I don't come to the same conclusion, but maybe I'm not looking at this right.
Yeah, Ms. Bush, through the chair, great points. I always struggle to show this correctly because it's impossible to compare multiple years in this, simply because the bycatch environment is so different in each season and year. And so this is just showing the 2010 A season compared to the 2020 B season. It's not assuming that the Chinook abundance on the grounds is similar, or that the pollock abundance and the aggregation the schools of pollock are the same. It's not assuming, it's not taking into account overlap between pollock and Chinook. And so it might be a bad comparison because it doesn't show that the distribution is shifted to the left, but I would argue that the Chinook abundance and the circumstances facing the fleet in 2020 were different than they were in 2010. But I guess the goal of this is just to show what the bycatch distribution was like when there were no incentive measures. So as you can see, there were clearly 4 vessels in 2010 that were able to achieve an incredibly low bycatch rate. But then again, there were other vessels that clearly chose not to fish in the same area as these 4 vessels did, and therefore achieved a bycatch rate that was more than 4 times worse. But here you see in 2020, the worst bycatch rate is within, I would say, the margin of error, a reasonable range of the worst bycatch rate. And so that's just trying to demonstrate that there are, the incentives are clearly forcing the fleet to fish in the same general areas of lowest Chinook bycatch. And yeah, again, just to repeat, I would argue that in 2010, there were hardly any Chinook anywhere on the grounds as compared to 2020.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Estabrook. I appreciate that that explanation. I have a second question, and I know you didn't present on your 2019 report today, but we didn't have a meeting last year to talk about that. So I wanted to ask that if there were any new measures that the CP fleet plans to implement this year in 2021 when we're under these lower caps, noting that in 2019 the performance standard for the sector was exceeded.
No, we do not have any new avoidance measures planned for 2021. I think we did exceed the performance standard for the CP sector in 2019, as you mentioned. So we are certainly under the gun this year. In addition, it's a low abundance year, as you mentioned. We have been able so far in 2021 to reduce our Chinook bycatch by nearly half of what it was last year in the A season. But again, we also had some success avoiding herring this year. I think some of the fleet did move up around the cribs late in the A season this year. But the herring seemed to be a lot shallower than they were last year. So we were able to avoid those, which certainly influenced the Chinook bycatch for sure this A season.
Yeah, this is Stephanie. Ms. Bush, through the chair. I appreciate that question. I think that it's a demonstration about the performance standard in the 3 years out of 7, and the decision that the fleet has to make when there's a large amount of Chinook in a low abundance year. That was a low abundance year when we exceeded the threshold in 2019. We are done fishing in A season and did a pretty good job avoiding Chinook, so we are not too worried about having to have that conversation. And of course, as you well know, it would be a very tough conversation given that we don't know what the future holds, and we don't want to get close to exceeding it the third time, because then, of course, we have to live with that a lower number, the performance standard number in the past. So it's a good incentive, and maybe that's why we saw some good improvement in avoidance of Chinook this A season.
Thank you, Ms. Matson. Thank you, Mr. Esterbrook. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Esterbrook. This is, I think, a quick one. There's a section in the IPA report on avoidance behavior and the contraction of the fleet, I guess, compared to the years in which this program wasn't in place. And one of the things you note that's been significant is not fishing in as deep a water, particularly in A season. And I think the report mentions that has an effect on roe recovery, but I didn't know if that also had an effect on CPUE for pollock, and whether that's at all a factor to determine, how quickly you can get pollock out of the water in order to avoid fishing later in the year. So I just didn't know if there was any correlation there to be had on CPUE for pollock, or whether it's just simply that we can avoid more Chinook if we don't fish as deep.
Yeah, Ms. Kimball, through the chair, I would, that's a great question. I would say that in the past few years, there's been some pretty large schools of pollock in the southeastern Bering Sea, and that's not always the case. But this year, like I said, we found pollock in sustainable catch numbers, well up to 25 fathoms on the shelf, and we've experienced some pretty good CPUEs in the last few years, and so I would say it's had more of an impact, the shallow water fishing, on, I would say, fish quality, fish size, roe quality. As you mentioned, we're not getting the same production values out of the pollock itself. But again, I think that's just unique to the last few years. I don't know that there's always been so much pollock there in years prior. So that's a tough question to answer exactly.
Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Estabrook. Thank you, Ms. Manson. Next, we'll go to the mothership report. James Mize. At this point, I'd like to remind the public to sign up to testify prior to the end of these reports. So we'll have the report from Mr. Mize and then the short report from Jim Harmon. And please sign up prior to the end of those reports. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Canine. Good morning, Chair Canine, members of the council. Is my volume okay?
That sounds great.
Okay. Thank you. I'm James Mize. I'm the IPA representative for the Mothership Salmon Savings Incentive Plan, the MSSIP. It's the incentive plan agreement for the mothership sector. The MSSIP is a dynamic IPA that prioritizes Chinook salmon bycatch avoidance while preventing high chum salmon bycatch and allowing the flexibility to harvest pollock in times and places that best support those goals. As such, the MSSIP is responsive to changing environmental conditions, the status of Chinook salmon abundance, and rates of salmon bycatch encounters in the mothership pollock fishery. All of the catcher vessels in the mothership sector belong to the MSSIP. The MSSIP also includes a voluntary third-party audit to ensure compliance and accuracy of administration. This presentation today is a verbal report summarizing the annual report submitted for the 2020 fishing year, which you have in your materials. So the key to the MSSIP is that this is a fleet-based plan. This is because mothership fishing operations are uniquely dependent upon individual fishermen's ability to work cooperatively as individual harvesters are linked to the mothership processor to which they deliver fish. Since many of the decisions related to salmon avoidance strategies must be made collectively by the vessels and the processor together in a fleet, it is at that level where the incentive to avoid Chinook salmon at all rates of encounter is most appropriately directed. The MSSIP consists of three main elements that are designed to result in reduced bycatch of chum salmon of Western Alaska origin and Chinook salmon at all levels of encounters. First, and the primary incentive is that this is a credit-based plan. The MSSIP creates incentives for fleets to earn salmon savings credits in order to provide the ability in future years to exceed their share of the annual threshold up to, but not exceeding, the annual allocation by keeping their Chinook salmon bycatch considerably below the annual threshold in most years. The second attribute is the rolling hotspot closure program. This ensures that MSSIP participants avoid areas with relatively higher salmon bycatch rates, even when actual salmon bycatch encounters are low and when the annual threshold is less likely to be an influence on behavior. These incentives work together. The incentive to have the rolling hotspot closure program to reduce bycatch and earn credits, and the incentive to reduce bycatch to prevent closures. The third component is the best management practices. These are a set of rules that everybody that belongs to the MSSIP abides by. The vessels are required to conduct fishing operations consistent with these best management practices to minimize salmon encounters and reduce salmon bycatch. They include things like fleet communications protocols, test tow protocols when fishing in new areas, monitoring of tow duration and caught end size and how that impacts salmon bycatch, mandatory use of salmon excluders, and an annual adaptive management review to see if there are any lessons learned from the prior seasons to warrant any adjustment to these rules or any adjustment to the plan itself. In 2020, it was a challenging year for avoiding salmon bycatch. There was more incidents on the grounds during A season, which made the credit incentive particularly strong. There were a lot of conversations among the fishermen about movements to avoid salmon in order to earn credits. And then difficulties continued in B season as there were higher incidences of other bycatch species, which compounded the situation. And there was scratchy fishing. So there was a lot of movement in order to try to get the fish in and avoid salmon bycatch. Despite these challenges, vessels were able to manage operations to avoid catching the annual threshold, and resulting in 433 salmon savings credits earned. As regards the rolling hotspot closure program, the program impacted vessels by removing available grounds during the season with a total of 8 closures in 2020. So it was engaged as well. And the best management practices were in place all season with test tows, fleet communications, and salmon includer use maintained. The Mothership Co-op held its annual management review at its annual meeting, and there was no reported non-use of salmon excluder for contingencies in 2020. For evaluation of effectiveness, we look at catch below the limits on the MSSIP, and we look at the results of the third-party audit. The total catch in 2020 of Chinook salmon was 2,715 salmon. That's almost 1,000 salmon below the annual threshold. This has kept us below the annual threshold. Third-party audit was performed. It's also attached to your report. Our numbers were validated, and the rules were followed per the plan filed with NOAA. We do note that in 2020, this Chinook catch exceeded the threshold at which outlier penalties apply. So we had review of catch data in the immediately prior seasons and saw that no vessel consistently had higher bycatch consistent with our outlier penalty provisions. So it was the first time that that we had reached this threshold. So that's worth noting here. Also under the reporting regulations, the report in front of you includes a table showing the initial allocations of pollock to each participating vessel and shows the number of Chinook salmon, PSC, and the pollock caught at the end of the season. As you'll recall, I mentioned difficult fishing conditions in the B season resulted in some challenges, and you'll see that the total amount of pollock caught was actually below the allocation, and part of that decision was to avoid impacts to salmon in October. Consistent with other requirements of the reporting, just finish up by saying there were no amendments to the plan in 2020. There were no in-season transfers among AFA co-ops, entities, or CDQ groups in 2020. There were no in-season transfers among vessels in 2020. This concludes the verbal report on the contents of the 2020 MSSIP annual report. And if there are any questions through the chair, I'll do my best to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mize. Questions from council members. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Mize, as well as thanks to Mr. Gruber, Ms. Madsen, and Mr. Estabrooks for their reports. My question is going to Mr. Mize to describe the mechanics of their incentive plan in a little more detail than either of the other two. And so I just thought this was a good opportunity, but I would actually be interested in if either of the other two groups that provided their reports also wanted to chime in on my question, I'd be interested in that. My basic question is, as you've all been through a pretty challenging year, what are the elements of the incentive plan that really proved most durable or allowed you to be as successful as you are in this challenging a year?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, it's difficult to say any one element of the plan as being more persuasive to fishermen than others. Really, it operates as a cohesive whole, and that's why I described the three legs of this tripod, if you will, the three bases of the incentives and penalties in our program. But I did mention that the primary mechanism in our plan is that this is a credit-based plan, and it is the concern about not exceeding the performance standard and the ability to catch their fish in future years where there may be high abundance that is the primary driver of fishing behavior. That is what I hear the most discussion of amongst the fishermen, is that they fear the day when salmon return and are in such high abundance that the allocation that was given under Amendment 91 proves to be not enough to catch the fish. They have significant investments in this fishery, and they want to see that they get their fish. So that's the primary driver of our program.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, Stephanie Matson.
Ms. Matson.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I think that Austin did outline the elements of our IPA program on the first slide. I think really for the CP fleet is losing access to productive areas with high CPUE, good fish quality, good roe quality, and having to move into areas where that isn't the case, but yet you take the risk of higher incidental catches of Chinook, chum, or herring. And so especially in 2020, we had some issues, as you know, with herring. We lost access to the size Maryland winter savings area. And then, of course, Austin didn't highlight for you, but you'll recall, we also had interactions with the Russian fleet in bee season last year, which again, we lost access to an area that did have good pollock fishing. So, Mr. Twite, in direct response to your question, for our fleet, it really is losing access to productive grounds.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, John Gruber.
Mr. Gruber.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. You know, James did a really good job, I think, covering, because we run a similar plan, a salmon savings incentive plan to the Mothership Group. And our guys, like James referenced his fleet, they consider the performance standard that we allocate to them, their cap. And they also fear the day that they would have to tap into savings to continue to fish in the season. This part of the plan works very well, but it's also twofold. And that is if they fish right up to the performance standard, they don't earn any savings for that year, or very few, and so it's a double-edged sword, even to get up close to the performance standard. So there's parts of this program work very well. But I think Ms. Matson touched on a key issue, and that is as we lose grounds for other issues, and thankfully the council and National Marine Fisheries Service specifically helped us out with some relief on herring savings areas last summer, because these closures have impacts on Chinook bycatch and other bycatch issues. You know, I mean, it's a huge problem to manage bycatch when you have mandatory closure areas for other species or other reasons. And I think the SCA, the Sea Land Conservation Area, is another prime example of that. We'll have downtrending Chinook bycatch during the A season until we move outside the SCA, and then kind of start all over again, trying to figure out how to avoid Chinook outside the SCA. So there's compounding issues with closures. There's no doubt about it. And, but I think the fleet is constantly trying to stay under the performance standard, not the hard cap. And there's a lot of balls in the air on these, on Chinook avoidance and the way the plans work. But I think they're pretty effective. But some relief from all these other closures, or maybe a different approach on some of them would also be very helpful.
Thanks, all three of you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further questions? Okay, thanks again for all the presentations. So the final presentation today is on salmon bycatch is Jim Harmon with the Sea Share report. And after Mr. Harmon, we'll take a morning break and come back for testimony. Again, members of the public, please sign up to testify prior to the end of these reports. Good morning, Mr. Harmon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Kaneen, council members, I appreciate the opportunity to present this update to you. I wasn't able to do it in 2020, so I'm going to include 2 years of results for your review. I first want to start off by just telling you that the complications from COVID have resulted in a 60% increase across the food bank network. And it's been very important and gratifying to see the generosity of our fishing fleets and processors continue over the last year. And I think we have some really good results to report to you. The Prohibited Species Donation Program benefits Alaska and the lower 48. It's resulted in over 6 million pounds of fish being recovered that would otherwise be thrown overboard. No one's asking for bycatch, but our partners remain generous and committed to taking advantage of all the fish that we can. Sea Share remains the only organization authorized to retain prohibited species catch from the BSI and GOA. And thanks to help from NIMS Sustainable Fisheries Management Office in Juneau, our permits were renewed again last May. So we're good for another 3 years. We remain the only authorized participant, and that includes 132 catcher boats, 12 shoreside processors, 36 at-sea processors, 2 reprocessors in Seattle, and multiple cold storage, freight, and logistics companies in both Alaska and Washington. That's all APA members and all PSPA members, by the way. So when our bycatch comes in, it comes into a number of locations. The bulk of it comes into Dutch Harbor and Akutan. We also get a lot of fish in Kodiak. But False Pass, Sandpoint, King Cove, Tacoma, and Seattle are also receiving locations for the species catch. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask Diana to forward slides for me if you can. Thank you, Diana. So the results from 2019, 423,000 pounds of salmon and halibut were retained. The following year, last year, 267,000 pounds were retained. I think that's a result of the complications of processing on board and in plants during COVID. Since 1994, over 6 million pounds have been retained, cleaned, packed, and donated. It's important to note that all these pounds that I give you are the finished pounds that actually go out to the food banks. We get between 86 and 88 or 89% recovery from the H&D fish that are offloaded to cold storages and ports. And then we take that and we turn that into meals that food banks can use. So here's what we do. The stuff we get out of Kodiak, by the way, they're very generous in the community there, and we donate everything we can in Kodiak. We also send some fish around locally to other places. The Coast Guard still helps us send fish to Nomenkot every summer. And then the ferry system with Carlisle helps us send some fish to Kenai. All those fish are processed locally and distributed at no cost to the food banks. Everything we do in Alaska is at no cost to receiving agencies. But But in Dutch Harbor, we have to bring those fish south. The way the freight wheel works, once the barge service arrives in Dutch Harbor, or the break bulk service arrives in Dutch Harbor, it can't go back into Alaska. So it has to come all the way down to Seattle, where we have 2 other processors inspect, stake, trim, and pack for us. And on average, that costs 44 cents a pound. So once that's completed, it looks like that in those boxes, and we can send it back up to Alaska, or we can send it to lower 48. So we try to find the best blend of doing that, both for Alaska and for Seashare, because we need to retain, or we need to recover some of the costs for that. And because Alaska doesn't have the funds to do that, some of the food banks in the lower 48 can help us recover a portion of our costs. So this is a good slide. This one and the next one, kind of where we distribute in Alaska. And again, that's important to look at that freight wheel, because it comes up through the southeast, goes through central Alaska, and then out to the peninsula, and then comes south. So it kind of shows you the difficulties we have in getting fish back into Alaska from the Prohibited Species Donation Program. The hubs here in yellow kind of show you where we can distribute locally, where we send stuff. And then the dots in blue show where we're serving smaller communities from those hubs. So Dillingham is big for us. Nolan Kotzebue help us reach other villages. And Anchorage in the Mat-Su Valley. I didn't really show that there, but there's a lot distributed throughout the Mat-Su Valley from Anchorage and that area. So our donations, as I said, we try to send as much of the PSC fish as we can across Alaska, but not all communities want PSC fish, and we can't reach all of them with that fish. So we have a variety of fish that we to communities. This is just an example. We did a lot of pollock. We did a lot of cod. We did ling cod. I think we did black cod, salmon burgers. We even had smelt from the Kenai fisheries that we were able to distribute across Alaska. So it's a good broad section, and it's a testament to the generosity, not just from the PSC program, but from APA and PSPA members who continue to look for other items that they can help donate to hunger relief in Alaska and in the lower 48. This is just reminding you that we do a lot more than just bycatch. Only 10% of the fish that we donate every year since 1994, only 10% comes from bycatch. 90% of it is first-run product that could be sold, but is generously donated to help us feed more people. And last year, I heard Austin and Stephanie and James and John talk about all the complications from processing and fishing during COVID. The same thing happens with the food bank network. We had a lot of struggles, but Seashare actually donated over 2 million pounds last year. That's 8 million servings, and that's a significant increase over 2019. So that's a testament to all of you here. This slide gives you an idea of our reach. I think there's 24 states represented there, the largest being California, Washington, Alaska, New York, and Missouri. Outside Washington and Alaska, where we have some funds to expend, those food banks in California, New York, Missouri, and all the others recognize the value that seafood has as a good protein for their food bank clients, and they help us recover a portion of our costs. If we have 44 cents a pound into prohibited species salmon and halibut, if we send it back to Alaska, well, Seashare and our generous donors, financial donors in Alaska, pay for all of that. But in the lower 48, we can get the food banks to help cover up to 50% of that. So that's important revenue for us. It helps us kind of extend our reach, and it helps us keep the program going. So we couldn't do it if it was all at zero cost to the food banks. We need those food banks in the lower 48 to receive a portion of those fish, and I'm thankful for their participation. So getting back to Alaska, we've had a real incentive for the last 5 or 6 years to increase our reach across Alaska. But as you know, cold storage and transportation costs are really expensive. So we've invested over $200,000 to add new storage and distribution networks in the YK region, in Bristol Bay, in Southeast, and in Kodiak. We've bought 5 freezers now. 3 of them are 40-foot containers and 2 of them are large restaurant-style freezers, just to help those food banks receive stuff by surface freight rather than bypass mail and store it and send it out as they have donation partners, distribution partners in their region. We're also working with the Q Tribe in Alaska and with Beans Cafe in Anchorage. Both of those might be, both of those are prospects for additional freezer capacity that Sea Share would help provide. So I just want to roll through these kind of quickly. This is just to give you an idea of some of the stuff we work on in the places where we work. Anchorage and Beans Cafe have been really big for us. 50% of Alaskans live in that area. So we try to do at least 100,000 pounds a year right in Anchorage. We send a load every year to Fairbanks. Sam's very good about getting it out to the villages out there. I didn't list them, but just know that Fairbanks is very generous in helping rural communities in their region. Juneau has been Mariah and the Beans. Mariah there in Juneau has been very generous. She actually couldn't accept everything that we were giving them, so we started working with the Southeast Alaska Food Bank, and now we're sending probably 12,000 pounds a year. I've told you guys before about Nome and Kotzebue. We have some very generous partners who in Kodiak who provide a lot of pounds every year, and the Coast Guard has been great in supporting it. They have a great outreach to those communities, and we hope to continue that again this year. When you get to Kotzebue, there's no storage there, so we sort it by pallet according to the number of people in each village, and the community there helps us get it right out by rural distribution networks to get it to the 11 villages around Kotzebue. Kodiak and St. Paul both have received restaurant-style freezers. It helps them take small amounts from us. We did, I think, about 40 releases out of Kodiak. It's a lot of work for Ocean Beauty and Trident and APS in Kodiak, but they're willing to let these guys come in and get 300 pounds at a time. It's an awesome program. This is Dillingham. We've got a 40-foot container there now. Our 20-footer died, so we replaced it last fall thanks to Matson. We fill it every spring, and then at the end of the season in Bristol Bay, Peter Pan Seafoods helps refill it with some of the salmon they have from Bristol Bay. And then as BB&A has time, they can send it out. There's a little plane taking it out to Kodiak as they have space available on their charter flights. We put a container in at the Lions Food Club or Food Bank in Bethel 2 years ago. They're using that for local distribution. We haven't really gone outside Bethel yet. Trying to build acceptance there. I think we sent them pollock. We did not send them PSC fish. They really didn't want it. So we're trying to build acceptance for the other breaded fish that we're sending them. I didn't realize that once we got the container to Bethel, they didn't have the 443 phase to operate it, so we had to spend an extra $20,000 increasing their electrical capacity there. And thankfully, Rasmussen came through with an emergency grant. I just wanted to remind everyone of the difficulties in trying to expand these operations across Alaska. It's more complicated than it seemed to me to begin with, but so far it's working well. This is the new freezer we put in Juneau, Southeast Alaska Food Bank. They've taken, I think, 36,000 pounds over the last 3 years. And they're sharing now with Mariah and all the other smaller agencies in Juneau. I wanted to mention, my letter mentions the financial partners. We couldn't do this in Alaska without so many of the generous financial partners that help us, not just with seafood, but with funds. PSPA partners have been very generous for a lot of years. APA helps us, Rasmussen, ConocoPhillips, Linden, Matson, E&E Foods, United Catcher Boats, and the CEQ groups, all of them have helped us. Wells Fargo, Alaska, the fishing fleets support us, and industry leaders. So it's a tremendous effort, and it's your program. We're just the people coordinating it, but it really belongs to you. So I appreciate all that you've done to help us over the last 27 years. It's made a big difference for a lot of people, and especially in COVID, we're in a good position to do even more this year. So with that, I'll end my report, and if you have questions, I'll try to answer them.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Let's see if there's any questions, and thanks for all the amazing work that you do. Council members, any questions for Mr. Harmon? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Harmon, for that report, and I can appreciate the level of partnership you have across Alaska, and in particular with all your transportation partners as well. But I was wondering if you could provide a little more detail on kind of what you need to expand into a new community. I mean, clearly the freezer capacity was mentioned in your report, but do you need a certified food bank? Who do you need in a community to do the distribution portion of that? And is that a challenge for you, or is that something that's less of a challenge than the actual freezer capacity and generators and such?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I appreciate that. The first thing we try to find is a local champion, and we kind of go through. I have a list of the population centers in Alaska, and after you've hit the first three, it goes down pretty fast. So we try to find a food bank and someone who's willing to appreciate what we can provide. So the last one we did was Juneau, for example. The Southeast Alaska Food Bank stepped up and said, we'd be willing to add the extra staff and the extra time and effort to operate a freezer container if you can get us one, if you can do the fish. So we asked them to come up with a list of what their poverty population is, so we can understand maybe what the quantity is we need to see. We need to send them twice a year. And then they sign a program saying they're willing to agree to make sure that all those fish are handled properly and that none of them re-enter commerce. So once we have a qualified food bank set up and a partner willing to handle it for us, we'll then Seashare works to find either a container or cold storage. I should point out in Nome, we don't have either one of those. We have NSEDC, and Simon himself has unloaded the plane when it arrives in Nome. They're our partner there, and they're able to receive that and keep it in their cold storage until we can get it out to the local communities. So it really takes a local champion in each of those communities, and we're trying to work our way down the population centers until we've reached all that we can.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Further questions for Mr. Harmon? Thanks again so much for the presentation this morning and all your work, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, everyone.
Take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and take our public testimony on D5 items. Just after 10:10 Alaska time. Council, please come back to order. Our presentations and ready to move into public comment on D5. And we have 18 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Heather Bauscher, then Eric Jordan, then Byron Balot.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, council members, for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Heather Bauscher. I am the chair of the Sitka Advisory Committee to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. We are a collection of 17 publicly elected representatives of fisheries, wildlife, subsistence, and conservation interests in the Sitka area. We are made up of a diverse collection of stakeholders, including sport, commercial interests, with a wide range of views represented on our council. All of our council members' livelihoods and way of life are directly connected to the health of our salmon runs. Members of this committee have large amounts of money invested in permits and boats and businesses here in town that are directly connected to our fisheries resources. Few fish are as revered as the king salmon, not only for its beauty and the culinary delight of it, but also in the experience of what it is to catch these incredible creatures. Fisheries and tourism are some of the main economic drivers in this community and across the Southeast region. King salmon is an important and vital resource to communities across Southeast and across Alaska. The current practices and degree of waste and bycatch of this species represents an egregious failure of the system and our fisheries management. Allowing this to continue damages the reputation of Alaskan seafood, the reputation of this region for fisheries management, and certainly doesn't help ensure the longevity of this species or that of the peoples and the communities like ours that rely on this resource. I have noticed over time that it's rare to find a topic or an issue in which you find sport, charter, subsistence, conservation interests all in agreement on a position. The great unifier of the moment is the undeniable fact that the current allowable amount of bycatch of such important species, such as halibut and king salmon, is out of control, and this degree of waste by the trawl fleet is simply not acceptable. As I was gathering information from my committee members going into this one really stuck with me. There was an observed trawler in 2019 that caught more king salmon in one pass of the trawl that day than the average trawler in Southeast caught in the whole season. More than the average trawler in Southeast caught in an entire season. All of those fish in one pass of that trawl. All of those king salmon thrown overboard. This is king salmon we're talking about here. I talked to a friend who has worked as an observer, and he said that wasn't an uncommon occurrence, especially if they get into a school of them. Additionally, those fish count against the remaining allowable fish that the people of our community and communities across the region are allowed to harvest. Don't forget that Canada needs their share too. So then we find ourselves bickering over this piece of the pie that keeps getting smaller and smaller. How is it that the lion's share is given away to the industrial fleet instead of the people who live here? Scarcity of a resource only increases conflict and increases the conflicts we have to work through at the community level, like at our AC meeting. We all know that, and we all know that this problem isn't going away. I've been listening to these meetings all week now, and I found the council deliberations pretty fascinating and rather illuminating. There was a lot of talk about how interesting these questions are that we are grappling with, and also talk of practicality. What is practical? I remember Mr. Cross saying yesterday that things are either practical or that they are not. I'm sorry to hear that the industrial trawl fleet feels as though it can't further adapt to reduce its bycatch and it will cost too much money, so that means they aren't going to adapt, which means that we are required to adapt. There is nothing practical about that, about refusing to adjust your fishing practices and expecting communities to adapt to less and less of the availability of this resource that has sustained them since time immemorial. We are watching the decline of this species in front of our very eyes. Look at the pictures of the fish they used to catch years ago. We don't see fish like that anymore. Big, beautiful king salmon that could weigh 90 pounds or more sometimes. In 2019, the king salmon derby was a 31.2 pound fish. Think about that for a second. And then there are our king salmon systems. In Southeast, most of the king salmon systems are on the mainland. Most are transboundary rivers. Many of these systems are already stocks of concern. Many of these systems have mining activity currently happening or exploration and proposed development in the works. There is even just a big push for increased timber harvest and opening up old growth for timber instead of fish habitat. We are burning this candle from both ends. This species is facing challenges from our activities on the terrestrial side as well as the ocean side. There are just so many threats to our fisheries right now, so many unknowns with climate change, changing ocean conditions, warmer water, which leads to less productive systems, less food for these fish, ocean acidification. So many of these things are out of our control. This is something that is completely within our control. To allow these large industrial scale interests to literally throw away such a large amount of such a special and vital species of fish is simply indefensible. I'm here today to advocate for more conservative management and limiting these wasteful practices and support a significant reduction in the allowable bycatch of the trawl fleet. The current level of waste is not sustainable and not acceptable, and it is unreasonable to even consider this in its current form remotely responsible or sustainable fishery. The CAC supports much more conservative management compared to what is currently happening. I would like to urge the Council to support a more conservative approach, especially when it comes to king salmon bycatch. Thank you for this opportunity to share these concerns, and thank you for all that you do on behalf of the management of these vital resources. I know that this work is not easy, and I respect and appreciate each and one of you for your efforts on these important and complex problems. Thanks for your time and consideration and for letting me speak today.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bauscher. Any questions from council members? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Kneen, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I myself have my entire business is built around catching king salmon, and so I have a vested interest in the resource. I've invested everything in doing that, and so it's important to me like it is to you. But when we look at the presentation we were just given, these fleets in the Bering Sea, they have 200% observer coverage. They're doing sampling that shows us that a very small number of salmon that they're catching are actually ones that are returning to the very stream that I depend on and the ones that your group depend on to get salmon returns back. So we're faced with this situation where there are things this council can do, actions we can take that can improve data collection and accountability and reduce bycatch. But in the Bering Sea, the fleet is pretty much at a position where they have heavy observer coverage and genetic sampling and avoidance plans, where in the Gulf of Alaska, we have a fleet that has very low observer coverage and no rationalization, no ability to work together to reduce their bycatch. And we don't even really have enough data to know what happens when there's no observers on those trawlers. So the question I'm asking you, ma'am, is, are we better off using our limited resources and time on this council to try to rehash what's happening in the Bering Sea, or are we better off looking at perhaps rationalizing the Gulf of Alaska and putting observers on every single trawler there and getting data that will allow us to make decisions about the salmon that are coming from the Gulf of Alaska that are important as well?
Thank you for your question. And like I said, I really appreciate all the time and energy you put into these complex problems. It was impressive to hear what has been happening in the Bering Sea and their reductions. And I agree with you. I think it would be great if we could do more of that in the Gulf of Alaska. To sort of reflect what Representative Christ-Tompkins said the other day, I think overall the issue is that people just need to see a reduction in the waste of bycatch, particularly when it comes to king salmon, as well as halibut and all of these things. And anything you can do right now to help reduce that would be appreciated by the public.
Thank you.
Ms. Mesereau. Further questions for Ms. Bauscher? Thanks for your testimony. Eric Jordan.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Eric Jordan and I have submitted written testimony. And I want to say, after listening to all the scientific reports for the past 4 days and the public testimony, and particularly this morning, reading all the reports and listening to what's been done in the Bering Sea to reduce salmon bycatch by the fleets there, the trawl fleets, I have to say I'm really impressed with that. And as a fisherman myself in the troll fishery who's really pioneered bycatch reduction and changing fisheries, I really believe in the power of fishermen if they have adequate incentives and restrictions, both the carrot and the stick, which seems like we're doing pretty good up there, and full observer coverage. And I think, in answer to Andy's question, I think we need to look at rolling what's going on in the Bering Sea with those big trawl vessels into the Gulf of Alaska and get full observer coverage, electronic coverage, whatever, so we really have a handle, and the public, we all understand exactly what's going on. And then provide incentives to reduce bycatch. I have changed my bycatch in my fishery dramatically through the use of technology, innovative gear, and avoidance techniques. And I believe in the power of cooperation. And even though I've been one of the strongest advocates of helped get areas closed completely to trawling in the Gulf and Southeast Alaska, and believe we need to take the trawls off the bottom like we do in the pollock fishery in the Bering Sea. I was part of that campaign to take the trawls off the bottom there. I think we can do better in the Gulf of Alaska. And instead of going with prohibitions, which I've written and you heard me before, let's use the power of the creativeness of these fishermen. Provide them with the incentives plus some sticks to reduce the bycatch and convince the public with the evidence that that is being done. And it's not being done adequately in the Gulf of Alaska right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really appreciate all you do. I sat for 8 years on AP and I read almost everything. Thank you so much for your dedication, both to the council members and the staff. I am so impressed with the work you're doing, but you need to reduce this bycatch, or politically it's going to cost the whole council system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your testimony. If there's any questions from council members. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your testimony. You spoke to the need to provide incentives. And one of the ways that we've been able to provide incentives in the Bering Sea is through the rationalization of the pollock fishery. And I guess I'm curious as to whether or not you see that as the same type of approach that we might want to consider for the Gulf of Alaska trawl fishery.
Thank you for your question through the chair, Mr. Merrill. I think there's real problems with the rationalizations of the fisheries. I actually felt so strongly about halibut IFQs that I didn't even apply for the little bit I was going to get and have not bought into it. I think we need to provide, I think the rationalization fisheries are too capital intensive and do not provide the kind of incentives, for example, like they have in Maine, where I visited last year, to better get young people into the fisheries. I have a program where I bring crew and young people who really want to get into the fisheries. And the capital constraints, unless you're family connected or have other capital, are really restricting a lot of the people who really want to do this most, particularly in the small coastal rural communities around Alaska. And if you look at what's happened in other rationalized fisheries, I think it's too capital intensive. And I think if you are going to rationalize, you need a whole different way of looking at it that doesn't just reward those lucky people lucky enough to have been in it so far, but build a program that allows for a better entry, particularly by younger rural residents and our native populations. Does that answer your question, Mr. Merrill?
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. One of the things you mentioned was, needing full observer coverage in the Gulf. And one of the things the council or the Pollock trawl fleet is working on in the Gulf is electronic monitoring, somewhat similar to the fixed gear fleet movement toward that in the last few years. But the extension of that is having a camera on every boat and then doing all the sampling at the plant. And that's in order to get broader coverage or potentially 100% coverage on that fleet. And that works for pollock, not for any other bottom fish. So I'm wondering if that still fits into your preferred approach to get coverage, or if it must be a human observer.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Great question, and I'm familiar with that. My son actually bought a boat from Canada that was equipped for the video coverage they have there, and I think the technology would allow that. I think you have to have it truthed out with actual observer coverage. In other words, you have to have similar vessels in similar areas and double check the data to make sure that the cameras are working effectively and that the data that you're getting from the video coverage corresponds to the data that you're getting from the full observer coverage. So I think there are great techniques. I'm a pioneer in all kinds of the latest technology on my small 38-foot trawler, both to help reduce bycatch and also catch fish. And I think there's things we can do in that area. So my answer to your question briefly would be yes. I think combining the two would really be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Thanks again, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and really good job sharing, by the way. I've chaired a few meetings. I'm really impressed, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Okay, the next name on the list is Byron Malott. On to Janessa Escobar.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings, Council. My name is Janessa Escobar, and I serve as Natural Resource Director for a Route to Gakumut Traditional Native Council, hereby referred to as ONC, here in Mumpagishlook, also known as Bethel, Alaska, located along the Kuskokwim River. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the ONC tribal citizens, and my comments are specific to the Council Agenda Item D5, Salmon Bycatch. The mission of our Natural Resource Department is to preserve and enhance the integrity of regional fish, wildlife, or other populations and habitat to fully provide for subsistence use needs in perpetuity. In order to uphold this mission and in support of many other organizations and individuals who submitted similar comments regarding this agenda item, we respectfully request that the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Chinook salmon bycatch cap be reduced to 17,000 in agreement with the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta National Regional Advisory Council as well as the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. The current amount reasonably necessary for subsistence, hereby referred to as ANS for Chinook salmon harvest on the Kuskokwim, is 67,200 fish to 109,800 Chinook salmon. The Chinook salmon ANS has not been met on the Kuskokwim for over a decade. Many Kuskokwim River communities have experienced great hardships in the past 10 years as a result of not being able to meet the subsistence harvest goals for Chinook salmon, feed their families, and sustain their spiritual and cultural values and subsistence ways of life. For the past decade, families have made many sacrifices due to conservation concerns and restrictive measures in place in efforts to rebuild Chinook salmon populations and support subsistence livelihoods far into the future. While Chinook salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea-Aleutian Island region has decreased since 2011, so have the total numbers of Chinook salmon in this region. A maximum Chinook salmon bycatch limit of 45,000 or 60,000 fish is really not acceptable, especially given the current scarcity of Chinook salmon in coastal western Alaska. There are just too few fish, and we cannot risk any more unintentional catch and waste. Failing to reduce bycatch and respond to the requests of our tribal citizens will continue to pose threats to our subsistence ways of life, the riverine and marine ecosystems in the Bering Sea-Aleutian Island region. We sincerely hope that you will consider our testimony and take action on this critical issue affecting the livelihoods of many fishing families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Esquible, for your testimony. Let's see if there's questions from council members. Any? Thank you. Next up is Woody Sear, then Brooke Woods, and then Mary Peltola.
Hi, this is Woody. I just want to let you know, too, I was sitting on that phone line for the straight call-in for about, the last 15 minutes, or 20 minutes, actually, and, couldn't get into the meeting the same way I've gotten in the other days to listen in. So, I don't know, maybe check that the host is actually on or something. Anyways, I'm on with the Adobe Connect now, just in time, I guess. So, yeah. Okay, so, yeah, I'm Woody Sear, young fisherman out of Sitka. I troll, gillnet, longline, have a degree in fisheries and aquatics science. And, yeah, as far as the bycatch king salmon goes, I mean, what I really feel like I should focus on with this is it has this huge effect on us down here, both trolling and gill netting. I mean, we're seeing these big time and area restrictions that make it especially hard for young people to be effective in these entry-level fisheries. We're losing these huge chunks of time and area for hardly any fish that we're catching that are non-target in a lot of cases. And it's just, it's absolutely brutal. And, you know, we take these huge hits and get routed every single time at the Pacific Salmon Treaty. And I think anything and everything we can do to minimize this bycatch is a good thing. Alternative 4 and this abundance-based management makes a ton of sense. So, you know, if we can, make any moves to improve this scenario, it would be, I think, much appreciated for everyone. And, you know, once again, I'm concerned with us normal folks, small boat fishermen who live in Alaska and who spend money in the economy in our local places. Yeah, and I think some of the rough figures, I mean, we've gotten our area cut to something probably about 10% of what we've had in the past for peak chum. Because of king salmon, stocks of concern management, when you can fish about 3 weeks of peak chum, and if it's you and your buddy, one of you might catch a king that mattered in all 3 weeks. One fish between two of you. But it's not even necessarily that. It's that bad and that skinny. Yeah. So, and what else? Oh, yeah. And then my understanding is that as an average troller in Southeast, you fished hard all season, you hit average catch on king salmon. You didn't catch more fish than a trawler did of kings in one day of fishing up there. I mean, that's kind of absurd in my opinion. So, anyways, thank you for your time. I hope you make sure that everybody else is trying to testify can, and yeah, appreciate your service.
Thank you, Mr. Sear. Questions from council members? Don't see any questions, Mr. Sear. Thank you for your time this morning. Okay, next up is Brooke Woods.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Thank you so much. I submitted written comments. I'm not sure if you all have been able to read it, so I'm going to start there with my public testimony. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Brooke Woods. I'm Koya Khan from Glitha Tanit, where the moose hide hangs on the Yukon River, which is a very small fishing village. I work for my regional nonprofit, Native Corporation, and attend the University of Alaska Fairbanks as a fisheries science student. And I serve as the chair of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. I overextend myself for my tribal members, and for the salmon themselves. All salmon species are central to our family and our villages. For 10,000 years and through many generations, Alaska Native people along the river have depended on salmon. As a mother of 5, a daughter and a granddaughter being raised fishing and hunting, I know how incredibly important salmon are. And salmon continue to be central to traditional ways of life and practices. For the past few years, the people along the river have not been able to meet their subsistence needs. And in 2019, we had unprecedented climatic changes that caused large salmon die-off. And in 2020, extremely low salmon runs were unexpected by both the state and the tribes. And again, our subsistence needs were not met. And this was an extremely important year, given that we were in a global pandemic and we still continue to be. In the upper Yukon, one of my closest friends went out and harvested 3 fish for 3 families. And that in itself is incredibly devastating to me. In the same year, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang denied tribes' request to ensure food security during a global pandemic by not allowing out-of-season moose hunts to provide food security for tribes. And we went as tribal members to the Federal Subsistence Board to try to get special action requests for traditional healthy foods during a pandemic. And that situation turned into the state suing the Federal Subsistence Board. There was one community in Southeast Alaska that was able. Yes.
Ms. Woods, I apologize. Your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
I cannot. Halfway through my testimony. This is my first time. This issue is one that is important for me to share with you. the amount necessary for subsistence was not met for, I believe, 13 years on the Yukon River. The preliminary 2021 Chinook salmon outlook for Canadian origin salmon is 42,000 to 77,000 king salmon. And I speak for the tribes on the Yukon River on the U.S. side, but our First Nations relatives in Canada have sacrificed more than 15 years of not having salmon return.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Woods. Let's go ahead and stop there, and I will see if any council members have questions for you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Woods. I appreciate your testimony. You did an awesome job for your first time before this council, and I hope we'll hear from you again in the future. I think your voice is an important one, and appreciate the sacrifices you make to try to bring some fish back to your community. My question for you is, what would you like to see us do? Would you like to see us take a look at data and see if we can start an action that may take quite a bit of time to get through this cumbersome federal process? Is that what your ask is of this council?
Yes, that is. If you look at my written comments, what is happening in the Bering Sea, I know that bycatch is not the main issue, but it is a factor when you look at how low our salmon runs are. And the Bering Sea is changing. There is no one issue that scientists are able to understand why our king salmon are not returning, but it all points to marine environment. And I really look to each of you to support our tribes and figure out how we can all work together to restore and conserve the king salmon. And I did, watch the presentations on bycatch, and to me, all of those fish are native fish, and even though some of the fish were not returning to the Yukon River, they were they were meant to return to other places in Alaska. The other thing I didn't get to share with you is when we have low king salmon abundance on the Yukon River, we depend on the fall chum. In my area, we only get 2 species, and the chum salmon run was so devastating that we did not get any subsistence opportunity for king salmon. And the run, we are in a crisis, and we are dependent on these foods. Our communities are very rural. They are far away from urban hubs. Access, equity, and equality to commercial foods is not easily obtained. So many people depend on what is available in their traditional territories.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Let's see if there's any additional questions. Okay, I don't see any. Thanks so much for your time this morning, and I hope we hear again from you in the future. Thank you.
I will be back at every single North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and I hope to bring many other tribal members.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Next up is Mary Peltola. Following Ms. Peltola is Jesse Remond, and then Casey Cook.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mary Peltola. My Yupik name is Agasuk, means the one who rolled. I'm named after my mom's mother. I live in Bethel. I'm raising my kids in Bethel. my mom's grandparents actually, she grew up in the village of Queesluk, which is right above Bethel, Queesluk, and her grandparents didn't actually move to Queesluk until she was 5. Before that, and of course they moved there so she could go to BIA school, but before that, they lived year-round at the mouth of the Bleak River, and except for when they went to spring camp to get parka squirrels. But at any rate, I'm from Bethel. My mom's family has lived on the Kuskokwim as long as anybody can remember. We've been very dependent on salmon and fish species. Our generic word for fish is also our generic word for food, which is na'a. We're very, very tied to fish. The community of Bethel, before missionaries came to Alaska, it was called Mampleshkmut, and Mampleshkmut means place of many fish caches, which is evidence that, that the Kuskokwim River has always had an abundant salmon run. The river is 900 miles long. There are 33 tribes who depend on salmon, who and some to a greater extent than others. But I think before commercial fishing started, even those at the headwaters, a significant portion of their larder was, their winter provisions were salmon. I did submit a letter on behalf of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, for whom I work. I'm their executive director. But I wanted to speak a little bit on other things. This is the first North Pacific Fisheries Management Council meeting I've been to. I'm still learning your culture. I'm still learning your process and who you are. I have to admit that, listening in, it was like listening to a completely foreign language. All of the, alphabet, I think they call them acronyms. But, what I wanted to share is that it seems that since 2010, there's been a total paradigm shift, not just on the Kuskokwim, but with all river systems in Alaska. I hear the same things on the Yukon, on the Kenai, in Southeast. It's the paradigm that we're in now is totally different than the paradigm I grew up in. I grew up commercial fishing. I have memories. So I started commercial fishing with my dad when I was 6, only because he was cheap. It wasn't because I was really a good fisherman or anything. He would just have me, do reverse while he set the net, and he did most of it. But I do have memories of, during the chum season, our little wooden skiff feeling like it was going to capsize or nearly capsize or be submerged because it was so completely full of chum salmon. Last summer, we had fewer chum salmon than Chinook that were indexed at the Bethel sonar site, which is very alarming to me because, again, anybody who's fished on the Kuskokwim around the 4th of July, there is a very high likelihood that if you're fishing with 50 fathoms, you're going to swamp your net and easily catch 200 chums in one drift. So, to only catch about 30 chums all last summer out of a total harvest of about 400 salmon, it's very alarming. But, specifically Chinook salmon are the primary concern on the Kuskokwim because they are such a important part of, they used to be such a huge portion of what we would put away our larder for, at the end of the summer. It's customary that 80% of the harvest in any river is harvested at the mouth or the lower portion of the river. And it's still true now, even though we're looking at much smaller numbers, that percentage is still pretty accurate. But, and I mentioned this on Monday when I testified, but our in the old paradigm, our average harvest was 88,500 Chinook per summer, and those were on average 30-pound kings. And the highest harvest on record was 110,000 Chinook, and again, the average size Chinook at that time was about 30 pounds. The average size now is about 11 pounds, and the average subsistence harvest the last 10 years has been about 30,000. So, and what this means for our family is we're not really able to have the same kind of fish camp or subsistence effort for Chinook salmon. I do try to provide that with reds and chums, but it's just very different. It's, when your family together is putting away 80 or 100 or 200 Chinook, it's completely different than trying to put away 10 or 12 Chinook, which is what we're basically looking at now. And again, this doesn't all fall at your feet as council members, but this has to be one of the factors is the ocean catch. And I'm hoping it doesn't take 10 years. Council member Andy Mazerow, you asked Brooke Woods if she would like the council to engage in a long, a lengthy review, a lengthy process, the federal process. And my hope is that it is not a lengthy process, because already we've been going through this new paradigm for 11, 12 years. And, if we wait 10 or 11 or 12 more years, that just, it might just be the end of Chinook salmon for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there's questions from council members. Don't see any. Thanks again for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Jesse Remund.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Mr. Remund, whenever you're ready. May have become muted, Mr. Remund. We have connection issues there. Let's move to Casey Cook, and then we can circle back to Mr. Remund. Casey Cook. Mr. Remund, is that you?
Mr. Raymond, it looks like you're participating with an iPhone. If you could mute in the app itself. Now you should be able to talk in the phone.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
If that's not working, you could just hang up and call directly without being in the app. We'll still be able to hear you. The phone number is we'll post it in the chat.
Okay. All right, Mr. Raymond, please look to the chat box for the phone number, and we're going to move on, and we'll circle back to you. If Casey Cook is not available, you can move to Julie Raymond Jacobian.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Julie Raymond Jacobian. I'm the Social Science Program Director for COARIC Incorporated. COARIC is the Alaska Native nonprofit tribal consortium for the 20 tribes of the Bering Strait region. COARIC acknowledges and appreciates previous efforts by both the council and the pollock industry to reduce Chinook bycatch, but it simply is not enough. What people need, what Western Alaska communities need to live and to survive and to thrive, are fish in river and the opportunity to harvest, process, share, and eat them, as well as a healthy ecosystem that supports all salmon stock and marine life. We believe there are large gaps in the Council's understanding and consideration of the values associated with salmon that are held by and important to Indigenous people and communities. The level of waste, whether it be record 2007 levels or the current and still high levels, is painful to tolerate and impossible to accept. Salmon is an environmental keystone species and a cultural keystone species. What this means is that the impacts of the trawl industry and of council and MINT's action on salmon bycatch issues reverberate throughout the ecosystem, including throughout our communities, our economies, and our cultures. No one truly has any real idea of what the ecosystem-wide impacts of these removals are. Every fish matters, in river and in the ocean. And we would also note that waste is not okay just because it is someone else's fish. And by that I mean that even if this council does not think that the number of Western Alaska salmon that we know for a fact are being removed as bycatch is a big number, we do. And any number of fish that would return to Western Alaska rivers matters. And also the other salmon stocks being removed are also important to us because of their role in the ecosystem and as a keystone species. The fact that something is being done to mitigate the ongoing waste of practice and some bycatch is being processed does not erase the fact that it is still happening and is still disrespectful. Every year is basically a low abundance year for subsistence communities right now. Salmon are in crisis, so we are all in crisis. We support the AP motion requesting a compilation of Bering Sea and Gulf Chinook bycatch information and updated impact analysis for the Bering Sea. And COERC asks the Council to initiate new action to revisit and reconsider Chinook bycatch limits to further reduce Chinook bycatch. Koyana for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you. Next up is Steve Martell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Or good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
For the record, my name is Steve Martell. I work for Sea State Incorporated. I just wanted to provide a short comment today on the genetic information that the agency is producing with respect to chum salmon. Two things we're really excited about. One is the reduction in time to process the samples by a year. It's exciting to be able to actually use last year's data to inform this year's decisions. And two, the resolution. Sea State, as you know, is responsible for implementing a lot of the bycatch avoidance areas, and we use a lot of technical indicators to try and determine which of the statistical areas need to be closed during certain periods of the time during the season. And I just wanted to let you know that we're now starting to incorporate the chum salmon genetics as part of that suite of technical indicators. Lastly, the Sea State has also amassed a huge amount of data over the years, the spatial temporal data on Chinook salmon and chum salmon bycatch rates in the fleet. And we continue to use this information and update this information to make more informed decisions for these closures. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Annie, thanks again. Circle back to Jesse Raymond.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Jesse Raymond.
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for the difficulties earlier. So I'm a Southeast Alaskan, born and raised. I'm a power salmon trawler, grew up in Southern Chatham, and just calling to express the definite need to conserve the king salmon resource in Alaska as much as possible. Being a trawler in Southeast, over the past 4 years, we've experienced a lot of area reduction during our general spring hatchery fisheries that were used to be open in most of Southern Chatham Strait in kind of rotating areas. And that largely was a big part of why I got into fishing with my family, is to be able to participate in those inside water fisheries. It's typically a really big part of our season for May and June. And then as well as the reduction in time for the winter fishery. We used to be able to fish through April 30th, and now to conserve the stocks of concern in Southeast Alaska, I believe there's about a half dozen rivers of concern that aren't the returns have been below minimums to justify any fisheries. So we've taken pretty big hits in our troll fisheries and drastically reducing our ability to make a livelihood. And then, of course, not to mention all the subsistence reasons. But so, yeah, just calling to really encourage, as much science-based reduction in king salmon harvest in the Gulf of Alaska and the trawl fishery as possible. We've been feel like management and fisheries have really been doing our part and taking our hits in Southeast, as well as for the subsistence folks, and it'd be great to help our Alaska stocks as well as others in the country as much as possible. That's the gist of it. Thanks for you guys' time and the work that you're doing. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Raymond, and thanks for your persistence in testifying this morning. Glad we were able to take you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Let's see if there's any questions. Don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you. Take care.
Is Casey Cook on the line? If not, we can go to Lexi Hackett.
Hi, can you guys hear me? This is Lexi.
We can. Good morning.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for having me, and thank you to all of you on the council for your work on this and to everyone else who's testified. I know it's always extra work, and I do want to acknowledge that this is complex. I understand that fisheries and management is a super complex issue all around. Nothing about it's easy, but that doesn't mean we have any excuse to not rise to the occasion. We've got to figure this out. So I'm 36 years old. Let's see, I'm from Sitka, Alaska. I live here. I think the first time I advocated on changing the trawl industry was circa 1992. I was about 7 years old. I'm thinking it must have been to ban trawling in Southeast Alaskan waters. And I remember learning about it at that point in my age. I have kind of kept up on it over the years. I currently continue to fish with my family, my parents, and my husband and I also own a freezer trawler and participate in the salmon fisheries down here. And I direct market all of our fish to seafood consumers around the country. So, what I'm sitting here doing right now is trying to come up with a response to send to my customers about Seaspiracy, this documentary that's gone viral. I'm sitting here and trying to explain sustainability in fisheries and Alaska seafood and Alaska sustainability and how we have this great managed system up here. And of course, there's always going to be room for improvement. But for me, the big elephant in the room is this kind of mismanaged, wasteful bycatch issue with trawlers that happens. And honestly, it's just unacceptable. I'm not going to pretend I have all the answers. I definitely echo like what Heather and Eric and numerous people have said about full coverage and gathering more data and having incentives for fishermen, but definitely also having regulations and a much more limited bycatch allowable. It has to happen. So, it's not like this is not just about marketing. Like, I just say that because this is a reality for a lot of us in our day jobs. It's not about marketing. Like, what we care about is the health of the ocean. Like, of course, we make our living from fishing, but what I really care about is the future as well. And this is just an unacceptable. We're not going to get there like this. We have to change things. It has to be changed. Bycatch has got to be limited. The subsistence thing, listening to people speak, I thank everybody for talking on that, because that's, of course, the number one most important priority that is often underlooked. So I guess just as a summary, I would just I would just say, like, we have to do better. I don't know. I mean, it breaks my heart that this happens with king salmon. They're such a gem in our oceans. And so many of us in smaller coastal communities, independently owned boats, fishermen who live in Alaska year round, who take our families out, who want to continue taking our kids and our grandkids out. We all depend on this as like a primary source of income. And the bycatch issue, I don't know how else to see it other than it's got to improve. And I know it's a hard task, but I think you guys are going to rise to the occasion. Thank you for having me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Hackett. See if there's any questions. Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Melissa Johnson, then Jim Ayers, then Rachel Daniel. And Ms. Johnson inadvertently clicked the no questions box. She is willing to take questions at the end of testimony. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Melissa Johnson. I am the Executive Director of Bering Sea Elders Group. So Bering Sea Elders Group, as many of you may know, is an association of elders from nearly 40 participating tribes from the Kuskokwim Bay area up to the Bering Strait. Our mission is to protect our traditional ways of life, the ocean web of life that supports the resources we rely on, and our children's future. In alignment and support of our Indigenous people, tribal communities, and organizations who rely on the Bering Sea for numerous food sources, we as knowledge holders for our generations to come deserve that this food source of Chinook salmon be available now and into the future. In support of the AP motion that was carried last week, we respectfully urge that you take action to reduce salmon bycatch. BSCG continues to comment on the Council's deliberations such as Chinook salmon and halibut bycatch reduction because these resources have significant importance to our food source and food sovereignty. Chinook salmon also binds together our communities, our people, the land, and most importantly, the Bering Sea, of which we rely on as our cultural Indigenous way of life and as a continued food source. On the Kuskokwim and Yukon rivers, Chinook salmon returns are low and smaller in size, indicating distress by observation from our elders and community members. This also impacts our food security and our subsistence needs, and this has been an ongoing issue for over a decade. As generously mentioned yesterday by Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, the Executive Director, Karen Gillis, our communities do not have the luxury or the option to go to alternative sources such as a Carr's grocery store, Fred Meyer. Even ordering online is not necessarily easy for options of different food sources, maybe like canned tuna or canned pink salmon or canned corn. So while we appreciate all the efforts being made by the trawl fleet to reduce bycatch, with Chinook salmon continuing to decline and the intense interest from the public by numerous letters and testimonies, it is imperative on us as responsible fishery managers to take a look at the current status of bycatch and Chinook salmon stocks. Our elders have always taught us not to waste our different food sources, whether they be birds, different greens from the land, berries, and most importantly, a lot of us throughout the state of Alaska and into the lower 48 and other areas around the world we all can relate about a type of fish. The continued waste of salmon and halibut in the federal fisheries at the current levels are unacceptable, and action must be taken to reduce bycatch. What happens to our Bering Sea waters impact other Indigenous peoples into the interior of Alaska, as mentioned by Brooke Woods and beyond. We don't necessarily hear from, our Canadian counterparts, but we don't just impact one set of Indigenous people, one set of Indigenous elders, one set of our generations. We have, a domino effect, essentially. So in closing, I just want to thank you all for your continued time and effort and opportunities in allowing my organization, Bering Sea Elders Group, and other entities to participate in providing public testimony. Have a good day and a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Jim Ayers.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I'll reiterate, you have a tough job. Sapiens have not been here before. No council, no government has been in this situation. I won't go through the stresses of globalization and climate change and others that you know. And you have the power and the responsibility to address the Chinook decline disaster. It is a matter of sustainability, social justice, and conservation. Escapement goals have not been met for a number of years in Alaska Chinook wild stock. Escapement estimates need revision. Alaska Indigenous people and coastal communities, as you're hearing, rely on Chinook for food security and culture in their economy. And we know many others rely on it for personal use. Chinook are a keystone species, as you know. Throughout the area of your jurisdiction, Chinook occupy a unique, critical niche. They represent and provide the overall health of the pelagic, coastal, and terrestrial ecosystems. They provide even an important forage for many of the ground fish that you manage and in the marine ecosystem. Chinook bring energy and marine-derived nutrients upstream at the end of their life cycle. Chinook are a keystone species. Current management of Chinook is insufficient and failing. And you are a keystone Chinook manager. It's no longer acceptable for the state to say, we only do 3 miles. The council and NEMS to say, oh, we only do beyond 3 miles, and never the twain meet. A new approach is needed. Support the establishment immediately of a Salmon Chinook Commission made up of Indigenous people, NOAA, and the state. Complete the review and report of a current programs and funds, including the Pacific Salmon Treaty funds, and move them directly from NOAA into the regions to help manage, develop an inclusive research program that strengthens the understanding and maintains the threat to Chinook runs, identifies the threats, cumulative impacts of Chinook on escapement and abundance. I'm running out of time. I'll just jump to management. Support the Chinook Ocean Salmon NPFMC project. Look at additional co-management agreements to decolonize the management of salmon. Fully realize and declare that Chinook is an emergency situation. And until Chinook recover, cap Chinook bycatch at less than 20,000, and maybe lower if Chinook decline. The attack of a targeted species is becoming a primary goal to the detriment of other species in the subsistence way of life and community survival. These climate change and other stresses, are not, I'll conclude, appear not to be considered in your policies. 2 million metric tons of ceiling, not a floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. Any questions from council members? I don't see any. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Rachel Daniels. Following Ms. Daniel will be Karen Gillis and Becca Robbins-Gisclair.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rachel Daniel, and these comments that I'm sharing are on behalf of the Community Charitable Trust. I am Yupik, and I was born.
Daniel, I think you may be muted now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Okay, all right. I am Yupik, and I was born and raised in the Yukon-Kuskokwim region, in a village where salmon, and especially Chinook salmon, are of critical importance to food security and our way of life. And when I say this, I mean not just in our relationship or responsibility to the lands and waters, but to each other and across the yearly cycle and intersecting with our other life events from birth to death. And while we appreciate the efforts that industry has taken to reduce their bycatch and for them to share that information here today, we underscore the urgency shared from letters and the public testimony you heard here today from organizations, communities, and people about the need to conserve salmon and for the council to take action to reduce bycatch of salmon in federally managed fisheries. So there are a couple of points, in the letters and testimony that resonate with me, and I wanted to highlight. An important aspect of culture we understand at an early age is the concept of not taking more than we need and not being wasteful. These are important values and aspects that are part of traditional management practices. The current levels of bycatch are not acceptable nor aligned with these values, and action is needed to reduce this bycatch to more equitably account for other ways of knowing that come from Indigenous knowledge. I also wanted to emphasize the role that subsistence fishers have been playing in conserving salmon. Many salmon-dependent communities have been seeing low returns for many years, as you've heard from multiple folks from various rivers up and down, both rivers, and across the state, and are taking conservation measures in action and understand that every salmon counts. And you've heard that multiple times today. So there's 2 points that I emphasized need to be better understood by this body and their inclusion as part of the decision-making process. And it is supported in federal mandates. Recent presidential action through executive orders and memoranda to specifically address environmental justice, better consider racial equity, and strengthening nation-to-nation relationships with tribal governments. The mandate also exists in the national standards. Specifically, I'll note out National Standard number 9 to minimize bycatch to the maximum extent practicable, and number 8 that requires management and conservation action to consider effects on fishing communities that also should include subsistence salmon communities. So we support the AP motion. The Council and public need information on Chinook salmon, stock status, and impacts, right? A consolidated information that includes the bycatch numbers and trends, as well as genetics. But I'll also reiterate a recommendation I made to the AP in Homer in 2019, and that to gain a more deeper understanding about the issue, you should also invite Indigenous organizations and regional management bodies to share more information, not only to gain a better understanding about what food security and cultural perspectives mean, but about observations and measures that people are taking to conserve salmon. Often it falls on 3 to 6 minutes for us as Indigenous peoples, conservation organizations, the general public, to share what food security and the importance of subsistence means. And those views should also be included, in the staff presentations, also as an overview of how and what a food security perspective means. And so looks like I'm running out of time, so I'll just conclude there. And I thank you for this opportunity and have a good day.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from council members? Thank you, Ms. Daniel. Next up is Karen Gillis.
Hello, this is Karen Gillis.
Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Kaneen, council members, for this opportunity to speak to agenda item D5 today. I'm the executive director for Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. As I testified to yesterday, nothing has changed in the fact that we serve 128 communities in the Bristol Bay, Arctic, Yukon, and Kuskokwim regions of Alaska. Whether our communities are on the coast of the BBAYK or steps away from the U.S.-Canadian border, salmon bycatch is on the minds of residents who live in communities because of their connection to salmon. My testimony today varies from most, primarily because you have heard words organized better by others who are living amid the injustice of bycatch. We are grateful to the hours and days, months and years that we have all put into addressing the injustice of bycatch. Progress has been made, and we recognize the intensity of this issue for everyone. For some, success is expressed and touted and offered as the best we can do. But success is often attributed to what we do or are doing. We're living in a time where it's not just imperative that we shift our mindset and turn our impulse toward justice, but people's lives, their culture, and their communities do hang in the balance here. I am encouraged by the repeated testimony by those directly impacted. They are the individuals we must shift our attention toward, those most affected by this injustice, because they are the ones who understand the problems best. They are not objects of charity, but drivers of change. We must never forget that the project of creating a more just world belongs to us all, and those efforts we make can be doubled down. They can be extended upon. The pressure the pollock industry feels on this issue is a privilege. Unfortunately, those of us with privilege often have trouble recognizing it. Whenever I feel pressured or stressed, I remind myself that most of the pressures of my life stem from the great privilege I have of steering this organization, and that such pressures are in many ways incomparable to the daily indignities of those our organization aims to serve. Similarly, when I am feeling tired, when I don't wish to challenge convention, and I hope to take the easier path of doing what's always been done, I'm reminded that the challenge of change is always worth it. You've heard how the abundance of Chinook salmon is still a daily concern. You understand that there are factors beyond your control, and we recognize this. We study it. We lean into these concerns. But every Chinook salmon counts, and BSFA has and will continue to ask that the Council revisit again their Chinook bycatch measures in order to shoulder a more equitable share of the burden of conservation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Gillis. Gillis is elected not to take questions. Thanks again for your time. Next up is Becca Robbins-Gisclair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. Becca Robbins-Gisclair, I'm the Senior Director of Arctic Programs for the Ocean Conservancy. and calling in from Coast Salish Lands in Bellingham, Washington, where I live and work. You've heard numerous testimony about how important Chinook salmon are. They're a keystone species in the North Pacific. There's a link between marine and terrestrial ecosystems, an important source of prey for other fish, and iconic marine mammals such as orca as well. They're also a crucial species for humans throughout the Northwest. As we've heard in testimony and evidence in the many letters that were submitted for this council meeting. You've heard today from people from the Bering Strait to Southeast Alaska, and I can assure you that people in Washington state, if they knew that this matter was before the council today, would be equally concerned. Chinook salmon is a cornerstone of subsistence, commercial, and recreational fisheries. Chinook salmon sustain our communities, anchor our cultures, and are a key component of food security. Alarmingly, given their importance to the ecosystem and humans alike, nearly all wild Chinook salmon runs are declining in abundance across the U.S. West Coast, British Columbia, and Alaska, and a number of stocks are federally listed as endangered in the United States or the equivalent listing in Canada. In addition, species that depend on Chinook salmon, such as the southern resident killer whale down here in my part of the country, are also critically endangered. Alarmingly, this is not just a blip on the radar screen, not just a short-term change. Research shows long-term trends in declines in size and age at maturity for Chinook salmon across the North Pacific Basin. And climate change is likely to make this already tenuous situation worse. You've heard much about the impacts from those who have spoken before me and how the difference this makes in people's everyday lives and cultures and ability to eat. I know for me that, 15 years ago when I was first working on the Yukon River and we were first having these conversations about salmon bycatch, you could buy Yukon River Chinook salmon in a grocery store. There were marketing campaigns to try to expand those markets. Now the idea of buying a Yukon Chinook salmon in a grocery store in Washington seems as bizarre as hugging someone outside of your household in these times. Things have changed that much. Bycatch management may not be solely responsible for these changes, but it's one of the few things that we can control as we have the directed fisheries. As you've heard time and time again, every Chinook salmon is important and means something to someone, whether human or orca. I appreciate that the council has been working on reducing salmon bycatch for years. Many hours and thought have gone into these efforts. We appreciate that work as well as the efforts the industry has and continues to put into reducing bycatch. But as with so much of life, when it comes to managing fisheries, the only constant is change. We must continually assess and reassess the adequacy and performance of our management measures, particularly when it comes to such an important and iconic species of Chinook salmon. This is even more important now in the context of climate change and a rapidly shifting Bering Sea ecosystem. It is imperative that bycatch is reduced further and that the council and the public have a clear picture of the status of Chinook salmon stocks, trends in bycatch, genetic stock identification, and the most up-to-date information available on the impacts of bycatch on these Chinook salmon. To that end, we ask the council to take further action to reduce Chinook salmon bycatch, including reconsidering the current Chinook salmon bycatch limits. As an immediate first step, we support the AP motion to gather together all of the relevant information so that the council and public can have a clear and full picture of Chinook salmon bycatch in the context of the Chinook salmon crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. Just Claire. Questions from council members? Amy, thanks for your testimony. Rose Fosdick.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Rose Fosdick. I am providing personal comments, or individual comments. I live here in Nome. My folks are from Wells. In Nome, our local rivers are very small, where There are very few Chinooks that come into our rivers, but we are very close to in the region to communities that harvest Chinook, talking about people living in Unalakleet and Shaktoolik. And we also, of course, have friends and we know on the Yukon River. Their season and our season for harvest opportunity for salmon, including Chinook, is in June and July. In our community of Nome and the Seward Peninsula area, we're very fortunate to receive Chinook from people who live in Unalakleet or Shaktoolik or along the Yukon River or even along the Kuskokwim River. In the past, for example, 10 to 15 years ago, we know that when we traveled to Unalakleet and Shaktoolik, we would receive a gift of full Chinook salmon from friends. That doesn't happen so much anymore. The gift of king salmon, Chinook salmon, has gone down. We are instead, in the years of plenty, when Chinook returned to those rivers, we know that their opportunity as a family to harvest resulted in being able to put away 50 to 80 Chinook, and now they're lucky to harvest and put away 10 to 15 or 20 Chinooks. So now instead we rely on the taste of smoked Chinook that has been jarred, put in jars and given to us as gifts. They're treasures that we look forward to. We want to harvest our own Chinook, our own salmon, not necessarily accept donations. There is more to salmon harvest as a resource. It's a way to have a healthy living, use our language, understand biology and the environment, and sharing of healthy food. I recommend 80FNG statement that be shared, presented during the salmon escapement conversation and presentation on the topic of bycatch of salmon. Encourage you to reduce bycatch of Chinook, use a conservative approach. The environmental health of northern Bering Sea is very in question now. Traffic and debris and other issues with climate change. Thank you for the opportunity for considering public comments in your decision making. And that is it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bostic. If there's any questions. I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony, and I really appreciate you sharing the importance of the experience of fishing as well. Thanks for your time this morning. That concludes our list of testifiers. We'll circle back. We had 2 people signed up who did not testify. There was Byron Malott and Casey Cook. Is their view on the line? If not, that will conclude public comment. I think we can go ahead and take a lunch break and come back and consider any action after we've had a chance to think through the testimony. Would offer the opportunity for any questions of staff at this point, either now or after the lunch break as well, as council members desire. Nothing beforehand. Let's take a little bit of a shorter break. 45 minutes work for council members. Okay, take a 45-minute break. Well, for returning, and we'll come back and take any action if someone wishes to take.
short break for lunch.
Elia?
Good afternoon, everybody. Council, please come to order. All right, we've taken our presentations, reports, and public testimony on agenda item D5. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for staff, for Dr. Stram. It can be very brief if she is on the line.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm here. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't positive. Mr. Chair, Dr. Stram, both the SSC minutes and then the AP motion reference the June 2019 council motion that provided some tasking and priorities for this salmon genetics and the salmon genetic work group in particular. And I remember at the start of your presentation, you tried to outline for us what the presentation today would try to cover to provide us that kind of progress update. And so I'm wondering if you could kind of confirm what you feel like we should have covered today in today's presentations versus what has not yet been addressed, if that makes sense.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball. So the council motion from 2019 had identified some priorities in tasking, which we talked about a little bit yesterday. The first one that we haven't talked about in the course of this presentation, one of the priorities was to process the backlog of the more recent Chinook salmon scales from the Bering Sea and the Gulf in order to update the age length key that's used in the Bering Sea Chinook AEQ model and to develop necessary age length key for the Gulf. So as a progress report on that, a lot of progress has been made in getting those scales ready to be aged, both for chum and for Chinook, but particularly for Chinook. And over the next year or so, they will be aging them. I think it's fair to say from talking to the genetic staff that in the next year, at least a subset of those ages for Chinook, including 2020, will be available, with the rest of the backlog being processed as time and contract money is available to them to do so. So that's the step that needs to happen for the updating the age length key for the Bering Sea AEQ model. As far as the Gulf, that's a lot further off, I think is safe to say. It's not that it's not possible, but developing, moving towards an AEQ model in the Gulf is still several years off. But the Bering Sea, we're just looking to get the updated age length key. And so that process is underway. Some of the other things that you identified as priority tasking for the bycatch work group, one was exploring options for collaboration. And as we've everyone has tried to express throughout the course of the presentations, a lot of those collaborations are ongoing. So there's been a ton of progress on that. We're still, I think, working on different ways to explore different data sets to look at research possibilities and how all these information pieces can be used to inform future management actions. So that's sort of an ongoing thing. And again, with the Gulf, the other one was identifying data gaps and defining comprehensive stock composition in the Gulf. So I think that's underway, but those are the things that are still kind of being worked on. So the aging is happening. The collaboration is happening, exploration of innovative ways to look at the data sets to inform management actions, also ongoing. The salmon bycatch work group continues to meet periodically to discuss different work products, how we can refine things, what would be other ideas. So I think all of that is underway, if that answers kind of your question on the progress. And then you heard, obviously, through the presentation, kind of the new things that are coming out in terms of chum stock identification, baseline, updated genetics, and different ways of looking at the data set.
Thank you. That does answer my question. I was inferring from your start of your presentation that some of these we should understand to be our progress report today, and some of them are ongoing, and we get a progress report later. So I think you've identified the couple where we really would need something addressed later because it's not quite ready. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Dr. Strand. Unless there's any other questions for staff, does the council wish to take any action on these files? Ms. Bush.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that I've sent to council staff. It's pretty short. And I think I'll just go ahead and begin by reading. The council requests an update on progress to process the more recent Chinook salmon scales and to update the age length key used in the BSAI Chinook salmon AEQ model.
Second. Seconded by Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. we did just hear from Diana Stram that some of the work that's requested in my motion here has been done, although there's still a backlog of these samples. And in order to update the AEQ model, I think it's important that we have an updated age length key for that. The one that we're currently using is through, I think, 2010 or 2011. And of course, since that time, about 10 years have passed, and we know there's a decreasing size at age issue coastwide for Chinook and some other salmon species. I'd like to start by thanking the scientists at NIMS for their continued work on the Chinook and chum salmon bycatch genetic stock composition analysis. This is important work for the Council and for all of the salmon stakeholders. I appreciate the AP and SSC's thoughtful comments and suggestions on this agenda item. I also want to thank the pollock sector representatives for presenting their incentive plan reports and appreciate the input that we received from the directed salmon fishery stakeholders. Last year was an exceptionally tough year for salmon returns all across Alaska. And in the Bering Sea region, from the Kuskokwim up north to Norton Sound, it was particularly poor for Chinook and chum salmon. The annual genetics and IPA reports are an important component of the Council's commitment to maintaining an effective Bering Sea salmon bycatch management program, along with our regular National Marine Fisheries Service management reports and the CAP program through Amendment 91, and then as amended for a lower annual limit through Amendment 110. The salmon bycatch caps are at a lower level this year due to the Three River Index, which is similar to the lower level they were at in 2019. The last AEQ analysis was provided to the Council about 3 years ago, and I agree with the AP's motion that doing another AEQ in the near future is important, but I want to recognize that in order to make that worthwhile, we need to process some additional samples and update the age length key. In addition, on the department side, we are doing some updated modeling work on total run reconstruction estimates, and those should be available in the next year or so. So as it stands now, we have genetic samples through the 2019 season, and our most recent AEQ analysis includes data through 2017. So while I think an updated AEQ analysis would benefit not only from the updated age length key and the fish and game modeling work, but I think that also having a few more years of data to analyze will help us better evaluate the effectiveness of Amendment 110 in meeting the Council's objective to minimize impacts of the salmon bycatch on Western Alaska salmon stocks. The AEQ is a fairly big lift for staff resources, and it was not intended to be done on an annual basis, but it is important to do that work periodically to ensure we continue to understand the impacts of bycatch, particularly on Western Alaska stocks. I know that the information in these reports can be overwhelming, and the different components may not always clearly connect to our management of salmon PSC. I agree with the AP that it would be helpful to have a summary report that better synthesizes how these components fit together. The AP's motion is very helpful in listing the types of information that should be included in such a summary report, but I want to hold off on tasking that until we can include the updated Bering Sea AEQ so that the Council has a complete picture in front of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Are there any questions on Ms. Bush's motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bush, for your motion. You might have said it, and I might have missed it. I was trying to listen carefully, but I know a big component of doing a new AEQ analysis is the fish and game, salmon reconstruction, and it requires that you do those run reconstructions in the same genetic groupings that we have in our genetic report, which I know wouldn't be done just on your own for management. But do you have any kind of timing or more specificity on, what the updates to those might look like or when they would be available? Is that something we might see in the next year or coming years?
Yes, thank you to the chair, Mrs. Kimball. I did mention in our, I wasn't too specific, but I did mention that we do have some updated modeling work that's currently in progress. That work hasn't been published yet, but we expect it to be available in the next year or so. That's just some, as you know, as with the council stock assessments, we're constantly updating models and making improvements. So waiting until those improvements have been finalized will just allow us to use the best available information that we have on those stock reconstructions.
Second question, Mr. Chair, to get it out of the way. I'm looking now at the AP motion, Ms. Bush, and just, I mean, it might not be quite obvious what goes into an AEQ analysis, or I listened carefully to the public saying, you know, the use of some of the lingo is difficult to understand in our process. So you're referencing an analysis that truly gets to, you know, how many and in what year would salmon have returned if they hadn't been taken as bycatch. You're referencing the AEQ analyses that we've done previously to try to determine impact of bycatch on specific systems like coastal Western Alaska or upper Yukon. And in that analysis, when I look at the AP motion, you know, the first 3 bullets of that motion, those are all components of what goes into an AEQ analysis. And I just want to confirm that that's kind of your understanding that all of those components that the AP asked for are included in an impact analysis, and we would expect to be brought forward as soon as that's available.
Just through the chair, Mrs. Kimball, yeah, that's my understanding as well, that, you know, the sort of historic look at the bycatch numbers and trends, summary of the genetic stock identification information, as well as stock status of Chinook salmon, in part through these run reconstructions, that gives you an idea of the relative strength of the runs in each individual year. I think the that those parts are included in the AEQ analysis. Maybe what's not implicitly included in that is just a summary of maybe stocks of concern that we have around the state, or some of the information that's found in ADF&G reports that's typically not synthesized in our council reports. That kind of information could be brought together with an updated AEQ to give us the full picture. But it is important to wait for that AEQ so that we can match the impacts with the rest of the information that we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions on the motion? Any amendments to offer? We'll move to comments on the motion. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bush, for the motion, and you're speaking to it, and particularly Ms. Kimball's last question helped clarify why you chose to not take the AP motion, and I support that. I think we want to provide a snapshot of the clearest picture of the status of Chinook salmon when the information is the most current, and so I'm supportive of doing what you said. I'm hopeful that when we do create a summary report, that it will be understandable for the average stakeholder and not for the average person with a master's degree in marine biology, because I think we're seeing a lot of engagement on this issue, and I think the more the public can understand the good work that's being done to figure out how many, where these salmon are coming from, and the impact on the exact streams that they're worried about, the more informed the public is, the better they'll become aware of the extraordinary efforts that we're making to try to figure out the impacts on these communities. So I appreciate that, and I support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Martin.
Thanks, Ms. Bush, for your motion. I think it's a good one. I think it's a good complement and a first step to hitting the goals identified by the advisory panel. Also, I was happy to hear that folks are already using the updated information and informing fishery decisions in the upcoming year. And hopefully we get to a point where we get even closer to real-time analysis and the power of that to guide in-season management and in-season decisions by the fleet. So there's a lot of potential with this work and look forward to seeing it play out. So thanks again. I support it.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Any additional comments? We are ready to vote. Is there any opposition to the motion? With none, the motion passes unanimously. Anything further on D5? All right. That concludes agenda item D5. We are ready to move into D6, economic data reports. Here to walk us through that presentation, we've got Sarah Marinin, Katie Latanich, and Steve Kaspersky. Good afternoon, Ms. Marinin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Sarah Marinin, council staff. And as you just mentioned, this is D6, revisions to the economic data reports, stakeholder workshops, and social science planning team reports. I am both council staff and I'm also the SSPT coordinator. Online with me is Katie Latanich. She's a consultant who's been working with us on this EDR issue. And Dr. Steve Kaspersky of the Science Center. He's also the SSPT chair. I believe we'll also have Scott Miller available for questions. Scott's with NIP, and he's the analyst that is tasked with the EDR amendment package analysis. So he may be available for questions as well. So as you can tell by the title of this action, there's a few things bundled together here. They're all related to the Council's economic data reporting program. I'm going to provide a short introduction here with some additional context, and then Katie is going to provide a summary on the latest round of stakeholder workshops from November 2020. Steve is going to present the report and recommendations from the social science planning team. And then we can circle back to any questions you may have about how these pieces might connect together or steps forward. So there's no necessary action from the council under this agenda item, but we have given notice that the council could choose to modify its outstanding motions on EDRs based on all the feedback that's available. The resources that are available on the e-agenda include an expanded action memo that has a recent timeline and links to all things EDR. It also has the 2 council motions on EDRs attached to it. There's the full workshop reports from August and November stakeholder workshop. There's the SSPT report from March. We included the EDR purpose and need statements for reference. And finally, there's also a 2-page PDF demonstrating the roles of other council bodies, the SSPT, the Community Engagement Committee, the LKTKS task force, demonstrating areas of overlap and divergence in their responsibilities. That's a bit of a sidebar here, but it's something we discussed at the SSPT team meeting, and it's available for reference. The council is in the process of considering revisions to its economic data reporting programs. There are 4 programs: CRAB, Amendment 80, Amendment 91 regarding Chinook salmon bycatch management EDR, and the Gulf trawl EDR. And these are all the forms associated with the program. There are 2 outstanding motions on EDRs. Those are attached in the action memo, as I mentioned. After an EDR discussion paper, both of these motions were initiated by the council in April 2019, together as Issue 1 and Issue 2. Issue 1 originally constituted minor amendments and consideration of removing Gulf trawl EDR. We've had some previous testimony on that. Given that catch-share program wasn't developed as expected, stakeholders were hoping that reporting requirement would be removed. The SSC reviewed
this issue, the issue 1 amendment package analysis in February 2020, and determined that after moderate revisions, the analysis could be advanced for final action. At that meeting, the council made some adjustments to the purpose and needs statement and added in an alternative to consider discontinuing all EDRs or considering changing the frequency of the data collection. And I will also note that the council's motion for that suggested that analysis would move forward for final action. If it does that, it may need to go through another SSC review, or there may be a desire for that. But it sounds like it's possible that that could happen. That analysis hasn't yet been scheduled for its next step. Meanwhile, there's issue 2, which requested staff to undertake a process to propose more broad revisions to EDRs. That motion included a series of topics to consider focusing on reducing burden and improving the practical utility of the data collected. It suggested that the staff consult with the SSPT, submitters, and data users. So staff presented this issue to the SSPT among topics at its May 2019 meeting. Among some of the other recommendations for the EDR revision process, the SSPT discussed the value of a framework for a systematic economic and social data collection program that meets the purpose and needs for the council. A framework analysis was developed and considered at the November 2019 SSPT teleconference. This included tiers of data quality for informing different metrics. To inform that framework, the group talked about a need to map out data from questions that are important to the council. So thinking about questions and connecting them to metrics, and then ultimately the variables and the questions that are actually collected. The team highlighted a need to incorporate industry perspective on the needs and uses of social and economic data and recommended the EDR workshops for 2020. The council supported the concept of a workshop, but due to the pandemic, the workshop was not able to occur in person. So instead, we've had a series of virtual meetings that attempted to provide an opportunity for back and forth dialogue between stakeholders and people submitting these data collections and SSPT members through this iterative process of meetings. So our first meeting was a 2-hour webinar in August 2020. It convened about 60 participants, including stakeholders across all 4 EDRs. The purpose was to identify cross-cutting themes regarding utility and burden and to get general input to focus a second round of in-depth meetings. We heard a lot about the biggest aspects of time and burden related to these data collections and perspectives on the use and usefulness of them. And again, that meeting summary report is attached to the agenda. The SSPT had a webinar in 2020, in September 2020 in response. There were some homework questions for members, and preparing for that meeting, the group talked about the next steps and kinds of information that's useful to get from stakeholders in the next round. The group agreed it would be helpful to drill in by specific EDR program and follow up with questions about duplicative information, consistency, and some of the other aspects from the issue 2 motion. The second set of stakeholder meetings was held in November 2020. We had 4 2-hour meetings, 1 for each EDR program. We had the same agenda and format for each, but depending on who attended the meeting, the conversation went in different ways, depending on what people wanted to focus on. And Katie's going to present on what was learned from that series of discussions with the focus on the feedback that helped to inform the SSPT's response. Finally, the SSPT had a day-long workshop meeting on EDRs in March. Steve's going to present the report from that. We went through each program specifically and considered any other types of changes to recommend to the council for consideration. There's 3 different types of recommendations incorporated into that report that Steve's going to go through. So as I mentioned, there's no necessary action for this agenda item, but notice has been given that the council could consider modifications to current EDR motion. For example, the options alternatives could be added into the February 2020 motion for further analysis. The SSPT made recommendations for small changes.
I apologize, Ms. Vernon. If you're not presenting, please mute your phone.
Come on in.
Are you planning on having tomorrow?
Ms. Rumble, please mute your phone. Ms. Marinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wrapping up here. So I just wanted to clarify the SSPT had some small changes, and I think this was my misunderstanding, but these small changes don't require regulatory changes. But since they're council data collections, typically changes, even small changes, have been approved by the council. So these are things that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff could potentially work with industry submitters to talk through to find out if there's ways to, many of these things have to do with clarifying questions that are already in the analysis, or already in the data collections, or providing reduced burden or things like that. So the Alaska Fisheries Science Center could work with submitters to address these things if the council wished. Also, the analysts suggest the council could break out alternative 3 from that motion, which currently reads remove EDR requirements, out into the 4 different programs. In that way, they may be able to address one of the SSPT's a few of the SSPT's recommendations for the council to more directly consider the purpose and need statements of these programs. And for example, in the next round of analysis, when it comes back to the council could speak to whether they believe those are things still worth collecting information on, in which we could potentially hone questions or make any modifications from there. I'll pause, Mr. Chairman. It looks like I have a question.
Great, thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. I just want to be clear, because I think this bleeds into the SSPT report, is that in order to do that breakout that you suggest in this slide, we would need to modify the council motion. But for the additional small changes that you've referenced a couple times and are referenced in the SSPT report, under alternative 2, we would not need to change the motion. We could just, I guess, provide our concurrence or approval that the Science Center works internally and with industry to make those small changes without a regulatory review.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is my understanding, that those small changes, I think just some kind of statement or head nod from the council for the Science Center to work with industry to address those could be a way forward for those issues. Whereas our suggestion to break out the programs within alternative 3 is maybe just more clarifying, but I think it could help the analysts understand what the tasking is there a little more and make it more explicit to everyone that the council could choose 1 or 2 programs and doesn't necessarily need to consider removing all programs as the only option. It makes that distinction, I think, a bit more clear.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the interruption. I just think it's helpful to understand that prior to getting the rest of the reports. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. All right, Marinan.
The last aspect here is about the status of the issue 2 motion. To the extent there are still some things with issue 2 that haven't been fully addressed, the council might consider what to do with that outstanding motion. So whether to try to integrate some of those concepts. There were a series of bullets there about aspects like considering duplication of information. A lot of that has been talked about and discussed within our stakeholder workshops and our SSPT meetings. But since that motion didn't explicitly task a discussion paper or anything like that, one way to address some of those bullets would be to request that the analyst incorporate that information into the analytical baseline of the analysis, the issue 1 analysis, to do maybe a more explicit write-up of some of the things that we've learned about those bullets. Or the council could just consider that issue 2 motion addressed and remove it from tasking, or you could consider it still outstanding and keep it on a separate track and task it for an analyst to explicitly bring back information regarding those things in the future. And I will mention that the SSPT recommended a concept similar to one of the concepts in issue 2 of considering a more standardized purpose and need for EDRs. This idea was supported by the SSC. If the council wishes to pursue that type of concept now or in the future, it might be better for a separate tract. And Steve's going to explain that recommendation a little bit more in his report, and so we can circle back to this idea of how it might move forward after that presentation if you'd like to. And that is the end of my introduction presentation, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. Any further questions before we move on? We're moving on to Ms. Fontana now?
That's right.
Okay.
Great. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Katie Latanich. I work as a consultant and facilitator, and I've been working with Sarah over the past year or so to develop a process for including stakeholders in the EDR revision process. So my presentation today will focus on the themes we heard at those 4 stakeholder meetings in November 2020. And I'll be focusing today on just the major themes to keep those pretty concise. And of course, the full detailed report is available for reference. Okay, so we held one meeting for each EDR program and sector, as Sarah explained, and all 4 meetings focused on the same 3 tasks and followed the same format. The first of our 3 tasks was to review the purpose and need statement for each EDR program and have a discussion about whether they're still relevant and appropriate. Our second task was to consider opportunities for consistency across EDRs and consider any other concepts for more holistic revisions. And then task 3 was to review the individual EDR forms and variables to get a better sense of how respondents experience burden and discuss any other opportunities they saw for clarification or other small changes. So across those 4 meetings, we had about 10 to 20 participants in each one, and that included stakeholders, council and NIF staff, and a few other state and Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission staff. And then for each meeting, we had a core group of about 2 to 5 very active participants, with other people participating by the chat or in listen-only mode. I want to share the caveat that, as you can imagine, the ideas and perspectives we heard are not comprehensive or representative of an entire sector's view. But that said, they do represent really thoughtful and in-depth feedback from those who participated. As I go through the summary, and in the written summary, you'll see I didn't generalize comments by saying things like the majority of participants felt a certain way, just because the structure of the meetings and participation really don't lend themselves to those sorts of generalizations. We also encouraged each group to provide their feedback on all 3 tasks, but made it clear at the beginning of each meeting that their willingness to share their ideas wouldn't be construed as support for a particular alternative. So again, just I want to make sure that's clear. And then finally, in my presentation and in the report, I've used the term analyst as kind of a general term to refer to this core group of council and agency staff who contributed and participated in all 4 meetings. So because I have a lot of content to cover, I just want to share a quick outline for my talk today. It's a lot of information, so I'll just try to help you navigate it. So for the first part of my talk, I'll be focusing on cross-cutting themes. And these will be topics that came up across most or all 4 meetings. And then for the second part, I'll review specific themes from each of the 4 meetings. And also, as I move through my slides, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a reference to the page number in the report. Okay, so starting with part 1, again, these are cross-cutting themes that came up across most or all 4 EDR program meetings. And for our first task of reviewing purpose and need statements, we introduced this task each time by reminding groups that the purpose and need statement is the council's statement of their intent for the development of each EDR program. And we explained that each EDR program was developed under different circumstances and with a different intent. And so the purpose and need provides that frame of reference to take a look back and assess whether data collection objectives are being met and think about whether they continue to be relevant. So we asked the groups the same two questions. First, is the original purpose and need from your point of view still relevant to the council's needs today, and why or why not? And then second, do you feel the information collected through your sector of EDR is responsive to the purpose and need statement, why or why not? So in other words, do you think we're collecting the right information? So here's what we heard across most or all four meetings. First, the point about context and history. Just to be clear, these are points that were raised by analysts. We started each discussion with analysts providing some of the implicit and historical context that helped shape how each purpose movement took shape. There are two key points they raised. First was that each subsequent purpose need statement reflects the experience that was gained through the programs that came before it. So in general, you see purpose need statements grow more focused over time. The second point was that for a period of time that overlaps with the development of several EDR programs, about 2006 to 2010, the Council was exploring a comprehensive socioeconomic data collection program. And this was ultimately tabled, but for several purpose need statements, they were developed alongside this parallel effort, which may have shaped what was ultimately captured in those purpose needs. So moving on, these are themes that were raised by stakeholders. And just to be clear, these were kind of open-ended questions that may or may not have kind of been brought to resolution. First, we talked about focus and scope. Each of the four EDR programs is linked to a council action. And so the groups considered and kind of raised this question of whether EDRs are meant to be broadly informative to analytical needs or pegged to a very specific question, an analytical need, or a certain point in time. We also discussed the commonalities that link the four EDR programs. And this relates to issues of focus, consistency, and equity that we've talked about previously. And the groups recognize there are two distinct linkages among the four programs. One is that all of these fisheries are managed as limited access privilege programs, of course, with the exception of Gulf of Alaska groundfish trawl, which was intended to discontinued. Another linkage is the focus on assessing economic impacts of bycatch management strategies. Then we talked about this topic of responsiveness and whether EDRs essentially collect the right information relative to their objectives. And I wanted to include this point mostly because it prompted us in each meeting to talk about the need to manage expectations and to clarify that EDR data are intended for monitoring and explaining economic performance, but not designed to support more complex analysis. And then finally, each of the four groups reflected on the duration of EDR programs and how long they should remain in place to accomplish their objectives. So for example, some of the questions that came up were, how long does it take to establish a baseline? How long does it take to assess the impact of a change? And could you see diminishing returns over time? Several participants were concerned about the perception also that more data is always better and raised the concern that it's difficult to discontinue a data collection program once it's been started. So that's it for cross-cutting themes across purpose and need. And so we'll move on to task 2, focusing on consistency. So there are a number of ways EDR collections could be structured for greater consistency. So we deliberately left this task pretty open-ended to encourage the groups to share their own ideas. So we looked at the following discussion questions. First, what information do you think would be valuable to gather consistently across fisheries? Then, are there attributes of your fishery you'd like the council and analysts to better understand? And then, what other ideas and options would you like the council to consider if they continue exploring the idea of a more consistent EDR process? So one clear takeaway was the group seemed to find this the most challenging of the three tasks, in part because it's conceptual and also for very good reason that each group is very familiar with their own EDR program, but it's hard to look across EDR programs if you don't have a reason to be familiar with the others. That said, we did hear two similar themes across all four discussions. First was that each group's thought on the purpose and need statement from task 1 kind of tended to carry right over to those tasks. So in other words, all of the concerns we discussed about relevance, focus, burden, utility, and so forth also applied to this idea of consistency. And I think starting with task 1 also reinforced that each EDR was designed to meet a different fishery and need, which raised the question of how you align the idea of consistency with different programs, participants, and economic concerns. So in other words, it was challenging to go from a focus on what's unique to what could be more consistent. And second, the group felt that a more consistent approach to EDRs would probably require a simpler and more generalized approach. One reason that we'll talk about in much more depth when I get into the specific programs was interpretation of questions. So in other words, are people understanding and reporting information the same way? Another reason is reporting burden, and we talked about the fact that across sectors, there's a very wide range of business models and levels of accounting support. So moving on to task 3, for our third and final task, we took a focused look at each program's EDR forms to talk about data people find burdensome or unclear, or really any other small ideas for improvements. This was a very open-ended task in the sense that we had the EDR forms available to pull up, and it's kind of a self-led exploration. So if the group wanted to focus on a particular question or data element, we were able to just screen share and kind of go right to that issue. So we focused on the following questions. First, how would changing the frequency of data collection to every 3, 2, 3, or 5 years change the burden of data collection for you and your company? And how might it impact your record-keeping practices? And then next, are there other examples of small changes to your sector's EDR that you think could help reduce burden to you, your business, or your sector? And then finally, are there specific questions you find vague or that you're concerned other respondents may be interpreting differently than you do? So for now, again, since we're talking cross-cutting themes, I'm just going to talk about this first question. Let me go back, related to frequency. So this was one commonality that we discussed in all 4 groups. Okay, so we had this discussion about frequency to help ground truth the assumption that reducing the frequency of data collection would in fact reduce burden. Just because, for example, we wanted to kind of test the idea that this would actually have the intended effect. Because, for example, there could be additional time and burden associated with having to reacquaint yourself with the reporting process if 3 or 5 years has elapsed. So one thing that was common across all of these meetings was a clarification. So all 4 groups asked exactly the same question, which was, would adjusting reporting frequency mean submitting just 1 year of data at a time or multiple years worth of data at one time? So for example, if frequency were changed every 3 years, would that mean that you report just 1 year of data every 3 years or 3 years worth of data every 3 years? Analysts clarified that they were interpreting this as a single year's worth of data submitted periodically. But they also pointed out there could be other ways of going about adjusting frequency. One of the common themes we heard around reducing burden was generally people agreed that reducing frequency of data collection would reduce reporting burden, though some commented that they would continue to track trends and information for their own purposes. They also said they didn't anticipate any adverse impacts to data quality through loss of familiarity with their reporting process. One disadvantage we did discuss is that less frequent reporting could miss the impact of year-to-year changes. And of course, COVID is a good example of what that can be. So that's it for cross-cutting changes. We're going to move on to part 2 now, and this is focusing on themes specific to each EDR program and sector. And just as a reminder, we're focusing on the same set of 3 tasks, so we're just kind of slicing this information a different way. So we'll start with our first group, the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Crowd Rationalization EDR program. So for our first task is purpose and need. This group focused primarily on the history and the relationship between the 2 purpose and need statements for the EDR program. And just to recap, the original purpose need was developed in 2002 and updated in 2012. This group didn't have any specific concerns about the relevance and responsiveness of the current purpose need statement beyond the cross-cutting topics I talked about earlier. Analysts did note that this revision process, however, could be an opportunity for the Council to capture any elements of the original purpose and need that weren't expressly carried forward. Now, for example, the 2000 purpose and need statement sets the intent for this data collection, and the 2012 version addresses concerns about data quality and burden, but doesn't state the intended use of the EDR data. So for our next task with this group, focusing on consistency, this focused on the cross-cutting themes we've already reviewed, so there weren't any additional themes that are specific to this group. And then for task 3, sector-specific considerations, the participants in this discussion indicated they participate in the crab capture vessel sector, and so this was the form that we chose to focus on. And overall, the issues we talked about are really a reflection of the complexity of the crab rationalization program and how this impacts economic data reporting. Our discussion focused mostly on tables 1 and 2 in the capture vessel EDR form, which requests information on ex-vessel sales and quota costs by fishery and quota type. And the overarching issue is that the way businesses operate and manage quota at the vessel level is complicated and may not line up with the format in which data are requested and reported in the EDR form. And the group went on to share some specific examples of situations that, in their experience, can be pretty complicated to account for. One example was accounting for overages and forfeitures. So, for example, in the event of a quota overage, quota could be transferred within or between cooperatives, which raises the question of How would you account for lease fees on pounds forfeited to and by a vessel? And finally, the group also noted that the complexity of ownership information and linking harvest with quota ownership is an attribute of the fishery that some felt is important to better understand. Okay, so moving on to our next group. This is the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Trawl EDR. So for our first statement, our first task purpose and need statements, I've included an excerpt here. The purpose and need statement for this EDR program, of course, anticipates the development of a trawl catch share program, an action the council later discontinued. And a very clear message from this group was that there is a need to revisit the purpose and need statement, and participants felt the EDR is no longer relevant and has already served its purpose. Other concerns they talked about included data quality and whether respondents interpret and respond to questions the same way, and also the matter of equity. In essence, why should this fishery have an economic data reporting requirement when other catch share programs do not? And then cost and burden. For task 2, focusing on consistency, again, we touched on those cross-cutting themes that we've already reviewed. And in addition, there was a specific point raised by stakeholders about the complexity of the Gulf of Alaska region, including the different communities, fisheries, gear types, and how this could complicate the concept of consistency and limit the utility of EDR data for establishing a baseline. And then for task 3, sector-specific considerations, overall participants said it was difficult to comment on this task in light of their perspective that the EDR program should be discontinued and their perception that burden outweighs utility. But with that said, we did go on to talk through some specific concerns. And analysts also encouraged this group to share any insight that could help improve the EDR program overall, and not necessarily to maintain or improve the specific program. So in other words, just any lessons learned or feedback that they felt was helpful to share. So a few topics we talked about. One was fuel, which we talked about in the context of how fuel costs can help understand changes pre and post rationalization, and also why this information is collected in aggregate and how it's used. We also talked about community and crew information, including that EDR data has been used in several recent analyses, including one example we talked about specifically with the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program reauthorization. And we also talked through specific examples of data the group felt are valuable or could be valuable. So for example, one was information on water and electricity used by Kodiak processors. This is actually in the shoreside processing EDR form. But the group raised this as an example of data they felt could be more useful if confidentiality concerns were addressed. Our next group was Amendment 91, Chinook Salmon EDR. And this group agreed that the purpose need statement for their EDR, oops, let me advance the slide. This group agreed the purpose need for this EDR should be revisited. Industry felt that the purpose need is no longer relevant and that this EDR should be discontinued. So there were two components to our purpose need discussion. First is the relationship between EDRs and annual incentive plan agreement reports. Both are tools to help the council evaluate the effectiveness of IPAs as a bycatch management strategy. And one participant shared their perspective that they felt EDRs are duplicative, especially since there hasn't been any feedback offered on how the industry could improve their IPA reports. The second issue we talked about was whether EDRs can in fact provide useful insight into what is pretty complex bycatch avoidance behavior that can be influenced by multiple factors. And so we had a discussion about what's realistic and feasible to assess, as well as the importance of managing expectations. And then for task 2, consistency, this group probably had the most in-depth discussion of consistency. Analysts and stakeholders agreed that this program is fundamentally different from the other 3 EDR programs because of its very specific focus on bycatch. And for that reason, they agreed that the existing purpose and need doesn't align with the concept of consistency across EDR programs for broader program evaluation purposes. Analysts did note that one way of thinking about consistency could involve collecting more consistent economic information across catch share programs. And finally, for task 3, given this group's view that the EDR should be discontinued, participants didn't see the potential for small changes to reduce burden. So we did talk in more depth about the Vessel Master Survey. So just to recap, in combination, the Vessel Master Survey and Vessel Fuel Survey forms are meant to provide insight into bycatch avoidance behavior and allow analysts to estimate the cost of bycatch avoidance with information from VMS. The overall point made is that this data collection does not function as intended, but with the caveat the analysts felt this is due to the data collection method, but not because the objectives are unattainable. And finally, our fourth and final group was the amendment EDR form. And for task one, purpose and need, this group had a very in-depth discussion of purpose and need, focusing on two topics. The first was the utility of EDR data for assessing incremental impacts of bycatch reduction over time. One comment in particular was that reductions in PSC have been an ongoing process and not a one-time change. And so looking forward, the question they raised was whether EDR data can help assess and in particular predict the incremental impacts of PSC reductions over time, including the Council's consideration of area-based management for Pacific halibut. Analysts explained that the focus of this Analysts explained that the focus is on evaluating practicability, and so it may not be analytically feasible or necessary to answer specific questions or to establish causality between bycatch reduction measures and costs in order for the Council to make a well-informed decision. And then second, the focus of the CDR, second, another issue we talked about was the focus of the CDR and whether it should be focused specifically on the economic impact of bycatch reduction or more broadly on the economic performance of the fleet. And the language of the purpose need actually references both. So different people tended to focus on different phrases and wording within that purpose need. So I felt that if the Council considers changing this purpose need statement, a broader focus on general trends in economic performance would be appropriate. For task two, consistency, the group's discussion focused on those cross-cutting themes we've already reviewed, and there was nothing else specific to this group to report. And finally, for sector-specific considerations, as a whole, our discussion focused on opportunities the group saw for streamlining and clarifying. First, we talked about fields that change infrequently, and the group identified several fields that change infrequently or maybe not at all. So, for example, Table 1, vessel identification, Table 2.1, survey value, Table 2.2, fuel consumption, Table 2.3, freezer space, and Table 2.4, processing capacity. And the point they raised was that these are fields that really don't have much reason to change unless there's another major change happening in the fishery or a vessel. So, for example, this could be a vessel or a permit changing hands, an updated survey for insurance purposes, or really significant vessel changes like repowering, lengthening, or making changes to a factory or equipment. The second focus of our discussion was the complexity of reporting capital investment expenditures. This relates to the EDR fields I just mentioned, that include those fields that change infrequently, as well as Table 4, capital expenditures and materials usage, and Table 5, expenses. And in particular, we talked about reporting challenges that arise with regard to several topics. One is differentiating between an investment and depreciation. Another is differentiating between capital expenditures versus routine repair and maintenance. And then finally, distinguishing between what are kind of routine or more predictable expenditures versus what are out-of-scale capital expenditures. So, for example, what might follow the sale and transfer of a vessel. So we went on to discuss several ideas for addressing both of these challenges, both information that changes infrequently and kind of the complexities around reporting capital expenditures. And there were three main ideas we discussed. Those were adjusting frequencies. So, for example, collecting this information every 3 or 5 years, collecting supplemental information as needed, and then finally pre-populating data fields. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report. I'd be happy to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Latanich. Questions from council members. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Latanich. And this might not be an appropriate question for you, so maybe I'm getting ahead of the game, and that's okay to tell me so, but I'm just wondering how we very generally relate the results or the input received through these two workshops to the recommendations that came through in the Social Science Plan Team report. Can you talk to me very briefly about that process? Did the Social Science Plan Team look at those recommendations and then pull in the ones that they thought were most appropriate, or, how should I make a connection between those workshops and what we have in front of us as recommendations? And again, fine if this needs to be for different staff.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Through the chair, I think I can speak to how I reported this information to the SSPT, but how the SSPT then took up those recommendations and thought through them, that might be more appropriate for Steve and Sarah to speak to. But for the SSPT meeting itself, I gave a report that's very similar to this, but a little bit more in depth. And essentially what I did was walk the group in detail through everything that came up in each of the 4 meetings. So I guess in essence what I'm saying is that I took the full 30-page report or so and kind of walked the group through this in detail instead of giving the more summarized version that I gave today. And we also spaced it out such that we talked through one EDR program at a time instead of hearing about feedback from all 4 programs at one time. But as far as the SSPT's conversation, I think that's probably more appropriate for Sarah and Steve to speak to.
Yeah, that's fair, and I can wait till the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Really questions for Ms. Matanich? Dr. Persky. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Council. Thank you for having me. And if I can briefly address Ms. Kimball's question quickly, and happy to discuss more after my talk if you still have questions. I guess another thing that I would have pointed out in addition to Katie's summary was SSPT members were involved in, I think, all of the workshops with stakeholders. And so they had the opportunity to participate throughout all of those meetings as well. But if you still have more questions about our process after I talk through the recommendations, I'm happy to answer those. So, hi, everybody. I'm Steve Kaspersky. I am the chair of the SSPT. I'm also the program manager of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center's Economic and Social Sciences Research Program. I'm going to be talking about our March 2021 meeting, primarily on EDR revisions, as Sarah and Katie have both outlined. You'll see my picture here in the bottom corner, and I'm going to put on my SSPT hat for most of the presentation, but I'm going to put on my AFSC hat a couple different times to explain kind of how things that I think go outside of what the SSPT talked about, but might be relevant for your discussions. So as we said, the agenda items for our March meeting, we had a presentation by the NIMS Senior Scientist for Economics, Dr. Doug Lipton, about economic data collections in other U.S. regions. As Katie mentioned, we had that her summary report before each of the different EDRs that we discussed. We talked about EDRs, and then I believe as Sarah mentioned, we had a presentation by Dr. Kate Hoppola on the scope of the function of different council groups between the SSPT, the Community Engagement Committee, and the LKTKS group. And that, I believe, that presentation is available on under this agenda item. It's a really nice summary of the way that there are kind of differences in scope and approach. So to briefly summarize some of the talk that Doug Lipton gave, he provides a summary of the data collection in other regions. This is something we've shown before. It's the Commercial Fisheries Economic Assessment Index, which summarizes the fixed costs and operating cost collections across a number of U.S. fisheries. We are able to define the number of fisheries that we have. In our case, we have 11. 7 of those include catch-share fisheries, and those 7 are 7 of the 19 catch-share fisheries in the country. And yet, I think it's clear from this figure we're lagging behind a number of other regions on collecting fixed and operating costs. So to summarize kind of what Doug presented in his presentation, are that most economic data collections are initiated, designed, and collected and analyzed by the Fisheries Science Center. Some are co-designed or co-initiated with the council, and the majority of those are in the North Pacific. Economic data collections are used extensively in the fishery management process to analyze impacts and conduct regular impact reviews. Economic data collections enable research and program reviews such as catch-up program reviews, impacts of bycatch reduction, rebuilding plans, conflicting ocean uses, as well as impacts from changing climate. And a well-designed, standardized, periodic economic data collection can inform current management, as well as provide a baseline and ability to project for things like disaster assistance need, ecosystem trade-off analysis, impacts of climate change, differential impacts across different sectors and subsectors, as well as environmental justice and equity, as well as distributional issues. And one thing that I wanted to point out that we discussed a little bit in this report that I think is somewhat compelling of an approach to moving forward. Just in November of 2020, NIMS has put forward to OMB a consolidated statement of need and basically a data collection framework for 15 voluntary commercial economic data collections throughout the country that include all the regions except Alaska. And their basic, the point of having the slide, the need for the data is the same for all of these 15 fisheries. And it's in this middle area. Basically, NIMS needs the economic data included in this information collection to be capable of more than cursory efforts to comply with or support the following laws, EOs, and NOAA fishery strategies and policies. And those are all listed there. The point being, this is what is called a hybrid generic clearance that's moving through OMB. I think the SSC called this a library, basically, of questions that are approved that we can select from, rather than having each individual survey form go through its own separate PRA process. I'll get to more of this in detail, but OMB has been pushing this on NOAA and NIMS for a little while, and we have at least successfully made it through to the submission stage on this voluntary economic commercial data collection hybrid generic clearance form. So moving on to how we kind of came about the EDR discussion and recommendations, I'll give a little bit of background on the current status of our program, kind of the process that we've gone through as the SSPT. For each of the EDR fishery, I'm going to discuss a little bit of the background and context, a bit of our discussion about how we got to those, a bit of our discussion, and then talk about the recommendations that we made. If you want more information about our discussion, the meeting minutes are there, as well as I think it's really handy to have all the purpose and need statements in one place, and that's at that link below at the bottom. So going back to provide the context on kind of why we started initializing some of this review was going back to the reducing burden and cost. And so this is a table that is summarized from the discussion paper from April 2019 that looks at the different total cost and burden per respondent per year. And it averages from roughly about $800 in Amendment 91 to about over $6,000 in crab. And that has a lot to do with crab basically supporting a lot of the earlier implementation of the databases that were put in place. But the thing to know is I think that these costs are going down. They're only $260K in 2020, and I think $250 in 2021. So we're doing our best to make these more efficient. But these are basically the cost per total respondent per year. Oh.
Thank you, Doctor.
I see a question. Should I pause?
Yep, let's go ahead and take a question from Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Kaspersky. One question that I have is, how do I read the total in these tables? So is it correct that when we look at annual burden costs, those are the costs that the participants bear to submit in total the forms for each of these 4 EDRs? And then when we have the annual implementation cost, those are costs that the agency has that are then passed on to the industry through cost recovery. Is that correct?
It's, through the chair, Mr. Merrill. Thank you for that clarifying question. Yes. So I don't have the tables in front of me. I believe table 6 in that April 2019 discussion paper was the burden hour estimates. And so that is the burden hours and then the cost of those burden hours. That's from, I believe, table 6. And then the so that's the cost of submitters to submit the forms. The average annual implementation costs are NIMS and or Pacific States costs to implement the program. In all cases, so with the exception of Gulf Trawl, which is not a catch share program and thus not recovered by cost recovery, AFSC gets money from the NIMS Office of Science and Technology to fund the industry portion, or at least the agency portion of that data collection. And we also do not collect cost recovery on the at-sea, AFA at-sea sector. And so we also cover the costs of that Amendment 91 EDR for that sector. But otherwise, that is the correct way to read. And then on the right, that final column is the sum of those two things divided by the number of respondents per year.
Okay, thank you. So collectively, just doing some quick waiters math, I mean, this is approaching $1 million annually for these 4 collections if we summed the annual burden cost and then the either cost recovery or agency funds that are spent for implementation.
I think those are 2016, 2017 costs. They've gone down substantially since then with the removal of audits. Thank you.
Okay.
Derek, shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair. So back to a little bit of the context for why we need economic data. That was summarized in some of those, that long list of different EOs and report on the voluntary data collection. But this is just another way to look at why we need economic data across, NS 1, 4, 5, 10, 8. There's also NEPA requirements, EO 12866, as well as there are a variety of different things for a variety of different economic and social impacts that we care about for fishery management. And, the thing I want to point out is, the reason we need economic data is just to make better, more informed decisions. They are the basis by which, the council and the public are informed about, the benefits that are being derived from the system. They don't necessarily support or refute any potential future management alternative. And I don't think EDR data are likely to be the deciding factor in any particular decision, nor should they be. It's important information, but it's, economic efficiency is one of 10 national standards. And so, I don't think they need to be viewed as necessarily administrative data records that are going to be used for allocation purposes, but they are informative for general management performance. So if I could summarize basically the way that the existing EDR process has been evolving, the council is determining which information to collect and the method by which we are to collect those data. The AFSC is attempting to implement and justify those requested data, often through Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. And then EDR data is disseminated and it gets used in analysis or it doesn't get used in analysis. And I think the result of that is, there's just a general frustration from everybody about EDRs. I think they're inefficiently implemented. There's a lack of clear framework or understanding for what decisions they're attempting to inform, what metrics of performance we should be creating from these data. They're perceived as being overly burdensome and with low utility. And I think some of the EDRs may be inconsistent with No Administrative Order 202-375D-2 on scientific integrity that was just issued earlier this year. So I kind of liken the SSPT process on EDR revisions, to the council saying, what information on EDRs are useful, and I think our immediate or our realizations that our conclusion are basically we're stymied kind of by saying, well, what question are you trying to answer? And I think it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg that gets back to our recommendations about purpose and need, that it's really unclear what questions we're trying to use these data to answer. And without more clear guidance on what those questions are or what the purpose of the data collection is, it's hard for us to provide substantive, concrete advice on collect this, don't collect that. And so I think if I can put my AFSC hat on here, this is kind of how I would prefer the process to go moving forward, which is the way I think it has worked in other regions and used to work earlier on in the council process. Is that the council requests information, you develop a purpose and need, say we want such and such information from such and such group of people. AFSC will develop a survey instrument to provide you with that information. We'll work with industry to pre-test that survey, those questions. That is a really critical step to avoid unnecessary burden, to make sure people's accounting practices align with the information that are being requested. And sometimes that means revising the questions, and sometimes that means revising accounting practices. But either way, that's a process that takes time and needs to evolve. But then we would go back to the council before any actual data collection was changed or made, for more or less approval, and to allow NIMS to implement the necessary regulations. After the survey is implemented, data are analyzed, lessons learned, both from the actual implementation of the survey as well as the analysis of the data that we actually get from the survey. And that can go to inform, refinements to that data collection or, changes to existing data collections. So I don't think this is radically different than the way it could be, but I don't think AFSC has felt the freedom to work with these small changes with industry, given some of the past statements from the council about changes to EDR forms. So I just want to be a little more blunt about this. If the council wants the AFSC staff to tell them what information we think would be useful for them to make informed decisions, we can. It will look a lot like Amendment 80 and some of the operating and fixed costs, additional revenues from tendering and things we don't get other places. But the scope of the existing purpose and need statements is really exceptionally narrow. We have the authority to adjust the questions we ask on these forms, but they would then be what AFSC thinks you need rather than what you said you need. And that gets back to both the rationale for us requesting a change to the purpose and needs to be more clear about what information you're trying to collect, but also back to some statements around the 2012-2013 time about cooling off on EDRs, and basically council statements regarding them needing to approve of any changes to any questions in any form that go through. And so I would like some clarity on whether or not that is still the process that this council wants to go through, or if we are more able to work with industry to resolve some of these questions on a more informal basis. So putting my SSPT hat back on, we came up.
Before we move on, let's go to a question from Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kaspersky. So I'm trying to process all of this. The previous few slides were not the SSPT's recommendations. They were kind of your opinion or based on your expertise with these programs across the country about what you would like to see. I'm trying to reconcile your slide about Steve's preferred process to this slide. It can help me at all with that. Yeah, that there's your preferred process of what you would like us to do. And then we have this slide that asks us to look at our existing purpose and need statements and determine whether those are still relevant.
Yeah.
I guess I thought that that's what the SSPT was going to be doing, was looking at the purpose and need statements and determining, since they outline what the data collection programs will focus on, what those objectives are, and help us understand as a council whether we're, getting the appropriate information to answer those questions. I just feel like I'm missing a piece here on what we're supposed to be moving forward with.
Thanks, Ms. Gull. Through the chair. I guess we started going down that process and then determined that the purpose and need for Gulf Trawl is to collect data. Why or for what purpose is unclear. So the purpose of Amendment 91 is to assess the IPAs. It's not doing that. We told you in February of 2014, the data collection of Amendment 91 is not answering the question you asked of it. So the process by which we come to you and tell you things aren't working and try to get some resolution to fix the problems that we've identified isn't working. And it's unclear what information that you're really asking for with such specific purpose and need statements. And so I guess my personal perspective, as well as the SSPT's perspective, is that we kind of got stuck behind the purpose and need statements that are not for a sensical economic data collection that we can defend. So that's where we kind of struggled with as well. I didn't want to get out in front of the council and tell you what data you think you want. I was trying to offer, and that's what this next slide is trying to push you in that direction, say, we can tell you what data we think you want. I prefer you tell us what data you think you want. But if we have felt a lot of deference to the council to not change anything about the EDRs because of this cooling off period starting in 2012. And I would like some clarity if that still exists, or if we're able to work with industry to fix these issues.
Okay. Well, thank you for that response. I mean, I think there are various councils that have come through this process, so maybe I'm catching up on the cooling off period. But if there are such explicit statements about, the existing purpose and need statement for one particular program, like Amendment 91, not collecting useful data, I'm just wondering why I'm not seeing that in the SSPT report. Is like, we're recommending you don't do this program anymore. We recommend you do this program, or we recommend you think about there's data across LAP programs or non-LAP programs, trend data that might be more useful for evaluating the objectives of the program on the whole. And I don't see that in the SSPT report. So I can hear your frustration. I think we're frustrated as well. And we're just trying to find a path forward. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, can I respond quick to that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I think the part of the challenge that we had was trying not to be too prescriptive on what data we wanted to collect, and what consistency meant and how far we should go to collect, particular information. For the Amendment 91, I think our recommendations are exactly that. It's tell us if this data is still useful. If it's not, we can figure out a different way to do it. If it's not useful, let's stop collecting it. But if it is, and if it's not useful, but some other data would be, let's do that instead. So I think those are our recommendations. And you can see that compared to our recommendations for Amendment 80, which are pretty small, and they're small basically because the data collection is functioning as it should. So Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize, Steve, up front. I got a little confused in all this. So the original purpose and need statements for the 4 different programs, have we determined, or have the Science Center determined, or in the past has the council, have we determined that those purpose and needs have been met and we're done with them? And are you saying we need new ones? Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross, this may be more useful after I go through the recommendations. And so maybe it would be best to pause, but I would say, I mean, in regards to if you don't mind, can I address that maybe at the end after I've gone through both our discussion and then our statements, our recommendations about the purpose and need?
Sure, no problem at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so starting back to the recommendations. So these small recommendations or small changes, these are changes that I think we can do with AFSC and industry working together to revise a couple of those issues that were either brought up at the stakeholder workshops or other conversations that we've had with industry. The larger recommendations are those that would require adjustments to the purpose and need statements to clarify some of the data collection objectives, and I can walk through those a little bit. And then, there's one recommendation for kind of holistic changes to the EDR program as a whole that I'll get to at the end. So for CRAB, and so each one, as Sarah mentioned in the intro, each one of the EDRs were put in place for different reasons, different points in time. In 2012, there was a new purpose and need for the revised EDR. We have gotten clarity from GC that 2012 purpose and need supersedes the 2005 one. And the purpose and need statement for the initial EDR in 2005 was more specific about the information that was intended to be collected by listing a broad range of social and economic objectives, whereas the revised 2012 EDR purpose and need statement focused on reducing reporting burden for stakeholders and improving data quality. SSPT members stress how important information about economic contributions to specific communities and regions is essential to the capacity to monitor economic stability as is mandated or requested in the data collection. And the council may wish to consider the equity of burden. This was part of our discussion, as there are some participants in the CRAB rationalization program without EDR reporting requirements, such as the quota shareholders, as well as participants in other rationalized sectors that don't have EDR reporting requirements at all. The SSPT also discussed some of the more specific changes to existing forms. Rather than suggesting specific language at this time for the CRAB forms, the SSPT recommended these issues be considered with AFSC, working in collaboration with industry. Thus, the SSPT made the following recommendations for smaller changes to the CRAB EDRs. These are, I guess they're not quite in order, but I'll start with the small recommendations, A and B, in the middle and the bottom there, are to assess modifications to Table 1, which is ex-vessel sales, and Table 2, which is quota lease costs, to account for inconsistencies associated with ex-vessel sales and ISQ lease costs as reporting on CRAB EDR forms compared with 1, the gross revenue basis for crew settlements, and 2, the NIMS Alaska region records for vessel landings and ISQ permit deductions. This has to do with just changing either kind of pass-through leases or just different ways of leases are accounted for differently in year-end accounting and crew and settlements. And then A small recommendation B is to assess modifications to the crab catcher vessel and catcher processor forms to associate joint ownership of active crab vessel and quota share holdings. And that also has something to do with the way that some accounting for IFQ leases going across vessels and vessel owners with multiple owners, vessels with multiple vessel owners. And just trying to clarify exactly and reduce some of the burden from industry on how to report those data. And in terms of kind of a large recommendation that would probably be useful, the SSPT asks for the Council to clarify its intended scope of analytical objectives for the CRAB EDR, specifically to the extent to which the original EDR purpose and need still applies. So that's a different issue that we'll get into than some of the other EDRs, the other purpose and need statements, where this has an older version that got replaced, and it's unclear exactly what the objectives still are. Moving on to the very good question. Sorry, should I pause for a question?
Mr. Cross, would you like to?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't. That's residual. Thank you.
All right.
My apologies. Okay. Moving on to our Gulf trawl EDR discussion. It was pretty clear from the discussion that both the stakeholders and analysts think there's a need to revisit that purpose and need statement. Participants felt that the EDR is no longer relevant, it's already served its purpose. In addition, one commented they don't support changing the purpose and need so that it is more relevant. And the SSPT discussion focused on that while this EDR was developed for a particular program that was never implemented, these EDR data have been among the most used. It has been widely used for crew and community analysis across a wide geography. It has been recently used in at least 6 analyses that came before the Council, and that these data are and will become even more necessary in order to respond to legal requirements for analyzing the impact of fishery management in the future. So in light of those discussions, our recommendations, I'll get to basically the bottom point first, but really the point of holistic or small changes kind of seemed irrelevant in light of the potential removal of this program or the removal of the data collection requirements of this program. And so basically we focused on the larger recommendations rather than looking at smaller or holistic changes to this data collection. So our recommendation is for the Council to evaluate the current relevance of the original purpose and need for the Gulf Trawl EDR. If a limited access privilege program is no longer a potential or pending initiative, discontinue the Gulf Trawl EDR requirements with the possibility of reinstatement at some future date if a LAP or limited access privilege program is under consideration, acknowledging that removing the existing regulations and PRA approval will take time to implement. If the Council may consider a limited access privilege program within the next 3 to 5 years, which is the numbers we kind of came up with as the SSPT, we would suggest that the Council update its purpose and need to reference key performance metrics needed to monitor changes in social and economic performance related to a rationalization or a bycatch management program implementation, and revise the catcher vessel and processor EDR forms to collect a standard panel of data elements consistent with a to be or not to be established EDR data standards such that the baseline data collection will be maximally continuous with post-amendment data collection. Element C, recognizing the utility of the GOA trawl EDR data to recent analyses, consider revising the purpose and need to match actual uses of the data collection. And D, assess data quality impacts and burden hour reductions from establishing minimum participation requirements to be subject to Gulf trawl CV and shoreside processing EDR reporting requirements. That is not something that really came out of the stakeholder workshops, but I know there are a couple processors in particular with really small Gulf trawl landings that get roped into ER reporting requirements, and I think it's worth considering whether or not we need to establish a minimum threshold there. And I'll pause for a question.
Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question is, under B, if the council was to consider a LAP program in the next 3 to 5 years, you say here are the things that you should do. Is it the understanding or assumption that the SSPT or the analyst of that kind of program would help us develop these key performance metrics or the standard panel of data elements? I mean, is that where you see a role as opposed to the council coming up with them on their own?
Yeah, precisely. Sorry, through the chair. Ms. Kittle, I think that is the avenue. I think we've gone a long way to understanding what that panel of data elements are. It's operating costs, fixed costs, any revenue we don't currently collect through fish ticket score and other things. Those are useful data that we can apply kind of standard economic performance metrics to. The crew payments, fuel use, and gear excluders don't create a metric of performance that I can use to tell you how the Gulf trawl fishery has been impacted by rationalization. So that's, I would hope to work to develop that set because I don't think that the current data collection, I'm not sure is actually getting you the answers that you asked for.
Thank you. A follow-up, is there a draft list of those kinds of things that you mentioned somewhere in the report, or you're just saying that would be something under development? But we don't have kind of a list of kind of general panel of data elements that might be more appropriate right now.
Through the chair, Ms. Kibble, I would say that I didn't believe that to be our tasking yet, but if you wanted to look at an example, it would look like the operating costs collected in Amendment 80 and fixed costs in Amendment 80. There are a number of things in the Amendment 80 form that I don't think are necessary. I don't know why they were put in place. And I'm happy to work with folks to revise those. That data collection is working well, and it's pretty cheap to run. And I think it has a lot of potential examples for us to use, but there's also some things in there that aren't working perfectly. So I wouldn't say let's just take that and run with it. And I think something that just if I can slightly go off on a little tangent that came up with the AP, the pre-testing of forms and making sure the same question will work with a different population is important to do, rather than taking questions that work with one group of people or with one group of accountants. Actually, we learned that with the original CRAB, that when we talked to the group of accountants that were doing the original CRAB, they said, we can do all these really detailed accounting. And then the vast majority of CRAB folks could not. And so that ended up causing a lot of problems. And so we really need to focus on pre-testing to make sure we're working with industry, that we're not overburdening them to get something that's really a pretty simple data request, or where an estimate is sufficient for the purposes of what we're trying to use it for, rather than getting down to the penny or for fear of an audit, kind of specificity.
Thank you, Dr. Kaspersky. I think we're ready to move on with the presentation. Before we do that, I do want to remind members of the public that at the conclusion of these presentations, we'll go into public comment. Please sign up prior to that. With that, please continue.
Through the chair. Thank you. So that was our last slide on Gulf trawl recommendations. With the Amendment 91 EDR, both the industry stakeholders and analysts agreed that the purpose and need should be revisited by the council. The stakeholders felt the purpose and need are no longer relevant, and the EDR should be discontinued. The group talked about the reporting requirements of the incentive plan agreement or IPA reports and the relationship to this EDR. Participants at the workshop felt the EDRs are duplicative of the IPA requirements, and that industry's efforts to evaluate and the industry's efforts to evaluate the effectiveness of the IPA. Additional issues that were raised in the discussion that were still kind of need to be explored are that the compensated transfer report was meant to assess the value of standard bycatch to the fleet, has never been used. The vessel master survey and vessel fuel survey forms have been routinely completed. But as was also described in the workshop, bycatch avoidance behavior is complex. It's necessary to have realistic expectations about the extent to which it's possible to assess behavioral changes across the fleet from qualitative information at the annual level when catch and bycatch conditions can vary greatly between seasons, vessels, and years. And I think that's one thing that the results in the Amendment 91 Vessel Master Survey really show, just how different bycatch conditions can be across different vessels. So our recommendation in regards to the Amendment 91 EDR are really about evaluating the current relevance of the purpose and need for the the Amendment 91 EDR. If that purpose and need is still relevant, I would, or the SSPT suggests that we initiate a process to identify and develop an appropriate data collection requirements, which may or may not include an EDR data collection. If that current purpose and need is no longer sufficiently relevant to justify continuation of the Amendment 91 EDR, you could consider broadening the purpose and need to be consistent with a more general purpose catch share program monitoring purpose and need, or a more general economic performance type data collection. But if that purpose and need is no longer relevant, we suggest discontinuing the Amendment 91 EDR regulations. And so I guess that was, well, I'll go through Amendment 80 as well, and then I can answer more questions. In terms of the Amendment 80 EDR SSPT discussion, as Katie mentioned, there was some question about the focus of the Amendment 80 EDR purpose and need statement on general economic performance of the fleet, compared with measures of economic impact of bycatch reduction measures. But there's general support for the overall purpose and need by both stakeholders and analysts. The discussion was really focused on specific small changes recommendations, which were concepts discussed at the workshop, including pre-populating EDR forms, whether days fishing and processing can be eliminated as duplicative, and potentially revise the way that capital expenditures are collected, as well as reported, because when we've got some confidentiality issues there. And so the SSPT only came up with kind of small recommendations about the Amendment 80 EDRs. And so those recommendations are for the additional components of the Amendment EDR under what we had termed Alternative 2, are to revise the EDR web forms to pre-populate data entry fields for the EDR in tables 1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4. Assess the data quality impacts of eliminating days fishing and days processing from table 2.5, and assess modifications to table 4, capital expenditures, to distinguish and potentially exclude major investment expenditures, e.g. Vessel replacement, structural hull modification from capitalized expenditures associated with routine cyclical capital maintenance and improvement. Consider potential data quality improvements and burden reductions from a capitalized expenditure EDR module required only every 3 years, which covers the prior 3-year period. And so after we went through each of the individual EDRs, we had a kind of a concluding discussion where one SSPT member described their concerns with the concept of trying to address consistency within the current EDR framework. Since these data collections were all developed independently with different intents, either program level evaluation for limited access privilege programs or the bycatch mitigation reduction, the goal of consistency is not easily solvable. If the council is interested in more consistent EDR data collections, might be achieved through a more holistic approach. For example, pre-approved forms with a data collection that could be applied to any fleet when a question arises about their economic and social performance. The current EDR forms are not consistent, and it would be very difficult to make them that way. If the council wanted to have a consistent EDR program, the SSPT discussion highlighted that this would be a big task for the SSPT or another group to develop. The second part of our EDR discussion was one member mentioned that the SSPT can help the council identify the type of information that's only available through EDR programs, which parallels a lot of the work that we're doing on the data gap analysis, which is, I think, the next area where the SSPT is intending to focus. For instance, SSPT members noted that there's a void in data available to link communities, crew, and vessels, which is regularly necessary for both routine and complex council analyses. EDRs are unique in achieving this, and several members emphasize the value of these data. For other fisheries, these data have been a persistent data gap routinely identified by fishery analysts and researchers. Crew member participation in North Pacific fisheries is only available from the Gulf Trawl, Amendment 80, and crab EDRs, which allow analysts to better understand the social and economic footprint of these fisheries across communities. SSPT members also highlighted that the collection of data able to link crew, vessels, and communities would be valuable data, although the collection may not be in line with all of the current EDR purpose and need statements. These types of data allow for an understanding of community dependence and participation as required in international standards. And I believe, as you also, Council mentioned during the annual Community Engagement and Participation Overview, or SEPO report, identifying community dependence is not a simple task, and this is one of the ways that we can help assess that. And these data are needed in order to provide analysts to address the analytical questions of program reviews as well as amendment packages. So following that kind of concluding conversation, we had a kind of overall recommendation for kind of some holistic changes that I think seems kind of in line with what the SSC had also requested, is to develop a consolidated purpose and need for cut-share EDR data collections, addressing generalized analytic and performance metrics. Individual EDR forms would employ standardized panels of data elements specified as appropriate for the respective cut-share program and associated management goals, structure of limited access privilege, QS, IFQ, and associated industry sectors, gear groups, and other relevant strata subpopulations. One sub-option that kind of talks back to that hybrid generic clearance through OMB was that EDR form templates would identify performance metrics and associated sub-panels of data elements relevant to monitoring pre-amendment baseline economic performance. The council could choose to invoke a baseline data collection using predefined EDR templates when initiating development. When initiating development of catch-share programs or other large-scale FMP amendments and non-catch-share, non-EDR fishery sectors in the future. And this kind of gets to kind of my concluding thoughts here, and I'm going to put my AFSC hat back on and kind of talk through some of the implementation challenges that we'll have and things that kind of go beyond what I think the SSPT has necessarily said. Having looked at these data collections for a couple of years and having overseen them for a while, the burden of the data collections is really doesn't have a whole lot to do with what information is being collected or what specific variables are collected. Adding another variable is not the burden. It's asking data in a different way than the respondent is normally doing that for accounting purposes. And so, requesting another variable is not always the most burdensome thing. And the CRAB and Amendment 80 stakeholder meetings kind of highlighted some of those discussions. The AFSC and the public have been promised by the council for a more comprehensive evaluation of economic and social impact data collections on several occasions, going back to the Comprehensive Data Collection Committee and back to almost most of the statements around EDRs have been, but we'll get back to this eventually. And so I guess my thoughts are if fuel and labor cost data from the Gulf Trawl EDR have been proven to be useful in council analyses in that they've been used in 6 different analyses, both for Gulf issues as well as Bering Sea issues. It stands to reason this information would be useful across all fisheries and all vessels in the North Pacific. The problem is that labor and fuel costs only represent a portion of costs, and very few economic performance metrics of the fishery or fleet can be developed. What we're able to do is labor payments by community through residents. And while those are important things to consider, a little more information could do a lot more and have a lot better sense of the economic performance of the fleet and communities. The problem is that there's not really a recognizable performance metric that can be generated from these data. And I invite folks to look at the Amendment 80 EDR chapter and the Gulf Trawl EDR chapter of the groundfish safes. There's a whole lot of more useful insight that you can get about the performance of the fleet with some additional data. Now, this is the depressing slide. So new scientific, these are non-administrative data collections will take about 2 years to be approved through NOAA and OMB. And that is after the council, AFC, and industry agree on an approved approach forward. So that's looking to be, close to 4 years, I would think, before we're actually going to get any data returns and analyzed after it's requested by the council. So these are not data collections that should be taken up for small term, really specific particular issues. We should be thinking about using them for long-term monitoring, given how long it takes to do these. And then, the other point here is scientific data collections are fundamentally different than normal administrative records, like fish tickets, permits, transfer applications that most stakeholders are familiar with. They require additional information to justify their collection. And not only that, they are not necessarily needed the same level of precision of estimates being provided based on what we're going to use those data for. I don't think we're using EDR data to allocate across sectors or for getting or determining catch history. And if that's not what they're needed for, we don't need to necessarily make everyone think that they're going to get a call from OLE or an auditor is going to come in if they screw up something by a penny or two or $1 or $2. We need to change the expectations around the information that we're really looking for and the burden that we're really expecting for industry to do to complete some of this information. Having the council tell the Science Center what and how the economic information to collect is a scientific endeavor. And it's like telling us what field stations or where we can survey or not. And I think that's been a problem and has resulted in a lot of the problems with the most recent data collections. And further, NOAA is under increasing pressure to reduce our novel data collection efforts, through OMB. And so having a whole bunch of really different data collections without substantially justifying the need for them to be different, I think it's going to be harder to go through OMB going forward. But that's not to say that. Oh, yeah.
Let's go to a question from Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Kaspersky, but as you're reading through these concluding thoughts, it's sounding like they're your concluding thoughts. And I'm just wondering, are you conveying the conversation that occurred at the SSPT as the chairman on behalf of the members, or are these your personal observations about how we can improve our process?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, these are my thoughts, as noted by the AFSC hat that I'm wearing in the bottom corner of the slides. And so I would not say these are things that the SSBT has really expertise in. These are more things from the either Science Center or just the scientific process or from my experience dealing with OMB.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's another question.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I thought since we were paused, is it appropriate to ask another question?
Yes, please.
In your previous slide, Steve, you're going quickly, but so I'm reconciling now the second bullet, with your opinion that the council should not tell the Science Center what economic information to collect. But then with our previous discussion about, the council needing to take some ownership in determining what questions they need to answer. And so can you help me with that disconnect?
Sure. So there, as shown in that, the statement of need for economic data collection from the voluntary survey, the council has a basic need for economic data about the users of North Pacific resources. And so there's some pretty basic data that we could collect to better satisfy all of those mandates, EOs, and policy documents.
Thanks.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Dr. Kaspersky. Along a similar line of Ms. Kimball's question, but diving into it a little differently, the analogy that you use here about the similarities between council involvement in directing economists about information collection and council involvement in design of surveys in the field. I appreciate the point you're trying to make and agree with it to some extent, but I think it's telling that there will always be a difference between the kinds of information that the economists are collecting and the kinds of information that the stock assessment scientists are collecting. And that difference is stock assessment scientists are operating in the environment of the Bering Sea. You're operating in the environment of corporate offices and fishing families, kitchen tables where they do their record keeping. And that difference is real and it's profound. And it does mean that there will be, of necessity, greater council interest in ensuring that the impacts that are felt by our stakeholders are impacts that we can stand behind and justify. And we just don't have a similar burden with with the way that surveys are designed, for instance. And so I guess I'd like your reaction to that, and whether I'm reading too much into it or...
Thanks, through the chair, Mr. Twite. I think you're right that we are dealing with fundamentally different survey populations in that, we are dealing with surveying people. But I don't think that the issues change. I mean, you're asking the assessors or the biologists to count fish and tell us how many fish to catch. Tell me that you want to know the benefits and costs of management actions across communities or fleets, and I can collect that information for you.
Maybe I didn't fully explain my point. I appreciate that. But sometimes there's choices that you can make in how to do that. We tend not to hear too much about how those choices affect cost efficiency. We hear a little bit about it in terms of field work. We hear a lot about it in terms of your work, and that's because our stakeholders sometimes see different ways of getting to the same end. And while we're not in a position to judge which is the best way, we have to be in a position to at least be able to defend the choices you've made. And that means sometimes questioning the choices that you've made. And that means sometimes asking why you haven't looked at it another way. I appreciate your point that we shouldn't be dictating it necessarily, although maybe there's even exceptions to that. But there is by necessity, just by the nature of who you're working with, there has to be more council engagement and more council, as Ms. Kimball pointed out, ownership.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Oh, Dr. Kaspersky? We also have a question. Oh, go ahead.
I don't really have a substantive response, so I think we can move forward to Glenn's question.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if maybe we're trending a bit far from sort of the core issue of what we were looking at under this agenda item. And I appreciate the conversation. I think we have gathered a pretty good understanding of social science planning team perspective, some of the issues that are here. I think that there's a lot that could be addressed in further iterations of this as we look at this, but I'm wondering, in the interest of time, kind of given where we are in our agenda, if perhaps we can sort of summarize where we're at. Thanks.
Through the chair. Yeah, I have one last slide. So I guess my point is to the first bullet that, I don't think that it's impossible to provide good information about this. But, I think we do need to be realistic about what these data can be used for and what's still kind of beyond us. And I guess I just kind of wanted to leave you with, just thinking about the burden and cost of biological samples. If we're willing to impose a cost of over $1,000 a day to observe which fish are caught, I think we should be thinking about how much we're willing to pay to see who benefits from that catch. And EDRs cost on average about $47 per active fishing day. And that's burden, industry costs, and agency costs and everything. So I will leave you with that. And so thanks to all the SSPT members and everybody else. I'll happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, any additional questions from council members? Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I'd like to repeat my question. So I understand you said that we were going to need new purposes. Have we fulfilled the original purpose and needs, and you're suggesting we need new ones to go forward that would include the ability to get into the fixed and variable costs of companies, all kinds of companies, small companies, catcher vessel companies, all the companies to understand the costs to be able to compare across communities and catcher vessels and small boats and big boats. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross, thanks for repeating that question. I would say that it varies by program. For Amendment 91, the purpose and need is really specific to salmon bycatch and whether or not the IPAs are functioning as expected. That to me this is where I guess it's not a science question to me about whether or not that purpose has been satisfied. I guess what I'm comfortable saying is that the Amendment 91 EDR is not providing you with a whole lot of information to help you answer that question. And so, you know, I guess we are asking that either reinstate that the council does have this need, and if you do have that need, then I would suggest getting rid of it. I would say the same is true of Gulf Trawl. Whether or not a baseline has been established, you know, I think that's really in the eye of when a program might be implemented and what you're actually trying to show pre and post. Right now, I don't think there's a whole lot that I could tell you about the performance of that fleet before and after, you know, if you put a catch-share program in tomorrow. I could tell you about fuel cost and labor changes, but not really much else about, you know, the impact of bycatch reduction and how that's improved. So it's not a science question about what information to collect. It's really about whether that question is relevant. For Amendment 80, I think we've got I think Amendment 80 and CRAB are both in different places. And I think, you know, the question is more, you know, we are still doing our 5 and 7 year reviews on those programs. Have the questions for the 15th and 20-year review different than they were originally? Do you have different data needs now than you had originally, or can we get rid of some of the throughput questions? Or, you know, there are eliminated groundfish retention standards. Perhaps there are other items that we were collected originally that are no longer relevant so long into a program. So I think each one has its own particular issues.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Cross. Further questions? Okay. All right. Well, I believe that concludes our staff presentation. Let's see. That would bring us to public testimony. Looks like we have 2 members of the public signed up to testify. I think we can probably take testimony and action and then go into an afternoon break. So let's do that. Jason Anderson and then Rebecca Skinner.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you. Members of the council, my name is Jason Anderson, and I work for the O'Hara Corporation. My comments are going to be brief and pretty specific. Full disclosure, I'm not the person within our company that completes the annual EDRs, but we went through sort of an internal process to put together a list of things that we'd like to see, revisions we'd like to see out of the EDRs as part of this workshop process. And I did participate in that effort. The SSPT report picked up most of our feedback except one, and I think this kind of falls into the small changes category. Table 2.2 of the A80 EDRs requires us to provide fuel consumption in several different categories. It asks us to provide fuel consumption in fishing and or processing, and then steaming fully loaded, or steaming empty, or transiting. And in practice, this is a really difficult thing to calculate, and to be honest, I think most people just end up trying to estimate it. Additionally, in contrast with some of the other collections that we're reporting, this is something that we don't track as a business. We track fuel as a cost, but we don't break it out by those modes. And so we've had to create an additional record-keeping process for this table. And then finally, I think, we're just concerned about how this information may be used, because I think that the categories are likely estimated different among companies and may not provide good quality information. So our suggestion is just a small one, that we'd suggest that these categories be consolidated into one category of just annual fuel use as a cost. And that's the extent of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any questions? For us, I think that's a residual hand, so let me know if otherwise. Doesn't look like there's any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. All right, last up will be Rebecca Skinner.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Sorry. Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Skinner, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. AWTA has consistently asked that the Gulf Trawl EDR be discontinued. The EDR was established to collect baseline data in advance of a rationalized program. The rationalized program never materialized, and sufficient baseline data has been collected. During stakeholder workshops and an SOC discussion, I heard a lot of comments from the science side extolling the need to continue collecting Gulf EDR data. Speaking from the side of the fishermen, I'm concerned that the perspective of the people burdened with filling out these EDRs continues to go unheard. Today, I want to focus your attention on stark differences between Gulf Trawl and other EDR fleets to help more fully explain the perspective of AWTA members. I will be referring to numbers on page 2 of the document I uploaded with my sign-up. First, it's important to understand who AWTA members are. AWTA is a Kodiak-based trade association for independently owned catcher vessels. When I say independently owned, that means membership by processors of member vessels is prohibited. AWTA boats are relatively small trawlers with an average length of 80 feet. Most AWTA boats are home ported in Kodiak with Kodiak-based owners, captains, and crew. They are family-owned and operated and depend on Gulf fisheries. The differences I'd like to note today. Number 1, Gulf Trawl pollock, cod, and flatfish are not rationalized. The association of EDRs to rationalized programs was highlighted during SSC discussion with multiple references to the value that participants derive from exclusive access to the resource. The implication was clear. Filling out an EDR is a reasonable price to pay for exclusive access to a fishery. However, Gulf trawlers do not enjoy exclusive access to Gulf pollock, cod, or flatfish, all of which are prosecuted as a race for fish. 2, as a smaller fishery with less revenue, any extra costs hit Gulf trawlers harder compared to the other EDR fleets. In Steve Kaspersky's presentation, he just gave an example comparing $1,000 a day for observer coverage with $47 per day to complete EDRs. Given the difference in average trip value between the EDR fleets, these costs burden Gulf trawlers 20 times more compared to crab, 8 times more compared to Amendment 80, and twice as much compared to AFA. I want to spend a little more time on the relative economics between Gulf Trawl and AFA pollock, which are probably the most similar fleet to Gulf Trawl. First, the Bering Sea pollock fishery is over 10 times the volume of Gulf pollock. 2, Bering Sea ex-vessel pollock prices are 40 to 50% higher than Gulf ex-vessel prices. 3, AFA pollock trips don't have trip limits, whereas Gulf pollock trips are limited to 300,000 pounds. 4, AFA vessels are on average 40% bigger than AWTA vessels, with some AFA vessels packing as much as 1.9 million pounds. Assuming an average AFA pollock trip is 500,000 pounds, that AFA trip is worth $84,000, or twice as much as an average AWTA pollock trip at $40,000. I'll note here that my ex-vessel prices are based on 2019 data, and that the 2021 ex-vessel prices seen by AWTA members are considerably lower, and a Gulf pollock trip now is closer to $26,000. As small family-owned and operated businesses, many AWTA owners do their own books and fill out their own EDRs. The Gulf Harvester EDR says it will take 15 hours to complete. This is a significant amount of time, especially given the perceived limited value the data serves. That is time away from families, businesses, and boats. I'm not sure how the cost of an EDR was calculated, and I'm not sure it adequately accounts for the vessel owner's time put into these EDRs. It is not fair or equitable to burden the smallest fleet with an EDR, let alone an even more comprehensive EDR, when that fleet does not even have the associated benefits of a rationalized program. Even though the purpose and need of collecting baseline data is satisfied, the data collection burden on Gulf trawlers will apparently never end. During stakeholder workshops and an SSC discussion, I heard comments indicating that Gulf EDR data is viewed as important and useful to analysts, but not necessarily in relation to rationalizing the Gulf. Specific SSC comments stated a need to continue collecting data because you can't just let a data collection effort stop. Since the current purpose and need doesn't support continued data collection, discussion has turned to revising the purpose and need altogether. This underscores our concern that once data collection begins, it is impossible to end in the future. Finally, EDRs are not a comprehensive data collection effort. The SSC discussed implementing a comprehensive data collection effort, which is a valid concept, if data will be collected across all fleets and users. If a comprehensive data collection is initiated, we can encourage you to, 1, ensure that any comprehensive data collection effort is carefully tailored to collect relevant data that will be used. 2, include ample stakeholder involvement. And 3, listen to stakeholders and give consideration to the data collection burden created for those stakeholders. And then finally, I just want to thank all of the staff who have worked on the EDR effort and state my appreciation for a lot of Dr. Kaspersky's concluding comments that he gave in his presentation just now. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. If there's any questions. I don't see any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, that concludes public comment. Is there any action? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion I sent to staff. I'll wait a second for that to come up. Mr. Chair, this motion is on D6. Motion reads as follows. The Council approves the following changes to the alternatives and options for the economic data reporting analysis as follows. Deletions are stricken. New text is underlined. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, make revisions where needed in the EDR sections of the crab or groundfish FMPs and in the EDR regulations. Options are not mutually exclusive. Option 1, revise authorizations for third-party data verification audits under the existing programs and reduce burdens associated with this process. Amend regulatory language in all EDR programs to authorize third-party data verification audits in cases of non-compliance. Option 2, revise requirements for aggregation of data across submitters and blind formatting in all EDR programs to make those data aggregation and confidentiality protections comparable to the requirements under other data collection programs. Option 3, revise EDR collection period to every options 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years. Alternative 3, remove EDR requirements for options are not mutually exclusive. Option 1, GOA trawl. Option 2, crab. Option 3, BSAI Amendment 80. Option 4, BSAI Amendment 91. The Council also requests Science Center staff move forward to implement the small changes to the EDR identified in the stakeholder workshops, March 2021 SSPT report, for example, on pages 5 and 9, and or others in consultation with stakeholders which do not require regulatory changes but serve the purpose of reducing regulatory burden and increasing clarity and quality of data collection. The Council requests an update of those changes prior to implementation in the NIMS management report. And with a second, I will speak to it.
Second. Second by Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just briefly, we heard quite a long presentation today, but and a little bit different kind of agenda item where we did notice the public that we could modify the alternatives and options without having the full previous analysis in front of us. So in April 2019, we approved a motion for this amendment package to revise EDRs. And that motion had two parts that council staff outlined for us in our presentation. Issue 1 initiated an analysis. On my web. Here we go. Issue 1 initiated an analysis on the modifications to the EDR program with a purpose and need statement and alternatives. Issue 2 recommended that staff undertake this process to propose revisions to the current programs. And we listed 4 issues for staff to consider in that process. And we asked them to do that in consultation with the social science plan team, with the data submitters, which are in this case industry, and with data users. And so the primary purpose of that issue 2 was to receive recommendations on how to reduce the burden, how to improve the practical utility of data collected, or how can we modify the data to achieve greater consistency across programs. So if you remember in January 2020, the last time we met in person, the council modified that motion. We modified both the purpose and need and the alternatives. It's basically what you have here in my motion today. And we continued tasking to the social science plan team relative to how to improve or make more consistent the EDRs. So since then, the plan team has met a few times. They've held workshops with industry. We received a comprehensive presentation on that. And once I reviewed that social science plan team report, my intent was to incorporate all of their small suggestions, which were really only particular to Amendment 80 and the CRAB EDR, in the attached motion. And recall, this is our previous motion from January. But having discussed it with staff, and as Ms. Marinan clarified on the record, it's now clear that those changes, what we've been calling small changes, really don't require a regulatory change, that they're within the ability of the Science Center to change without an analysis and rulemaking. And we heard some discussion from Mr. Kaspersky today about, some hesitation to do that without council direction. So as a result, I've only done some slight reorganization of our current motion, in part to respond to staff's suggestion that we formally break out the separate EDRs under Alternative 3. I wasn't thinking that was important, but given that the next time we see this, it could be final action, it is pretty important to have a very clear motion on what the possible decision points are. And then the last paragraph, of course, of this motion provides direction to the Science Center to address those small changes in consultation with industry and bring us a progress report in a future NIMS management report or a B report. I can speak to all those small changes that I'm referencing in that paragraph if the council needs me to do so, but they were pretty detailed in our presentation. And again, they were limited to Amendment 80 and the CRAB EDRs. I guess I'll just say that, we didn't receive ideas on more appropriate data elements or key performance metrics from the social science plan team at this time. We don't have great information in front of us on whether the data we're collecting now is actually answering the questions they intend to address. But at this point, the only process I can envision for the council that's productive is to receive the analysis from NIMS on the alternatives and options under our EDR package. The plan team report suggests that the council should review their purpose and need statements for each program. That seems like appropriate context that we could consider under status quo, under also the alternatives to remove EDRs. I don't think we have a format or document presented that facilitates us reviewing those purpose and need statements at this meeting. I think it's more appropriate when we get the full package back. The last thing I guess I'd want to say is I heard from council staff in the introduction, that they would like some clarity on how our issue 2 motion from April 2019 fits into this process going forward. And I think the process the social science plan team has undertaken to date, the workshops they've hosted with stakeholders, I think that has fulfilled issue 2 of that April 2019 motion. So my intent is that any of that context that is helpful to the analyst can be incorporated into this package with this current purpose and need statement and alternatives. The analyst can use it as context if they see fit, but there's no more separate work to be done by the social science plan team on issue 2. So again, to be really clear, my intent is we would move forward with this motion. We would see the analysis on a future agenda, consider the range of changes proposed, and be prepared to take final action. That's all I have. I'd be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions? Any amendments to Ms. Kimball's motion? Or comments on the motion? Mr. Krause.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this motion is responsive to what I, as one council member, see as necessary to move forward. So thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Krause. Any further comments? I think we're ready to vote. So is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition, the motion passed unanimously. Anything further on D6? Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, that concludes D6. Let's take an afternoon break and we'll come back and jump into D7. Let's make it a 10-minute break. Council, please come back to order. We are moving into agenda item D7, research priorities, and have Jim Armstrong to walk us through our action.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Armstrong, council staff. Two things that I know. One is that all good parades have elephants in them, and two, that it's tough bringing up the rear in a good parade. So we're getting to the end here, and I think maybe the situation, the best thing to do is move quickly, and I'm prepared to do that this afternoon. We're in D7 on the agenda, and the subject is council research priorities. It's also tough pulling off a joke on an online meeting. That's maybe three things that I know. So regular review of council research priorities is done to satisfy an MSA mandate that applies to all fishery management councils. That mandate requires that councils work with their SSCs to develop multi-year research priorities and communicate those to the secretary and the appropriate science center with a 5-year time horizon and with updates as necessary. The council used to do this. I think was the only council in the nation that used to do this annually. And the previous suite of research priorities was sent to the secretary in 2018. So after that, this council switched to a triennial review. So we're on schedule for that. The previous recommendations from the council on research needs are posted to the e-agenda and the council research priority webpage. And the recommendations from this meeting would be compiled into a similarly formatted letter and be sent to the secretary and would replace that list on our website. So the action for the council is to recommend research priorities. There are a lot of documents posted under D7, and in years past, this was a lengthy review process. When the council, however, moved to a triennial review, the decision was also made to rely on the expertise of the SSC to accomplish much of that review. And so the council's comprehensive list and various subsets are distributed among the other documents under D7. That's what was reviewed by the SSC and contributed to their recommendations. And their overview of research priorities was provided on Wednesday via the presentation from Dr. Hollowad and is currently posted with the SSC report, so the presentation and the report under B12 on the e-agenda. So, as indicated in the action memo, the SSC conveyed the review process to the council in its report, the projects that they are recommending for the council's top 10 in the table in their report, which I'm not going to put on the screen. It's in their report if you want to refer to that under B12 again. Those top 10 research priorities are being emphasized to encourage potential funding opportunities. The SSC also provided draft statements on groupings of research activities, including ongoing monitoring, longer-term strategic research, developing methods for incorporating research recommendations from the Bering Sea FEP task forces and the social science planning team. They also said that they would like to finalize their efforts to establish a comprehensive process for the review that was begun at their 2020 Research Priorities Workshop. And then they look forward to finalizing that plan and speaking to it to the council in June of this year, so at the next council meeting. So it looks like we've knocked off a lot of the things on our list here. Just a quick slide here on process then that I went over with the SSC. Under the current process, the plan teams review research priorities annually, and any changes that they recommend are reflected in updates to the database. Let's see, I can do the arrow thing. So we're here. At the annual process, there's an ongoing update once a year for each plan team, for those plan teams that have more than one meeting a year. It's only one of those meetings. And their recommendations are updated in the research priorities database. Then every 3 years, those changes and short lists of top projects from the plan teams are reviewed by the SSC, and taking into account additional research needs that fall outside plan team review, as well as outside of plan team review. Some of these include halibut issues, marine mammals, protected resources, as well as instances of research needs that have been identified in previous SSC reports. Based on that comprehensive process, the SSC compiles its top 10 list. There's nothing magical about the number 10, and it just seems to be sort of a number of projects that have been provided in the last couple of attempts at this. So they provide that and any new projects and other changes that they have made to those projects that are listed in the overall database. So then the SSC makes those recommendations to the council, and at this meeting that was done through the SSC report. So when the final set of priorities is settled, the council approves those recommendations. A letter is sent to the Secretary of Commerce and Science Centers. It's also sent to NPRB and several academic institutions. And then the MSA mandate is basically satisfied at that point. The expectation regarding the other institutions is that researchers there are made aware of council priorities and can cite that connection to the council need for the research and proposals that they may be preparing. And in the past, we've had Dr. Matt Baker from NPRB speak to the council regarding the value of those connections in funding reviews. So not surprisingly, this is of interest to a lot of people who recognize that research may be needed in an area that they're concerned about. And so although public comment is welcome in any of the public meetings where research priorities might be suggested at the plan team meetings, for example, one of the issues that came up during the SSC review last week reflected some perspectives that clearer communication of opportunities for comment and participation may be needed. So we look forward in the coming weeks to developing a communication tool that identifies the various on-ramps that exist as part of the council process. Mostly, most of the on-ramps are basically through the activity of its advisory groups. By the way, I don't think this image on the screen now is the tool that we're going to use necessarily, but I wanted to show that over the next 3 years, that is prior to the next council review, there will be 9 plan team meetings, 3 or 4 known task force meetings where research priorities could come up. SSPT meeting, not necessarily this year, but possibly in May of next year, may directly address research priorities. So that's at least 15 public meetings where stakeholder representatives, residents of coastal communities and others can get involved, listen in on the discussion, and add their comments. But I note that the SSC was, in their report, was interested in additional on-ramps. These would be ways of collecting things like protected resources, research priorities that they solely kind of review and don't have recommendations from plan teams on. So there are additional kinds of, the idea of the on-ramp kind of has to be broadened in that respect. So I'll work with other staff to explore possibilities outside of public meetings. I suggest that this, this idea of kind of garnering a lot of interest in contribution to research priorities should be considered very carefully. We could come up with some options. The SSC can review them as part of their process report in June. I think we want to be sure that we raise awareness and accessibility of these opportunities while also achieving the appropriate level of focus for our communication of where research needs are greatest. And then I only have one last slide on this. Finally, noting that the SSC recommendations suggest a field reflecting the date added. That was one of the bullets in the recommendations. That actually came from some discussions that I had with the SSC subgroup in preparation, and I'll have to reconcile that with them because year added is already in the database. And so I think that that specific recommendation came from our discussion of these and other attributes that would be good to collect, such as funding date, I think maybe the specific thing that they were looking for there. Estimated project duration would be nice to know if people are speaking to, projects that have been initiated, so duration and completion date would then be possible, and maybe having a point of contact in there on the project could be added. ACFIN is our host for our research priorities database, and they've been very helpful and flexible in adapting it to the various needs that we've identified as we've tried to amend our process. So again, the action here is to recommend research priorities. The SSC report that was provided a couple days ago, gave the council with that recommended list. And that pretty much concludes my presentation, and I can answer questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Any questions from council members? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, Mr. Armstrong, and they primarily pertain to the SSC minutes on this. The SSC had a suggestion that when they revisit this in 3 years, that their revisiting would probably benefit from a sense of what the emerging management issues might be, and suggested that that could be compiled by staff. I'm wondering what your thoughts are about how the council, or whether the council should be engaged in that, providing that kind of an overview to the SSC.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Yes, that, this is such a broad area, and I think, as Dr. Holloway said in her presentation, I mean, there's nothing that will get a group of scientists to go on and on and on about things. Then an open-ended question like, what do we need to know? Which is kind of like, the question, when we review research priorities. And so I think the question then becomes, well, what is a research priority? And if you look at the MSA language, it connects it back to fishery management. And so I think that maybe it would be, that the council's priorities in terms of what it wants to do action-wise should be very informative to what research corresponds to that. And then we also have these unanswered questions that have accumulated over time and that make up that research priorities database. But I think that, when I see that bullet and I see myself providing the SSC with a 3-year outlook of emerging management issues, I might want to, not work alone on that. And I think the council would probably not want me to either, and would maybe want to have that reflect something that they agree with. I'd certainly feel more comfortable with that.
Thank you. And then second question is just, were there any of the suggested improvements that the SSC forwarded for sort of adapting this process that seemed problematic to you, or did they all seem like that they should be both achievable and workable?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Mr. Twide. I think that the key to a successful SSC review of research priorities is going to be a good, well thought out roadmap, of preparation for the actual SSC meeting. And so my work with the SSC subgroup would be to improve on how we could do that. We kind of we had the 2020 research priority workshop. The SSC developed, started to draft an overall plan, and then COVID struck, and we abandoned that, and then kind of picked up and took care of the review of the research priorities. But that overall plan, I think that they recognize that they need a little more time to work on that. And so I think that, having some milestones and deliverables that are well established prior to the SSC meeting, where the review is actually going to happen, will be key to the success of the next review.
Any further questions for Mr. Armstrong? Right. Thanks for the presentation. And we'll move into public comment on D7, and it looks like we've got 3 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Julie Raymond Yukogan, then Lauren Devine, and then Megan Williams.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Julie Raymond Yukogan. I'm the Social Science Program Director for CLERIC Incorporated. CLERIC is the Alaska Native Nonprofit Consortium for the 20 tribes of Bering Strait region. CLERIC also written comments on this agenda item, which I hope you've had a chance to see. I'll start by noting that we appreciated the time that we gave various issues surrounding this agenda item, from the research priority setting process itself to individual research priorities. CLERIC believes that the research is one of the most important activities. This is because if we want to manage mandated, of that management and decision making. So to speak, RFPs fits among a gauge with. The SFC-ness of the written report. In general, we have there was pretty there are of addressing research, a rapid changing discussion, rated effort to create a more engagement does not have a system in which helps this vital part of creating the as best as possible.
Don't see any.
discussion regarding our marine ecosystem. We're uploading to obsolete. By the time they're reviewed again, and I think some of that conversation was also in the SSC. So I'll conclude there and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Co-production of knowledge and incorporating local and traditional knowledge into science, and a number of other related tasks that are a direct result of your testimony here. So I don't really have a question for you, but I just hope you understand that maybe if you don't see what you're asking for here, if you look down the road at the NPRB, you see that the whole organization is changing the way it does business to incorporate these specific emerging disciplines into that we do, which is urging and pressing city management needs that are a direct result of the needs are here. So I just wanted, if there's a broader circle of research funding that's occurring that's a direct result of your engagement.
Through the chair, thank you for that comment, Mr. Mesereau. I very recently have, yes, actually some of the work and needs that Dr. Raymond Tobian and I thank you for that comment. It's exciting to see where North Pacific Research Board is going with some of these more just want to highlight that it's, yeah, when we more of their our comments are at least brought some members don't know who the audience is or that anything actually happens with the research priorities, and or clearing up that process, I think, is really a big ask.
Working through the research priorities this year, it is an important and complex task to identify and facilitate the execution of research priorities in the North Pacific. The complexity and urgency of this situation is apparent as we stare down the barrel of rapid changes and less predictable changes in the environment. Research priorities can steer what questions get asked and what questions get answered to best inform ecosystem-based fishery management and climate-ready fishery management in Alaska. We generally support the research priorities list presented to the Council today, and we appreciate the additional consideration of human dimensions and protected species such as marine mammals. We also support the inclusion of the gap analysis to address the loss of biological samples due to electronic monitoring, and research priorities that more broadly address ecosystem indicators and climate change impacts. We do have two recommendations related to the online database. First off, the project status terms, so you have things like underway versus partially underway, that are unclear to people involved in the process and the SSC, and they will most certainly be unclear to most of the public. Secondly, it would be very helpful to identify the research organization and timeline in the online database for those projects that are underway. This again goes back to that transparency and so that the public can understand the process. Taking a step back though, throughout the SFC meeting, the conversations made it clear that the process for identifying research priorities in our region would benefit from a significant reboot. And I'd like to echo the sentiments of the previous two testifiers, Dr. Devine and Dr. Raymond Yacobian, that spoke to the need for the establishment of a working group or a committee to specifically track and monitor research priorities in a more transparent and strategic manner. For instance, one of the challenges this process will face is effectively synthesizing priorities associated with the various plan teams, including the relatively new FEP team and the associated action module task forces. There should be a clear process whereby these teams and task forces have the opportunity to identify and share relevant research priorities to a designated work group or committee that ensures that this information makes its way to the SSC in a meaningful way. And this in turn will create additional on-ramps for public participation and transparency in the research priorities process. And you definitely heard quite a bit about that with the previous two testimonies. This will require more advanced coordination in the development of a more strategic process, but we feel that the interdisciplinary nature of the plan teams and the task forces will foster a more diverse perspective and organized approach to research priorities. And that's all I have, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any questions from council members? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Council members, that concludes public comment. What action would you like to take? Mr. Twite. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I do have a motion, and hopefully it'll be coming up shortly. In the meantime, I do support that motion too.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Could someone else on the admin team load the motion? My computer's frozen.
Mr. Chair, I can begin to read it while it's being loaded, if you would prefer.
There it is. Go. Whenever you're ready.
There we go. The Council adopts the research priorities as provided by the SSC, with the addition of the following language to the last sentence of Research Priority 712. And that language is, as well as an evaluation of alternative sources or proxies for biological data as EM use increases. The Council endorses the SSC suggestions for changes to the process for developing research priorities, including incorporation of social science plan team and fishery ecosystem plan team research priorities into the master list. The Council directs staff to communicate the priorities to the Secretary of Commerce, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, in accordance with MSA mandates. The Council further directs staff to communicate the priorities with funding agencies and universities typically notified of research priority updates. Prior to providing the SSC with their requested broad overlook of emerging management issues, Council staff should review the overview with the Council. For the second, I can speak to the motion.
Second, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Down. And as described in public testimony that we just heard, these research priorities have an importance and an impact on funding processes that go well beyond influencing agency funding. For instance, the NPRB funding process. I appreciate the time and the thoughtful effort put into the development of these research priorities,
The plan teams, council and agency staff, and the SSC all deserve our recognition and thanks. The new process for plan team and SSC engagement in the triennial review of research priorities appears to be an improvement over previous approaches and appears to have improved efficiencies. As expected, the SSC had several suggestions for further improvements to the process, as well as integrating other research priority efforts, such as those by the social science plan team and the FEP team. These suggestions make sense to me, and they've been incorporated into this motion by reference. Stakeholder suggestions for developing clear pathways, providing input into the research priorities should be considered as well. I suggest that staff work with the SSC to improve the ability for stakeholders to provide input early in the process. The SSC has requested an overview of emerging issues in advance of the next process in order to help them with the prioritization process. The request makes sense and seems quite helpful, but it definitely should include council review and not be simply a staff product. The results of the new process, including identification of the top 10, which you can find in the table on pages 25 through 27 of the draft minutes, as well as in the urgent, ongoing, and other categories, seem to me to be consistent with the council's expectations for these categories. The additional language for priority 712 clarifies that effort also includes efforts to develop alternative approaches for obtaining biological data that may be less available as EM use broadens. Dr. Holloway indicated that the SSC understood that was already incorporated into this priority. The new language simply makes that explicit. And I'm available to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions? Okay, there's no questions. Any amendments to the motion? Any comments on the motion? Or Mr. Twite?
One additional comment that I didn't make when I was speaking to it was that we heard in public testimony some concern that the triennial nature of the process, this is our first, I believe Mr. Mesereau has a comment as well, but the triennial nature of the process may make it difficult for us to ensure that our priorities are timely enough, our changes to our priorities are timely enough to keep up with the rapidly changing environment. And as I looked through the top 10, and as I thought about our current FEP process, and some of the other processes that we have going to try to understand the impacts of climate change and think about how those should affect our management, it seemed to me that we have already, both in the research that's being conducted, much of which is in the top 10, as well as through our FEP process, we've got a lot of adaptability to rapidly changing knowledge already. And so I thought some about the workload issue of going back to doing this every year. And just a reminder that just at the SSC end of this, that took the better part of the day just for them to get through it. And then I think the write-up took quite a bit of additional effort. The amount of time that we've spent on this in the past and the amount of time that the plan teams and others have also put into this versus these additional efforts that we already have underway. And it seems to me that actually we've got a pretty good balance going. And if it turns out to be problematic at the next review, we can certainly take another look at that. But I would submit that there are numerous ways now where we can develop new priorities as we see changes happening particularly through the FEP process. And if needed, we could come back and modify these if they even needed to be incorporated. They may not all need to be incorporated either. So I was satisfied at least that the process we have now is sufficiently adaptive and flexible.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Any additional comments on the motion? Like we're ready to vote. Thank you, Ms. Kimball has a comment.
Just briefly, I just support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad Mr. Dwight put it forward. I do think part of what our Climate Change Task Force is doing in their work plan is specific to how to get climate information into the council on an ongoing basis that's expedient enough to be responsive to that information. So I almost feel, and it's not as if anyone could track this, but that's kind of a specialized research priority that we have going on the side with a dedicated group for the next 5 years. So I appreciate Mr. Dwight talking about the climate piece. I sympathize, I empathize with stakeholders that say the research priority process is a little bit convoluted and difficult. I heard the request for a work group. I do appreciate Mr. Dwight talking in his comments, speaking to the fact that we could have staff think that through, ensure that we can be as transparent as possible. I believe the stakeholders that testified today really did exactly what they should be doing, providing letters, submitting those on the record, and testifying to the SSC. My understanding is we get all of our original research priorities from our plan teams, and then the SSC is really the final door before it comes to the council. So I think they did the right thing. I don't know if there's added confusion at this meeting, but I'm definitely interested in seeing if staff can help us work to improve that process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, I don't see any further comments. I think we're ready to vote. Is there opposition to the motion? None, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Anything further on D7? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, that brings us to staff tasking. I think everybody's kind of got an eye on the clock here. It's about 3:40 Alaska time, 4:40 Pacific time. I'd like to check in with the council on your thoughts regarding proceeding. We can definitely keep going if you'd like, but this is going to take a couple of hours to get through it. At least I would think. At the earliest we would be breaking at 7 o'clock Pacific time by my guess, but I'd like to see what council members think. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to continue and to get finished up, even if it takes the several hours that you mentioned there. I'm just looking at the list of people who have signed up for public testimony and noting that many of them that I see, although I haven't double checked everyone, but many of them I see are standing by and I think are prepared for public testimony. At least a lot of the names I see are there. So I just make that note. I would prefer to keep the meeting going and let's get finished up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Down. Saw some heads nodding. Is there anybody who'd like to speak in favor of holding off? Okay, so with that, let's keep moving forward, and we'll just track the progress as we move along. But if we keep moving forward, we may get through tonight. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wait for the admin staff to post a PowerPoint we put together that's also posted under the agenda item. Here we go. Okay, just to go over a few changes to our committees. There's been some appointments to the JP. We had the new member, Marissa Wilson, and the vacancy has been filled on the Climate Change Task Force. We have a potential solicitation for the Community Engagement Committee that's been reconstituted, and I'll talk about that in a later slide as well, including the terms of reference that's been posted to this agenda item. The council at a previous meeting noted that in addition, the existing members could be considered for the committee, as well as soliciting for additional members from small communities off the road system. The terms of reference looks at having a total membership of not to exceed 11 members. We also have a vacancy for a Trawl CP representative on the FMAC. And I presume that we will have a call for nominations in our newsletter. The action memo notes a few upcoming meetings, and all of these will be held virtually. There are some Community Engagement Committee recommendations that have already been initiated. As I mentioned, the revised terms of reference is posted to this agenda item, and we are seeking your approval. We have continued to improve our outreach and communications actions, including the new allowance to waive questions during testimony that we tried out at this meeting. As I mentioned during the Executive Director's report, we've been working on setting up some cultural awareness training with First Alaskans Institute, and really we're looking, the first step of feedback is, would you like for us to look into having training virtually in the coming year, or hold off until we can have an in-person training session? I've also assigned the responsibilities for the Rural Fisheries Community and Tribal Liaison role to Dr. Kate Hopla. And lastly, I'd note that Dr. Balsiger at the last meeting noted that NIMS was working on a tribal consultation process and was going to report back as those tribal consultations develop. And I'm going to pass the microphone over to Dr. Hopla and see if she has anything to add.
Thanks, Mr. Witherall. Through the chair, this is Kate. I don't have anything to add. I think that was fairly comprehensive, but I'm, of course, available for questions if the council have any related to the Community Engagement Committee and the work that's been ongoing there, as well as if there's questions for the Rural Fisheries Community and Tribal Liaison responsibilities.
Okay. If there are questions, we can come back to that as well. The executive committee met last week to review a few items, and I'd like to report back to the full council. The executive committee summary, the summary of the meeting is attached to this agenda item. First, the committee approved the AP and SEC handbooks with a few revisions, and those handbooks have been posted to this agenda item. Council talked about, the committee talked about policy on council recordings of council and AP and SEC meetings. This is kind of a new thing for us, that with our recent meetings being held virtually, we now have video records as well as audio for the SEC and AP meetings. And in the discussion, we reviewed the requirements of the NOAA records retention and made a determination that it would be adequate if we just kept the audio of the council meetings as part of the official record, although we intend to keep our YouTube videos of the council meetings online, at least for now. And we wouldn't have to keep the audio records of the other meetings once the minutes are prepared. Although we do keep the video YouTube of the AP and SEC meetings for a week or two so that people can review them before the council meeting. committee also discussed the policy on written public comments. Quite a few changes took place at this meeting with some linkages of our comment portal on social media. We generated quite a few comments, several hundred comments with people that really aren't familiar with the council meetings or the council process. And some of those comments included profanity, threats, and other inappropriate comments, and those were removed based on prior council direction. So we also had noticed that there were comments on the comments, and it started to seem like a blog. And so I brought this to the attention of the committee, and the committee adopted a policy consistent with the Department of Commerce policy, in that comments could be removed if there was vulgar language, personal attacks, offensive terms, targeting protected classes, etc. And also clarified that we would allow one comment per person per agenda item, although an organization can submit comments as well as any individual in that organization. Additionally, the committee recommended that comments are not available for public viewing until after the comment deadline closes, to avoid the comment on comment situation, and to allow the staff to remove those comments that are inconsistent with the policy, as we did for this meeting. Additionally, we need to, the committee recommended changing the comment period so that we didn't even open the comment period until at least once the materials were posted, to avoid having comments that were really opinions rather than commenting on material parts, and to provide the staff the opportunity to sort through the comments and make sure that they're in the appropriate agenda items to the extent that we can do so in a timely fashion. Looking ahead, we are planning for virtual meetings through the end of September, including the plan team meetings and the June council meeting. We set the June council meeting dates in our agenda, and there's a draft agenda attached to this E1 item. And that's available for your review. Note that we have a couple of regular issues, standard issues, including crab specs and observer issues. We have initial review of the Bering Sea Pequod Trawl CV lab program. You had received a preliminary initial review earlier last year, and now it's ready for a full initial review at the June meeting. We also have a couple of discussion papers on small boat access for cod and sailfish overages. I think we might have pushed that. So let me continue. So looking at the 3-meeting outlook, I did put the small sablefish release paper in initial review in the batter's box, but the overage paper is still set for some time. I thought that was supposed to be in June. But the point on this slide really is to look at the October meeting agenda, and really you're looking at at least a 10-day council meeting if we kept everything on this agenda. It's very, very full based on a number of issues involving the halibut AVM analysis, particularly the tight, very, very, very tight schedule we have to turn that around and publish the draft EIS. The staff is recommending that we push that until the December meeting. The initial schedule had the time period for revising that analysis set for 2 weeks before it was shipped off to the NIMS for clearance. And realistically, based on the SSC comments, we need to do quite a bit more work on that. And our staff is telling me a minimum of 10 weeks is necessary to revise that analysis to accommodate. And so we're recommending, while this is on the agenda here, is tentative for October, that one gets pushed off to December, in which case we could probably take up all these items, other items that are listed for October. We've also done quite a bit of thinking about returning to in-person meetings potentially for October. there's quite a few administrative and technological challenges associated with having a in-person meeting that to some extent is a hybrid with allowing remote testimony or participation. And so we've done some initial thinking of that and put a paper that's attached to this agenda item for your consideration. There's no real action necessary from the council, but we're looking for some initial feedback, and we'll provide some more detail in June as we understand the scale and scope of how much technological challenges there are in allowing, say, remote presentations or remote testimony during a meeting. And we made some suggestions about a hybridization meeting, in that it would be quite a bit different or potentially different from other in-person meetings, first to meet kind of COVID protocols, but also to try and minimize how much interaction occurs in the hallway relative to COVID protocols. And one idea that we thought about might be to just have either the SSC or the AP meeting virtual for October, and maybe flip it with the December meeting, such that perhaps you have the AP meeting as virtual in October and the SSC meeting virtual in December, or vice versa. So just some thoughts that we've included. And I'm going to ask Diana to jump in and provide additional details. I'm sure I've forgotten something that I should say on the slide.
Through the chair, Mr. Witherall, I think that you covered the main points. We do have the document points posted on the e-agenda, and you can take a look at a little bit more of the thinking that we're doing. We're basically looking for feedback from you about, in the short term, what is your desired accommodations that you are interested in making, perhaps if we are going back to in-person when there are still some COVID restrictions in place, maybe for some people, or understanding that the meeting will look a little bit different. And then if you are interested in any of those remote participation accommodations, would you be interested in that just in the short term, or also perhaps as a pilot for longer term? So remote testimony is one that's come up a lot. But just understanding that feedback from you at this point would really help us in our planning of what platforms to invest in, how much time to invest in, is this a short-term or a long-term investment, of designing a new system, designing a new process that allows us to make these different decisions. And with that feedback, as much feedback as you can give us today, or also if you want to get in touch with us, shortly after this meeting, we're welcome. We'd always like to hear from stakeholders and members, and that will allow us to come up with a better plan or a more definitive plan for June. I think the real message that we are saying is that we want to set the expectation that coming back in person in October, for example, will not necessarily be the exact same experience that you had from an in-person before. And so we want to make sure that expectation is clear based on what we understand right now. And then with that understanding, what things do you value most as we try to come up with the best process for you?
Thanks, Diana. And that completes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Questions from council members? To Mr. White and Dr. Paulspear, and then Ms. Kimball. I'd like to also note for the public to please sign up to testify if you're interested in doing so. Mr. White.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm still not quite clear on how exactly we'll have that dialogue about in-person meetings. Were you going to give us you put sort of that straw proposal out there. Were we just going to return to that after we've heard public testimony, or were you thinking that you'd be accepting feedback from council members and others for a longer period of time, or what's the structure around it?
Thank you, Mr. Choi. At this point, we're looking for feedback from you, I guess, following public comment. At this meeting, I guess our biggest question now is how much should we plan for remote testimony or remote participation by members? And that changes quite a few things of how we will approach what we need for technology and purchasing of equipment, and how much staff will need to plan for administrating this meeting. I guess based on this initial feedback that we get at this meeting, we'll provide another kind of updated, refined plan document for discussion in June. I don't think we'll be able to probably even then know all the details until we make a call in early August as to whether or not this will be an in-person meeting or not, and what types of COVID protocols we'll need to implement for an in-person meeting. That helps. Thank you.
Mr. Choi, Dr. Belsker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, thanks for Mr. Witherall's presentation at the Executive Committee. I think that's what we did talk about. He mentioned, David, you mentioned that some of these things were adopted, and then other times are recommended by the committee. So I think that's right. We've adopted, and I think that the council probably has to confirm that things like editing, the comments for profanity or personal attacks, those kinds of things are obvious to me. It's less obvious to me what the stakeholders, what the public will believe about the new ideas for public comments. For example, no back and forth, such as we experienced this time, and I think you correctly said it got to look a little bit like a blog. But I'm interested in whether the public finds that in these virtual meeting scenarios, that the back and forth in the comments might provide some analog to the old in the hallway kind of stuff. So I was just clarifying, those are recommendations that we will discuss here, although I know it's late and I've actually been resting and you haven't. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Belsker. Yes, I think that those were recommendations from the committee and seeking council feedback and concurrence on those recommendations. So if the public does have thoughts they'd like to share on it, it certainly would be appropriate before the council discusses it. Ms. Kimball.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question before public comment was on the cultural awareness training and the questions around that from earlier in the presentation. And I wonder if Dr. Hapala could let us know if there's been any suggestions from First Alaskan Institute, who I believe we're contracting with for this training, on whether it's a virtual versus in-person preferred training. If there is some kind of help there or recommendation from the group that's providing the training, I think that'd be helpful.
Thanks. Through the chair, this is Kate. First Alaskans Institute, we're not under contract with them yet, but that is a provider that the Community Engagement Committee, members of the Community Engagement Committee, I should say, had felt would be an effective training, would be able to provide one for the council and staff. And at this point, First Alaskans does feel as though they have been able to provide multiple trainings in a virtual setting that have been effective. And so if the council would like staff to pursue that option first, staff could undergo a virtual training in 2021 and then report back to the council on their experience. And we could pause on scheduling the council's training until that's completed. That being said, I think there is something to say about having that training and being able to have the experience in person. But at this point in time, First Alaskans is not willing to commit their staff to participating in an in-person setting at least through 2021. And so that does mean that the council could expect that staff as well as members would likely not participate in an in-person setting until 2022, which would be, of course, quite some time, even almost a year after the motion from February 2021 related to the Community Engagement Committee's final report. So I hope that answers your questions, but of course I'm here for a follow-up too.
Thanks, that's very helpful.
Further questions for Mr. Witherell? Dr. Balsiger, did you have another one? Or? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we go to testimony, do you want me to read off the list of items I have on the tickler list?
Yes, please.
Okay. I've been taking notes during the meeting, and I have a few items to mention that remind council members that they brought up and kind of put aside for discussion under staff tasking. The first is a letter to the Navy on the Northern Edge exercise. Second was EFH process, comment on EFH process. Third was stranded Bering Sea, Aleutian Island Pequod. Fourth was the council light touch on IFQ issues that was going to be discussed. And lastly, I had a letter on AIS. So those are the items I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherell. And council members, if you'd like to highlight anything else you might be interested in bringing up and you'd like to solicit feedback from public testimony, feel free to make that known now. Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also am considering a motion regarding the spatial protection issue that was described in the letter in our packet. That's part of the record for our discussion on the Executive Order 14008. The suggestion from stakeholders that the council assess the global standard that's sort of the global analog of the PAs called OECMs, and I can't recall all the words in the acronym right now, but essentially investigating that further and seeing how the current council practices line up with the criteria for that.
Other effective area-based conservation measures I had looked up. All right, thank you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that I was intending to close the loop on an SSC recommendation from December 2020 and February 2021 regarding the SAI black-spotted rough-eye rockfish.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that I intend to bring up an option for the council to deal with some IFQ items that have been lingering in the batter's box for quite some time.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just very quickly, I might be interested in bringing back around the Aleutian Island Bering Sea cod problem, the harvest issue and stranded cod in the Aleutian Islands. And I know Mr. Witherell was maybe touched on this in the past. And also, I'll be following through with the AP motion on the longline pot for turbot. Thank you.
Mr. Down. Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to note that there was some discussion earlier in the meeting about the emergency request from ADAP, which was denied by NOAA. That was spoken to briefly on the record, but just to alert you that rejection letter now is posted under agenda item B3 in case anyone wants to see it.
All right, thank you for highlighting that, Dr. Baltiger. Okay. If there is anything else someone would like to highlight, we can move into public testimony. And there are 21 members of the public signed up to testify. First up will be Mike Alfieri, then Craig Lowenberg, and then Dave Little. Like folks signed up are familiar with our testimony process, and just please keep an eye on the timer on the left side of the screen. I will also keep track here in case it is not accurate and let you know if your time is up. Mr. Alfieri, are you with us?
Chairman Canine, can you hear me? I'm on a satellite phone again.
Oh, great. Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Okay. Well, yeah, good afternoon, Chairman Canine, members of the council, Mike Alfieri. And I tried to submit the letter that originally he had put in the record, but I couldn't do it because I had another document. I didn't realize the process. But I wanted to let you know now we have 21 of the under 60-foot trawler owners signed onto that letter urging the council to place rationalization on the agenda. And I wanted to make a note that anytime I submit a letter, I run it to Kylie Thompson and Taylor Lundgren to, they can proofread it and give me their comments on what direction they want this to go. And that's why the letter I submitted is a purpose and need statement. And it deals with the letter, basically, it talks about the letter that Julie, Rebecca, Brett, Kylie, and Heather signed, and they submitted to the council that you'll see in your packet, I'm sure. And what we've had to deal with over the last 5-6 years, I noted, it went through my logbook, and I made note of the instances where we've been shut down or lost fishing time or actually lost quota because of different, salmon bycatch, halibut numbers, whatever. And I made some bullet points in the purpose and need statement that I'd just like to read real quick. And, the first one's historical allocation of Gulf of Alaska cod and pollock catch to Gulf of Alaska LLP licenses. And then establish trawl catcher vessel cooperatives for cod and pollock. Another is protections for harvesters, processors, and communities. And then we have use camps and transfer requirements. They'll be different, maybe different in the Western and Central Gulf. And then consideration of management changes on catcher vessel crew, implications for bycatch management, and then both the Bering Sea LAP program and the Gulf of Alaska LAP program should be implemented concurrently. And finally, the council establishes a control date of June 30, 2021 that may be used as any future management action to address trawl catcher vessel participation in the Gulf of Alaska cod and pollock fisheries. That's really all I have for now, but it seems to me there's pretty good consensus in the Gulf right now to at least get this back on the agenda and take a look at it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Alfieri. Any questions from council members? Not seeing any. Thanks for your testimony.
Yep, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Craig Lowenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector. I'm the executive director of the organization as well as a co-owner of vessel that participates in the fishery. I'm providing testimony today to once again ask the council to take action to rationalize the sector At the February 2019 meeting, the council took action to signal its intent to develop a discussion paper on BSAI Pacific Cod catcher vessel management. Resulting from that action, a scoping paper was produced and stakeholders developed a draft rationalization framework for analysis. As you know, the council has received testimony from a variety of perspectives, both for and against rationalization of this sector. I would note, however, that the majority of the testimony to date has been in favor of rationalization. The council asked stakeholders to meet, discuss the issues, and find common ground. And since that time, we've held several stakeholder meetings. The meetings were well attended and robust discussions took place. Additional options and elements were discussed and agreed to be included in the draft framework for analysis at the council level. While there was a period of radio silence during this last year from the stakeholders we've heard from in the past that opposed this action, they recently regrouped and reached out to continue discussions. The 2020 B season and 2021 A season were further examples of a short season with not only high but new participation. Thankfully, we did not have any loss of lives or vessels in these seasons. However, the issues that existed in this sector prior to February 2019 still exist today. In fact, many are exacerbated. So once again, I'm here on behalf of the BSPCC to ask the council's help to bring stakeholders together in a public setting where meaningful discussions can take place and stakeholders can be held accountable. Setting the bar at 100% stakeholder consensus before taking up the issue doesn't seem reasonable to me. I'm not aware of any rationalization programs where all stakeholders were in complete agreement at the beginning of program analysis. Now that the council is getting close to resolving some of its current priorities, I urge the council to make rationalization of our sector a top priority. In an effort to improve the prosecution of the fishery, reduce bycatch, provide stability and sustainability for the resource, as well as all stakeholders, and most importantly, promote safety. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council today, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Longberg. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Dave Little.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, my name is David Little. I'm the CEO of Bristol Wave Seafoods, the company that's been recently owned by the Bristol Bay Native Corporation. I want to testify today on the AP motion to allow turbot to be harvested with longline pots. Currently, as you may know, turbot is a legal gear type. Legal gear type for turbot is trawl, longline with hooks, or single line pots. I'm not sure why longline pots were left out in the beginning, but I'm thinking probably because nobody was fishing them back when these regulations were put in place. We've been fishing turbot with longline with hooks since the 90s. And in the 90s and the early 2000s, our fleet was very successful. Annually, we'd have 20 to 25 vessels that would participate in the fishery, and I didn't look up the exact numbers, but my recollection is we caught somewhere between 14 and 17,000 metric tons of turbot in about a 4-week period, usually between our cod A season and our cod B season. Recently, I'd say in the last 10 years, but getting worse every year, quail predation has pretty much completely shut the fishery down. Last year, our company was the only company to send boats out to the fishing grounds to even attempt to avoid the whales and catch some turbot, and we were not able to complete even one full trip. We ended up with three partial trips of turbot. We probably won't even go this year. It's just not worth it. The whales have just gotten smarter and smarter, and they seem to be growing in abundance. I think the whales in the Bering Sea are very healthy. So that's good for somebody, not us. We don't believe that there's any real problem with
longline pots for turbot. There are very few sectors in the industry that even go for turbot. It's been the freezer longline sector and Amendment 80 for the last 10 years or so are the only participants. We fish a long ways north on the deep edge. It's a long ways from many other fisheries. We don't interact with halibut fishermen or blackcod fishermen or yellowfin sole or any of those fisheries. So I don't think you're conflicts. I think this is a pretty simple ask, I hope, and I encourage you to take it up. This is a lost fishery for us right now, very similar to the blackcod fishery in the Gulf of Alaska, which has turned out to be dramatic improvement since lots have been introduced. So, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Little, for your testimony. Questions from council members? Don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Eric Felsko, then Alexis Kwachka, and then John Warrenchuk.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. My name is Eric Felsko. My comments today are in response to an industry sign-on letter expressing the need for a Gulf of Alaska catch share management program for the groundfish trawl fishery and some of the state of Alaska's comments at the recent ComFish. It's been proven over time in the council process that fully rationalized fisheries can have unintended implications on directed fisheries. This council most recently addressed an action that has been tied up in the process for 6 years in regards to halibut PSC limits in the Bering Sea for a fully rationalized Amendment 80 sector. Rationalization programs begin with good intentions at addressing specific sectors' immediate problems. We've seen over time that they're not properly constructed or flexible enough to adapt to various changes from the outset, that they can be extremely impactful to other fisheries and stakeholders. Gulf of Alaska rationalization is no new animal for the council to address and cannot be fast-tracked through the process. The Gulf of Alaska is a complex and changing ecosystem with a wide variety of stakeholders in many different sectors. I have a quick list of problems or issues that should be considered if this continues to, if this does end up moving forward. Number one, observer coverage rates in the Gulf of Alaska trawl sector for both non-pelagic and pelagic trawl must encompass 100% human or EM coverage rates if any rationalization program is considered. There's an October 11, 2010 Tanner Crab Bycatch Council motion that was never written into federal rule that encompasses observer coverage in closed areas for both fixed gear and trawl in crab-sensitive areas outside of Kodiak. The explanation at the time is that the 2013 new observer program would remedy the low coverage rate. We all know now that this has been a failure, and coverage rates in the Gulf of Alaska are still staggeringly low, not to mention the fixed gear fleet bears the majority of the brunt of the cost of the new program. Number two, the effects of trawl rationalization program on state waters fisheries and how they overlap must be sorted out in an analysis. This was never done the last time the council looked at Gulf of Alaska rats, and this issue is problematic and complicated. Number three, closed areas for Tanner crab grounds must be considered in the non-pelagic trawl portion of any rationalization program. The Gulf of Alaska is currently under a regime shift and is experiencing one of the largest Tanner crab recruitment events since the 1970s. Kodiak area crab need protection, and the council must provide this protection if a rationalization plan is considered. Currently, there is not even a PSC limit for Tanner crab in the Gulf of Alaska FMP. Number four, entry-level access opportunities coupled with bycatch reductions should be considered. The IFU access pool concept could be funded through a reduction in halibut PSC and any sort of Gulf of Alaska rats plan moving forward. Number five, community protection is highlighted in the industry sign-on letter, but there is no mention of non-trawl dependent communities surrounding the Gulf of Alaska who will be impacted by a rationalization plan. Just looking at the small town of Homer, there are numerous jig, longline, and Tanner crab fishermen who fish the same waters as the Gulf of Alaska groundfish trawl fleet. And in closing, many of us are heavily invested in Gulf of Alaska fisheries, even if we're not from the trawl sector. We've got Central Gulf LLPs, halibut quota in 3A and 3B, Tanner crab permits. My vessel's named on a Western Gulf trawl LLP. So just think about this before you move forward. And that concludes my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Velsko. Any questions from council members? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Alexis Plachka.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, today I'm going to be speaking for two groups. I'll try to do it in 6 minutes here. I'm representing KCAC, Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative. We would like to remind the council that in October will have been 11 years since the GOA Tanner Crab motion passed this council. We have not seen statistical data that helps define impacts from trawl gear on Tanner crab since. 30% coverage then versus 8 to 15% at best, or 1 in 6 trips covered with what looks like 50% more bycatch with half or less the coverage. To be fair, 18, 19, and 20 survey years were the first, second, and eighth largest year classes in 30 plus years of surveys, but during the years of low abundance, the directed fishermen bore the burden of conservation, and zero burden of conservation was put on the trawl fleet. And now with high abundance, the impacts from the trawl fleet are much greater. Absent federal Tanner crab PSC limits or bycatch management measures, little consideration is given towards enumerating or estimating impacts on Tanner crab stocks within the Groundfish FMP or the Observer Program. These are the asks from KCAC. With the new EM capabilities, full retention of Tanner crab during Central Gulf and Western Gulf bottom trawl fisheries will provide managers with a better understanding of trawl impacts on GOA crab stock. Given the high discard mortality on crab during groundfish, trawl fishers, there is little biological advantage to promote discarding of crab by the fleet. This should be implemented in 2022 or whatever time series is needed to inform the council on impacts. In June, we'd like to see the council amend the Observer Program, shifting coverage from the fixed gear fleet to the bottom trawl fleet for 2022 to help inform the council on Gulf rationalization discussions. Not sure on the percentage, but the percent now from ours in the public perspective is suspect. Our members are frustrated with watching the trawl fleet drag all over the known Tanner crab grounds without care or consequence. 15 years working on protection, still waiting, and the areas of crab population and the areas of habitat are well defined. Help. And this should not be a trailing anything. Real possibility that the recruitment will be more financially impactful to Kodiak than the flats or the cod for the foreseeable future. Switching hats, Gulf Groundfish Fishermen's Association. We've spoken on Gulf rationalization many times. We request the council initiate a white paper discussing how trawl rationalization will deal with the parallel waters issue. The state and federal fisheries are at odds with one another on rights associated with these programs. Understanding this is the first step to better inform council and public on the complexities this will have on the program's development. No other way to say this than to say it. The Observer Program is broken and must be addressed. The public is getting less and less. The public is getting less and less, and it's costing more and more. Confidence is gone. Behavior of the trawl fleet in 2020 and so far in 21 has been interesting. Council should request a 2020 pre-COVID VMS track lines for the trawl fleet and post NIMS dropping the Observer coverage VMS track lines per boat. This will highlight the Observer effect. The 2021 VMS tracks per boat should be analyzed for the entire paw fleet. Behavior of bycatch targeted prior to target catch on board would be a very interesting analysis to look at. Our members are concerned with what seems to be unequal enforcement with OLE. If you choose to rationalize cod, will these years count? Who are the winners? Who are the losers? Are they local or are they not? Are they advocating for rationalization? Rationalizing the trawl fleet, how many of them will move into the pot fishery and just exacerbate that fishery? Both on parallel and state waters fisheries. Well, jumped ahead here, excuse me. While there is no good time for any of us, we'd like to point out that April through September are a busy time for non-trawl vessels in the Gulf. If the council truly wants to build a comprehensive program dealing with all the political and local dynamics, why not put notice out to the public to take this up? I heard October is going to be busy. Take it up at a later date where we can get stakeholders' input from everyone. Kodiak, Sandpoint, King Cove are the main players, but let's not forget Homer, Seward, Valdez, Cordova, Yakutat, and numerous villages. This is a huge action and will have negative and positive impacts. hundreds of small boat fishermen adjacent to the resource, and unforeseen consequences must be taken seriously. Finally, there's been a bit of turnover in the trawlers here in Kodiak. How will they be affected? Do they own their own LLPs? Are they leasing those LLPs? I think these are considered new entrants. Do they matter? You know, I've thrown a lot of stuff out here, and we've talked about a lot of stuff. And if you develop a program like this, you know, I've watched where we say we're going to review the program and amend it. This is a very complicated issue, and there are a bunch of different opinions on this. Please proceed carefully if you go down this road and get all the stakeholders' inputs. This is not the Bering Sea. We're all sitting around watching this pond. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Klatchka. Questions from council members. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alexis and Eric Belsko. I guess my question for you, Alexis, is do you know something that I don't? Because I have not seen any action by this council. I've seen no forecasting or foreshadowing our behavior in the future or any other issues that we're going to take up that aren't on the agenda right now. It seems like there's a reaction to something that is now causing us to hear 9 minutes of concerns and questions about Gulf rationalization when it's nowhere on the agenda. We've not made a data request. We've made no indication to the public that that is something that this council is considering at the moment.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesereau, I believe that the Commissioner of Comfish in Kodiak suggested that this may be on the radar screen for the state of Alaska. There's numerous letters in the packet. I think that these are all things that get people excited.
Thank you. I just didn't think that was a council priority at the moment, but I'll have to follow up and see what happened at Comfish in Alaska and Kodiak. I did not hear us discuss it at all, or haven't heard anything from Deputy Commissioner Baker or anyone else, but I'll check it out.
Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that, Alexis. You had a lot of material. I didn't see a letter from you. Now, I wasn't able to take all that down. So is there a letter or a document that you were looking at? If not, I guess that's my question. I couldn't keep up.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Balsinger, yeah, I wrote it on the fly this afternoon. And by the way, there's going to be other people that want to testify. They're also trying to testify to the Senate Resource Committee. Yeah, it's in my computer, and I can forward it along if you'd like to have it.
Just send it to me if you would. That'd be fine. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Alexis.
Thanks, Dr. Balsiger. Further questions for Mr. Klatchka, and please jump in if I'm not calling on you. I have restarted my program, but I think I'm still experiencing a lag, so apologize if I'm not seeing your hand go up. That I don't hear any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Klatchka.
Thank you.
Next up is John Warrenchuk.
Hello, good afternoon. It's been a long meeting. Thanks for taking public comment here at the end of staff tasking. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. My comment here at staff tasking, I'll reference back the letter we submitted under the B reports, under the essential fish habitat item. As I understand, you're coming back to discuss it at this time. We will, as part of the EFH review process, that you signal to the public you would entertain, you would like to find out what areas might be important, or that new science that has developed over the last decade or so on what kind of habitat in the Gulf of Alaska, Aleutian Islands, Bering Sea, and the Arctic might be considered as habitat areas of particular concern. I think a lot of new science has been developed over the last decade. The council has not taken up any sort of meaningful action around HAPCs for more than a decade. And I think the EFH review is a good opportunity to take a look at that again. As part of that action, perhaps in a parallel process, perhaps associated with the report on other effective conservation measures that the council is entertaining in response to the executive order, that the council, as they're cataloging all the actions they've taken in spatial management, to take a look at the new science around the effects of bottom trawling on habitat and what additional actions the council may take, in particular to mitigate the effects of introducing climate change, ocean acidification, enhancing CO2 liberated from the sediment during bottom trawl and trawl effort. I think this is actually a good way for the council to take a lot of credit for existing savings of greenhouse gases that could have been liberated from a lot of areas you may have closed to trawling, and perhaps take a look at areas that may be lightly trawled or untrawled in areas where you have not taken action, like freezing the footprint, for example, in the Gulf of Alaska or in other locations. With that, I would be happy to also raise this issue again at the Ecosystem Committee, which I understand you're having a meeting next week. As I see in the agenda, and one of the items you have for discussion are coast-wide climate change impacts, and I believe this is one of them. With that, I'll wrap up my testimony here, and I just want to one final point that we are in a somewhat of a strange zone here in terms of public participation in the council process. But I just want to remind the council to maintain meaningful public participation in any way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warrencheck. Questions from council members? Don't see or hear any questions. Thanks again. Heather Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, my name is Heather Mann, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. Many of MTC's members participate significantly in the Gulf trawl fisheries, and they are highly dependent on a functioning management program. We are one of the organizations that signed on to the written public comment letter under this agenda item, and we are requesting that the council consider bringing Gulf of Alaska Trawl Catch Share Program back onto the council's agenda. So as Mr. Mesereau indicated, the council has not made a decision to do that or discussed it, but we're hoping that you will. So better management of trawl fisheries in the Gulf is desperately needed and has been for many years. And as you know, we got very close to a program which was broadly supported and then was abandoned after a change in state administration. You know, I often wonder about how my boats could have fared better over the last several years facing recent challenges if the fishery had been rationalized at that previous time, from avoiding closures when hard caps are reached to surviving the cod disaster, and of course, dealing with all the hardships associated with COVID-19. I would suggest that the process the council has undertaken in the Bering Sea Cod Lab has worked quite well. And if the council is open to putting Gulf management back on the table, then the industry, we could work together to bring forward a strawman proposal for the council for your consideration. And similar to the Bering Sea, the strawman could be broad enough to garner widespread support from historical participants who are dependent on the fishery and in the community. We're also not starting from square one. A lot of the work has already been done. With dedicated attention from the industry, I'm certain that we can work together to update that information and bring forward a well thought out straw man at a future council meeting. Much of the public comment you heard earlier today under the salmon bycatch and genetics agenda item.
I'm sorry, there's been an internal error. You will be disconnected now. Goodbye.
Hello?
Hi, McMahon. I'm not sure what that was. I can still hear you. Please continue.
Okay. Okay. Much of the public comment you heard earlier today under the salmon agenda item provides the justification for moving forward with the program to end the race for fish and provide the fleet with the tools they need to further minimize our interactions with Chinook. You know, it's really difficult pill to swallow when we have continuous attacks on the trawl catcher vessels relative to bycatch, but then those same people get up and speak out against giving the fleet the tools that they need to better manage the fishery and, you know, work on minimizing bycatch. So bycatch is often reduced in rationalized fisheries. That's been proven time and time again. So I hope you'll consider that the timing's right to bring this package back onto the council agenda sometime soon. We are ready to do the heavy lifting and work together with council members and the state to develop and implement a workable program, and one that surely considers the pitfalls that other programs have experienced and figure out ways that we can avoid them. The second thing I wanted to talk about real quickly was I was pleased to hear that the executive committee took up the public comment issue. You know, for those of you who know me, I'm not generally someone who's super easily offended, but I do believe that a major portion of the comments that were submitted were inappropriate, and a majority of them contain unsupported accusations, which unfortunately now are part of the record. And some of the comments are literally fake. I know it's a bit tricky because freedom of speech is important and people are entitled to their opinions. But I have to say that suggesting that trawlers are rapists really has no place in the federal fisheries management process. And to have some of my fellow AP members refer to the number of comments as justification to take an action when many of those comments are inflammatory, inaccurate, or just simply uneducated is troublesome. And I believe it erodes the confidence in the council process. I believe flooding the comment portal with these types of comments also undermines the real concerns that many stakeholders have. So as one stakeholder in the process, I appreciate that you have recognized that the current situation is problematic and needs to be addressed, and I thank you for that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions on either of those items. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Chad C.
To council, I'm sorry, did we hear the start of those comments?
No, just heard you now.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So I'll start again. Good afternoon. My name is Chad C. I'm the executive director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. Wanted to comment on two matters this afternoon. One is the letter that FLC sent to council requesting that council initiate a discussion paper allowing for the use of longline pots in the Greenland turbot fishery. I'll just refer to the comments from Dave Little, one of our FLC members, on the rationale for that. Also, I will note that the AP passed a motion to initiate that paper by a unanimous vote earlier this past week, and also again in December. So we express strong support for seeing that action initiated and moved forward. Second, I wanted to follow up on comments that the Freezer Longline Coalition had in B reports on the Bering Sea Pacific cod race to fish. In those comments, we expressed an interest to have industry discussions to look at tools that we could use to avoid early closures of the Bering Sea cod fishery beginning in 2022. Following up on that, I have had some initial discussions with some industry participants, including the United Catcher Boats and SC processors, and both of whom are willing to
engage in discussions to look at some tools that we might be able to identify and bring forward to council. So we will work to initiate a meeting shortly with sectors to begin these conversations, and it would be our intent for FLC to bring back a report to council by the December council meeting on what, if any, tools that we've identified to help address that issue. With that, I'll take any questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Steve. Any questions? Thanks for your comments.
Thanks.
Chris Woodley.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Chairman. Do you got me?
We do.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. Chris Woodley with Ground Fish Forum. I just wanted to, lend our support and perspective specifically to the industry letter from the trawl catcher vessel sector in the Gulf, and request that the council place on the agenda a program to begin Gulf trawl rationalization. A number of the Amendment 80 vessels are historic participants in the Gulf trawl fisheries and rely on a stable management program in that region to harvest our fish. As a sector that has been rationalized, we know the importance of the tools available that can be available from rationalization, and that they can contribute to bycatch reduction efforts and a more sustainable Gulf fishery. And so we think it's, with other items coming off the council's priority list, that this should be one of your top priorities. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Woodley. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kavik Anderson.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon. My name is Kavik Anderson. I own 3 different boats, 2 of which operate in the Gulf of Alaska. And to be honest, it feels a little, none of them are trawlers, and it's a little weird for me to be commenting on trawler rationalization. But the fact of the matter is 40 to 50% of my income is trawler bycatch. And it may go higher with the better tanner season. And I can understand why they want to rationalize it, but I need to have my interests protected also, because their bycatch is where I make 40 to 50% of my income. My comments are directly responsive to the public comments which request rationalization of the Gulf of Alaska trawl sector. Prior to any steps forward transforming the trawl sector to a limited access privilege program or quota share program, I think it is necessary to implement 100% observer coverage, provide and analyze data captured and disparities between observed and unobserved trawl sector trips. First, I ask that you implement the 100% observer coverage and make it part of the quota share program moving forward. This would give the council a baseline of information, decisions using actual real-time data. A fully observed fishery would remove the public's distrust of observer data. It would fill the data banks and identify as problems and give a true, accurate picture of what is occurring on the grounds. I also believe that 100% retention of catch would also assist these goals, further supplementing an informed decision, proving the people that are using the bad language that it is or it isn't. And it'll be a real easy way to move forward. Secondly, a valuable exercise prior to the rationalization of the Gulf of Alaska trawl fleet would be the analysis of data and the contrasting observed and unobserved trips, specifically fleshing out the percentages of each where bycatch anomalies would shut down a directed fishery, due to one bad tow and the observer sees that and it shuts it down, and that's kind of a bum deal. I question whether or how often a self-reported trip identified bycatch amounts that closed the fishery in question. I think we could look at other data points such as species percentages and timing, area, etc. So how often has a trawl season closed down due to the one bad tow with self-reporting? I mean, if that has never happened and it's happened once a year with the observers, that's a big discrepancy. A solution to limited observer resources would be to utilize electronic monitoring. I'd like to point out that while there are challenges in EM, it can be applied and made applicable to any trawl fishery. It is important to make this sector accountable for its bycatch, especially if they're asking to privatize or public resource. I have one of the boats is a longliner, and I'm going longlining, and I have the digital observer on there, and it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let's see if there are any. Not seeing any hands come up. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Hannah Heimbach, then Teresa Peterson, then Arnie Pugovag.
Hi there. Afternoon, everyone. There was some testimony and discussion earlier in the meeting during the reports around the challenges we're seeing in the spring peacock season with PSC harvest continuing beyond amounts allocated for incidental catch and the impacts it has on some of the directed fisheries. I just wanted to take a minute and reiterate that we think it's reasonable and consistent to recognize this management challenge similar to those that led to the discussion paper around sablefish overages. And at this time, just wanted to encourage council members to consider including that topic within that paper's purview in some way, either by expanding the scope or clarifying that any lessons learned there are intended to inform other fisheries experiencing that same management challenge, and that it's the council's intent to ultimately address them. Just very much appreciate your ongoing thought and consideration on that topic this week, and encourage some discussion of potential next steps when it's right. And then, thinking more broadly, we have heard some reference to a potential revisitation to Gulf trawl rationalization and some good comments and testimony and statements made. And, this process, of course, exists within the context of a larger dialogue of management and engagement that happens around and outside of this meeting space and not in a vacuum. So I really appreciate the opportunity given earlier to ground this dialogue in the different communication streams that influence it. It goes far beyond this meeting room. And so if the council does at some point act upon the substantial testimony in favor of Gulf rationalization, which it's received over the last year of meetings, I strongly encourage consideration of some of these most recent lessons learned around catch share management challenges. And I know that examining any new rationalization program includes a detailed review of potential impacts on other fisheries. And that would also be an opportunity to reflect on the type of myriad challenges we're currently struggling to address in overages of peacock and black cod and other species. And so a new program would need to not just implement, but substantially improve upon the existing parameters and mechanisms for managing PSC within an acceptable range. And just appreciate you keeping those current challenges in mind within the context of considering any future actions. And beyond that on this topic, I'd personally be interested to see as a preliminary step some discussion and analysis of the constitutional and jurisdictional issues that may arise in a federal catch share program that also operates within state waters and with impact on state managed stock. Potentially and particularly in light of the very strong stance that council took on cook inlet management and any potential overlap or conflict between management of state and federal waters and state managed species. I appreciate your time today and this week. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. Any questions? Don't see any. Thanks for your testimony. Next up is Teresa Peterson.
Good afternoon, council members. Chairman Kaneen, Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. I've been tracking the discussions around an access pool entity and the halibut sablefish fisheries in the IF2 committee, the AP, and the council these last few weeks. It's really clear that more definition, intent, and collaborative efforts would help inform the discussion and potential next steps moving forward. The conversation would benefit from diverse perspectives on the issue of entry-level opportunity with a path to ownership in this fishery. I think it's clear that the council would like stakeholders to take this a step further and bring it back. I've talked to a few others, and we will do our due diligence to energize the discussion. We're interested in working on the outstanding details with a focus on the following. One, conduct a feasibility study to demonstrate how 1 to 2% would work to provide a path to ownership. Two, work with stakeholders within the industry to identify funding mechanisms. Three, provide description of potential entities and associated overhead. Four, look at some eligibility criteria examples. And five, develop additional purpose and need for the action. And it'd be great to get some feedback from the council that we are on the right track. We don't want to bring back the wrong rock. If there are other ideas that you would like to see proponents of an access pool consider, please bring them forward in your discussions today, or reach out to me or others who have been working on this. And then in thinking about entry-level opportunities, I wanted to shift gears and talk about Gulf rationalization as well. You know, we do see there's several letters from the trawl sector requesting the council
to pick up the discussion, and the commissioner did mention it during ComFish that there's interest in initiating action as previously identified priorities are worked through. At this juncture, it would be really helpful to get a sense of what the council is thinking on timing and process, so people are aware of the interest to pick this discussion back up. This should be an open, transparent process which provides opportunity for all stakeholders to bring ideas forward. We don't want a situation where community members are responding to a straw man proposal that was worked on solely by the trawl sector. This is, this is something that's going to affect all fishing communities in the Gulf. So if there's a plan to bring something forward, please let stakeholders know. If there's not a plan at this time, let us know. I see the request to bring something back in June. That just provides very little time for Gulf residents and communities to proactively engage. And then, also noted in previous testimony, June's the time that, community-based fixed clear is out fishing. And I discourage the council from, putting something like this on the table at that time with such little advance notice to community-based fishermen. I also think there's some of the major outstanding issues with a trawl program that need to be understood upfront, such as how the council is considering allocating harvest from state waters, as noted by others. This is really a big deal to us. Bycatch is a big driver of this discussion, and we need more observer data to help inform the discussion of a trawl catch share and the potential bycatch reductions. With full retention of salmon and EM on the Gulf pollock fleet, we recommend intensifying coverage on bottom trawl fisheries in 2022. The Observer Program provides this ability, and this would be a good time to increase coverage. With review coming up in June, the timing is good to initiate a discussion to increase coverage on a sector that may be under consideration for a catch share. With the annual deployment coming back for review in October, it could then kind of illustrate how this may work. I think this action would increase overall public trust of the partial observer coverage, and that the program can move beyond baseline data, that it is dynamic and can be modified to increase data to inform management decisions like this. We need more information of bycatch interactions with crab and halibut. With the current coverage rates, we don't have confidence that we have a comprehensive understanding of current bycatch of these very important species to our community-based fixed-gear fleet. Tanner crab interactions are poorly understood despite 15 years of community-based advocacy to increase coverage in the critical crab habitat, and halibut is an economic driver of our Gulf communities, and conversations about Gulf rationalization continually highlight the ability to reduce bycatch, but I don't think we have a good handle on what is being caught to understand what we would be reducing from. Yeah, I encourage the council to support increased data to inform the discussion moving forward, and work to inform the public on future plans for the Gulf. And then just in closing, in listening to Mr. Witherall and the public comment process, I'd encourage the council to try to leave the comment period open as long as possible. It helps accommodate particularly municipalities and tribes and different organizations to work through the process to get comments in. Maybe, it could be a Thursday close. And then I really like the ability for call-in testifying if, it's a way to do a hybrid approach, that there can be a consolidated time for people to call in. I think that would be great as well. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Peterson, for your testimony. You touched on a number of different things. I didn't catch your suggestion on how we move a lot of observer coverage into a particular fleet in the Gulf next year, and I maybe didn't provide a solution to that. I'm not quite sure, but we're under that situation where we have a limited number of observer days based on the fee revenue, at least in the Gulf, very different in the Bering Sea. And so I'm trying to understand your quick solution to moving a bunch of observer coverage around.
So I think what we would need to do to start is make some suggestions of what might look like moving some of the coverage. I think what would be sacrificed is some of the baseline data we have on the fixed gear fleet. It's got to come from somewhere. So I could see pulling some from there for a year, and also with the possibility with the electronic monitoring on the Pollock fleet, I would hope that there's ability to pull some human observers from there. So we have a chance to take a look at some different scenarios of what the trade-offs would be to work towards intensifying coverage on bottom trawl efforts in the Gulf. And so I think without getting a sense to see what it looks like and what we're giving up to increase coverage there, I don't know the answer, but I would hope that, kind of part of the way fishermen were, in a sense, sold this program was that it would have the ability to kind of shift around and intensify coverage when you're looking for different answers and increased data points on different fisheries. And my understanding of this, we were going to kind of get a couple years of baseline data and then have the ability to make some of these shifts and intensifying efforts. And we really haven't seen that yet, except with, some of the extra funding days. So this might be a really good opportunity to explore the feasibility of this approach and see if it can work.
Thank you. Thanks. I do think you're correct in that our fixed gear EM program and our ongoing EFP for the pelagic trawl EM program is supposed to do just that, free up observer days to put on other fleets. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Don't see any further questions. Thanks, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you all.
All right, next up is Arnie Fugabog, and I understand he inadvertently checked the no questions box, so fair game.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Great, thanks. I'm going to provide some brief comments on the Greenland turbot pot fishery discussion paper. As you heard, the Amendment 80 sector and the freezer longliners are the only two fleets that prosecute the Greenland turbot fishery. And as you heard from us before, this is an extremely important fishery for our sector. Currently, there isn't much spatial or temporal overlap in the two sectors' fishing patterns, but that could clearly change with the development of a pot fishery. We normally fish turbot from May 1 after the fishery opens till about August, although over the last couple of years it's shifted slightly to June to early September, but July is still our main fishing month. The fishing areas used by each sector and the landing patterns are currently quite distinct. but that could change with the development of a pot fishery. And I think looking at the historical areas and timing, harvest timing would be important to include in the discussion paper. While the Bering Sea is large, the portion of the edge where turbot is found is not. We also fish arrowtooth flounder and Kamchatka flounder along the same areas of the edge. So there are other fisheries that could potentially be impacted by this action, not just the turbot fishery. And I think that it would be important to add some information about these fisheries in the discussion paper. And lastly, if the fisheries do start overlapping temporally and spatially, then gear conflict and potential grounds preemption could occur. There are ways to potentially mitigate this, like separate seasons, and making sure that the pot vessels aren't allowed to leave their gear on the grounds when they go deliver. These issues and potential solutions should also be included in the discussion paper. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fogelog. Questions? Don't see any. Thank you.
It's my appreciation for his endless courteousness, helpfulness, guidance, particularly when I was on the council, but just across the board being available and willing to help stakeholders through what can often be a very complicated process. So thank you, and all the best for your retirement. Moving on from that, I wanted to touch just quickly on 3 issues. First is to say we will certainly continue to work on the entry-level quota pool, recognizing that the struggles people are facing with trying to enter the quota share fisheries certainly aren't going away. We'll see if we can find an approach, and particularly a funding mechanism that is more broadly supported, and bring those ideas back to the council unless there's a way to address it that doesn't require council action. On the observer program, I did want to echo some of the comments by Ms. Peterson. We are concerned that 75% of the observer coverage days right now are on the fixed gear fleet, when that fleet accounts for less than 20% of the harvest taken by boats in the partial coverage category. That seems like a bit of a mismatch to us in terms of impacts to the resource. There should be ways to free up some more of the discretionary or optimization days from the program through the integration of EM, and by a reevaluation of the zero selection pool. But I would just note that the council has repeatedly prioritized coverage on PSC limited fisheries, but that's not where we're seeing the predominance of coverage right now, and we would certainly support action that helps to address that and increase some of those coverage in the fisheries with high bycatch rates. Last, there was some confusion among stakeholders on the ABM action relative to the council's tasking of staff on gathering information. I know it was noted in the SSC minutes, and the council moved the SSC minutes, but on the impacts of slight geographic shifts in bycatch and how that would affect Bering Sea communities. It's something that seems really important to all of us, because slight shifts in where bycatch occurs, because O26 is directly deducted in area, has very major effects. And it seems really important, particularly given your purpose and need statement, that information come back with the analysis as you get ready for final action. So it would certainly help to know if that information was incorporated as part of your motion that picked up the SSC minutes, and if we can expect to see that information in the next iteration of the ABM analysis. And that's all I have. Thank you. We're always happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Benkin. I guess I'm not following your last point about the ABM analysis. Can you please tell me what you're asking again? I'm a little confused. If we included a direction to staff in the motion to incorporate the SST comments on the analysis as practicable, or whatever the actual text was, what is it that you're worried it wouldn't be included?
Well, thank you for that question through the chair. So the SSC, and I'm trying to find the exact quote, but they did state that they recognize that that there can be very significant impact to Bering Sea communities if bycatch shifts geographically within the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands area. And there was a question about whether that information would be brought back, and some discussion of whether that information was something staff could bring back or not. And it was not clear to us listening whether that was information that would be included. And we were just looking for clarity on that piece.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Further questions, Ms. Benkin? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Julie Bonney.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, for the record, my name is Julie Bonney, and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, which are trawl catcher vessels and shoreside processors that are Gulf dependent. As you know, there's a letter in your packet. You've heard about that quite a bit already under public testimony from the trawl industry, 5 different organizations. Kylie Thompson called me. He's traveling, so he asked me to relay to you that Peninsula Fishermen's is definitely interested in a LAP program. When I watched the meeting this time, every time, whether we're talking about halibut bycatch or salmon bycatch, everybody's looking to the trawl industry to do a better job. We don't have the tools, as you know. We're under a fleet-wide management. I have been in the fish business in this job for over 20 years. I've been up the hill twice. The most recent time was in 2012 to 2016. The council spent 4 years, and we were right at the door, and then it didn't happen because of a change in administration. So I would note in the last paragraph of the letter that we're really looking, if you choose to take this on as a priority, because I do feel that you have the capacity now, since 2 of your major issues are very close to falling off, ABM and the LAP program for CV trawl cod, that you have room. And I think if anything in the North Pacific in terms of a management need, it's the Gulf trawl industry in terms of meeting the Magnuson requirements. So if you choose to take this on as a priority, then we're going to need a lot of strong leadership from the council and the state of Alaska to get her done. We as an industry are willing to roll up, me in particular, and all the other trade organizations are willing to roll up our sleeves and work diligently to try to come up with a framework and a program that meets all the needs for the economics of the fishery and dealing with some of the social justice sprinkled through, as well as meeting the management needs for a co-op structure and good controls on bycatch. I think it's interesting that everybody wants 100% observer coverage before you have individual accountability for a fishing sector. I would note that in the Central Gulf, we've had very limited bottom trawling this year because we don't have a flat fish market, and we didn't have a directed cod fishery, both of which on from my participants list, disaster for them. So we, the industry, needs certainty in our fisheries. We need more economic stability, and we actually need to move on to the 21st century in terms of best management practices. So we're looking to you as the council to help us and give us a signal that you're willing to take us on and fix our fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Ruth Christensen. Following Ms. Christensen will be Julie Raymond Jacobian, Rebecca Skinner and Patty O'Donnell, Heather McCarty, and then Malcolm Milne.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
We can. Good evening.
Okay, well, thank you very much. For the record, Ruth Christensen with United Catcher Boat, and UCB was one of the signatories to the public comment letter submitted under this agenda item that was already referenced by Ms. Bonnie and Ms. Mann. And I'm just here, I'll keep it short and sweet this evening. UCB fully supports and encourages the council to prioritize development of a LAP for Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries. This is an issue of importance to many of our member vessels, and UCB is fully committed to working collaboratively to develop a framework or straw man set of alternatives and options for consideration by the council if you choose to prioritize this issue, very similar to the way that we did for our Bering Sea Cod LAP program. So with that, I can answer any questions.
Okay, let's see if there are any. Right, thank you for your testimony. Julie Raymond Jacobian.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Julie Raymond Jacobian, and I work for COERC Incorporated as their Social Science Program Director. And as you know, COERC is the Alaska Native nonprofit tribal consortium for the 20 tribes of the Bering Strait region. We wanted to provide some comments today about virtual and in-person meeting options going forward. We have appreciated the virtual options that have been provided to date. Our staff have utilized, I think, all of the options that have been provided, from the YouTube stream to Adobe Connect, calling in via the 800 number, as well as text alerts. We've appreciated all of these and hope to see them continue and to become permanent options. The savings and travel funds that remote meetings provide, I'm sorry, is that just background noise?
Yeah, I apologize, Dr. Raymond Jacobian. There's another member of the public who did not mute their phone. Members of the public, please mute your phone. Please continue.
Thank you. The savings and travel funds are significant for a nonprofit tribal organization like ours. This isn't to say we won't participate in in-person council meetings in the future. We definitely will. However, knowing that we can still follow and actively participate in meetings remotely if needed takes a large financial burden off of us, as well as off of Bering Strait region residents who cannot afford to travel to these meetings. This also translates to our staff being able to spend more time actually focused on agenda issues that are important to our organization because of less time traveling. Additionally, as an organization with significant concerns about climate change, we encourage, and we think the council should also favor and promote, virtual or remote options for council meetings and all of your associated bodies. The carbon footprint for these meetings, everything from the flights to rental cars to hotel stays, it just has to be huge. I don't know if anyone's tried to calculate it, but it must be enormous. And if we're serious about understanding and addressing climate impacts on fisheries and the marine environment, we think this needs to be a major consideration going forward. If virtual options continue, even when the council meets in person, I hope that there will be some options to still see and not just hear the council. So hearing and being able to testify remotely would be our priorities. It would also be nice to be able to see council members or the council room during the meeting. And with regard to the idea of condensed remote testimony, our concern would be ensuring that an approach like that would allow for testimony before the council deliberates on the agenda items being testified on, which is my understanding of what is being suggested. We would, however, prefer to provide remote testimony as each agenda comes up, as has been the schedule to date over these past few meetings. And finally, we believe that equity amongst participants should be the priority in decision-making about how to proceed in terms of virtual versus in-person meetings. We think that the remote options to date have improved access. There's definitely been some bumps along the way, but given the number of virtual meetings I've participated in during the last year, which is hundreds of hours, I'm confident that all of those bumps can be addressed and that the council can continue these remote options permanently into the future. Cleanna, for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. You've been busy this meeting. I appreciate it. Hey, I have a question for you. We hadn't considered the possibility. What I was getting at, I guess, is when we take testimony out of turn, it's a little disjointed for the council because sometimes we haven't heard the staff presentation yet. What if we offered as an option for remote testimony the opportunity for your stakeholders to provide recorded testimony so that we were able to take it all during the staff, after the staff presentation with all of the live testimony, and that way we could kind of hear all of the positions on the agenda items in the order that we're receiving them instead of hearing dozens or hundreds of recorded testimony before we take the staff report and kind of out of turn of the meeting. We might be able to record people's testimony and do it that way during the agenda items, which would sort of be more relevant to the items as they come up. Do you think that's something that might be acceptable?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question. As I mentioned, we would definitely prefer to provide testimony as each agenda item comes up for that exact reason, and I think the option of recorded testimony would also be of use and of interest to a lot of residents of our region. I don't know exactly what form that would take, if it would be like a phone number you call into and, you know, you get your 3 or your 6 minutes and then it cuts you off, but the recording is made, or if people would upload their own recordings. I'm not sure, but I do appreciate that suggestion and think people would take advantage of it.
Thank you. Further questions? For your testimony.
Thank you.
Rebecca Skinner and Patty O'Donnell.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rebecca Skinner, and I'm here with Patty O'Donnell. We're testifying on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. I have a couple of items I wanted to cover. First of all was a thank you to the council for posting the questionnaire on VHF outages and helping to get the word out to everyone, including commercial fishermen, that the comment opportunity was there, because communications at sea are very important, and the outages, I think, are a really big issue. Secondly, I wanted to comment on the public comment process. We support the recommendations that came out of the executive committee meeting, particularly delaying publishing comments until after the comment deadline. I think that will help lessen the social media feel of the comment process. And I also wanted to respond directly to a question that Mr. Balsinger raised about could the back and forth comment phenomena be a replacement for the exchanges that normally happen in the hallway in an in-person meeting. I don't think that the public comment process should be seeking to mirror or replace the hall talk. I think that those are two completely different ways of communicating, and I think if you try to mix them, you're going to end up with something that really doesn't work and doesn't do service to the comment process in general. Third of all, as you know, AWTA signed on to the letter requesting that Gulf trawl rationalization be added as a council priority. This is something that I think has been requested almost every other meeting since 2017 to bring Gulf trawl rationalization back on the table. So now you're seeing it again. And I'm going to turn it over to Patty O'Donnell to say a few more words on this.
Yeah, good evening, Chairman, members of the Council. For the record, Patty O'Donnell, speaking on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers, person of the board. I also own an 85-foot trawl catcher vessel in Kodiak here. So this year is the second year we had a non-pollock, non-rockfish trawl closure generated by salmon bycatch in the Western Gulf. When Amendment 87 was developed, salmon numbers were assumed to be less than 100 salmon in the Western Gulf. However, it was a best guess estimate at the time because prior to the restructuring of the observer program, there was no data from the Western Gulf of Alaska on their 58-foot trawl fleet as they were not required to carry observers. In addition, data extrapolation rather than a census count creates huge variances and does not reflect actual PSC catch. There is very much a lack of stability in the Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries at this time. We have fishery closures on top of reduced prices for pollock in the Gulf of Alaska as compared to the Bering Sea. We are often told by the processors that they cannot compete in the global market against the pollock fishery in the Bering Sea, which is a rationalized fishery. The Gulf of Alaska trawl vessels have had to organize voluntary catch years on and off over the last 9 years in order to prosecute the fishery and to avoid salmon bycatch. We have also had to organize stand downs in times of low CPUE in order to allow pollock to aggregate to us to minimize salmon bycatch. We are the last man standing when it comes to trawl fisheries as you're moving ahead with rationalizing the Bering Sea trawl cod fishery. This is a scary place to be, and I ask that the Council prioritise developing a program that provides Gulf trawlers better tools to deal with constraining bycatch caps. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. Any questions? Don't see any. Thanks again.
Great, thank you.
Heather McCarty.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Sound check.
Sound great.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman and members of the Council, I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. I would like to add our thanks to Mr. Lepore for his long and solid service on the Council. Sitting at the table, he provides a sort of a guardian effect, guardian of the Constitution, of the MFA, and I can't tell you how reassuring that is to all of us. So we thank you for that, John, and we will miss you. Godspeed in your next endeavors. Second, I'd like to speak briefly about staff tasking for halibut ABM. Ms. Benkin brought it up earlier, and there were a couple of questions about it. We really appreciate and thank the Council for the motion that was passed on ABM, and particularly for the incorporation of the SSC comments. One of those comments, the sections in the SSC comments that are of particular importance to us, and we believe to the defensibility of the analysis, have to do with effects on the directed fishery, particularly in 4C, D, and E. It's called out in the problem statement, and we asked at the SSC and we asked at the AP that more information be provided in the analysis regarding those particular effects on 4C, D, and E. The SSC did pick up on those comments and made some suggestions that are mostly on page 14 of the SSC report. I think the the unclarity came from a comment that was made during the council discussion regarding adopting the AP recommendations on this particular issue. The AP recommended in Section 3 of their motion that because the purpose and need statement called out these effects of bycatch specifically on Area 4 CDE directed halibut fishery, particularly at low levels of abundance, we felt that the 3A in the AP motion was warranted, and there was some lack of clarity about the staff's ability to respond to that request for additional information, and I think that's probably where the overall confusion may have come from. So it just would be really great if we could have a little bit more clarity on not just the inclusion of that element of the SSC comments, but sort of overall what we can expect in terms of inclusion. So those are my main comments. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Any hands raising? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Last up is Malcolm Milne.
Yep. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Malcolm Milne. I'm the president of the North Pacific Fisheries Association. I'm going to try to condense my thing into just some bullet points here. So the first thing I want to say is NPFA continues to support mechanisms for fisheries access, and especially for young and indigenous fishermen. We want to preserve the access of coastal communities to fisheries. So I said earlier, my personal testimony that I was a wet blanket. My goal to dry up and get a little more warm and cozy about it. My second thing is Gulf rationalization. It's not on the agenda. There's been lots of comments on it. I don't have anything new. I just think if you're going to bring it up again, I think we need to take a fresh look at it and start from scratch, basically. Although we could utilize some of the work that's been done. ABM, I'll just echo what Heather said, just making sure that stuff's included in the analysis, and especially the downstream effects on the other areas is really important. And finally, I just want to thank Mr. Witherall and all the staff for their work, especially in pulling off the online meeting. I have done a bunch of different meetings too, and these are some of the most efficient. Although I do look forward to meeting in person. One of the things I guess realized that Mr. Lepore is retiring, but one of the things I appreciate about meeting in person is meeting people like him and how friendly he was, and always answering my really, really dumb questions with respect and dignity. So thank you, Mr. Lepore, and we will miss you. And then finally, I'd like to invite you all to Homer. So I do look forward to meeting in person again. So I just want to keep Homer on the list. Maybe 2023, if we're doing them in person again, you can all come back down here. So thank you for all your diligent work, and I give you a lot of credit for sticking through all this entire meeting, because I've only done pieces, and it's hard. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Any questions?
Well, I'm checking the box for no questions. I'm out.
All right, thank you. Okay, that concludes public testimony. Let's take a quick stand down and come back to take action. 5:35 Alaska time. Any amendments to offer? Go to comments on the motion. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. Just really briefly, I think you captured all of the key points that we heard in the staff presentation in terms of the plan for the EFH program review and the timeline, and particularly also some public testimony that we heard. So again, thanks for that. I think it captures everything I'd like to see, so I'll support the motion.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baker. Any additional comments? I think we're ready to vote. Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Down, I think you wanted to touch on stranded BSAI cod.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a motion on this. I'm hoping the council doesn't have to deal with this issue aside from taking reports from industry on this. But I think we've heard in public testimony now several times over a few meetings, including going back to last year. But this problem really exists. We don't have an A season or a B season in Aleutian Islands. There's times when we've had problems in 2016, for instance, when the fisheries shut down for the entire year in the Aleutian Islands in March, preempting folks that normally would be out there fishing in the B season. And that's when a plant was open. When a plant is not open and there's not deliveries and there's very little to no mothership operations like there was this year and last year, we have a situation that occurs in the Aleutian Islands where we have stranded quota 6,000 tons this year. And it's anticipated that the Bering Sea will close and the only cod left will be in the Aleutian Islands. We'll probably have stranded cod in the Aleutian Islands again this year. That could happen as early as maybe the end of September this year. So this is an issue the council would absolutely have to deal with. Things like the pollock overage on cod exacerbate this problem because fish that normally would that just has the Bering Sea closing even earlier. You got guys in the pot fleet that their season doesn't even open until September. So this would be a very difficult problem because it's multifaceted. It has a lot of people involved that are affected by this, including everybody that fishes cod in the Bering Sea. It's not just in the people that fish in the Aleutian Islands problem. So although I don't have a motion, I would suggest anybody else from the council that would like to comment on this. But from my perspective, what we'd like to see is industry meet along the lines that Chad C. outlined in his comments and come up with a yearly agreement to bring back to the council, and starting in December of this year, that we have an agreement on whether, how is this going to be resolved? Who is going to go catch the fish? It's in the Aleutian Islands, which is, it's a long trip. These were tendered trips that UCB did this year on their catcher vessels. They participated out there and helped, and that was very much appreciated. The freezer longliners have only room for 3 or 4 boats out there at a time, so they can't catch all of the fish that's now allocated in the Aleutian Islands, and it's not reasonable to expect that they should. It's not just their problem, and depending on market conditions, sometimes that fish is very highly sought after, and other times, like conditions are now, some of that larger fish is not as desirable in the market as some of the medium-sized fish that you catch in the Bering Sea. So what will happen and what is happening is that there will be a race in the Bering Sea for cod among sectors that are otherwise rationalized, and they will cause an issue. So that's the deal. We're trying to encourage, and I appreciate any other feedback from other council members to encourage folks to do the same. That this is the way to solve this problem. It's for industry negotiations and to bring us a plan on how we're going to deal with the Aleutian Islands, so we don't have this foregone harvest as we have the last 2020, and we will have again in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Other council members? Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Downs. Yes, I support, as one council member, support industry sitting down and seeing what they can come up with. I think it is an issue, and I think it's an issue that can be resolved outside this council process from industry. So hopefully industry, I know a lot of them have already said they'll sit down, so I think that's important. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Cross. Mr. Marks?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had a similar comment to Mr. Cross, but I really want to identify Mr. C and his initiative to take this on, so it's very much appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Mr. Twite?
I'll associate with the remarks of Mr. Cross and Mr. Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I agree. Okay, thank you, Mr. Down, for providing your thoughts and concepts for how to move forward. Sounds like there's some agreement that that's a good idea. If there's nothing else there, we can move to the next item that was flagged, which is kind of a council's light touch on IFQ issues. Mr. Twite?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure this is the right time to discuss this further. I think we're all feeling kind of brain dead and pressed. And Mr. Chair, I think I'll communicate with you in between and see what your thoughts are as well, and work maybe with Mr. Witherall. And if there's anything to my ideas at all, which there may not be, then I'll bring them forward at some point in the future.
Great, thank you, Mr. Twite. There's also discussion on a letter regarding AIS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this came up quite a bit during our IFQ committee. I know that we did send an AIS letter once already when this issue first came up about what a operational efficiency it would be for our folks to be able to use AIS to mark the ends of their strings, particularly in this longline pot fishery. At this time, it's not currently allowed, but the agency, the FCC, has been directed to rethink about that decision. And so I think it might be a good time for the council to recommunicate the benefits that we see. I'm hoping this will be a light burden on staff. Perhaps they could just dust off our other letter that was pretty comprehensive, and I don't believe we ever received a response.
All right, thank you, Ms. Campbell. I think that sounds appropriate. Other council members? Mr. Witherell, is there anything else you would need? Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Okay, there was discussion on OECM, which was other effective conservation measures. Mr. Twite?
Thanks. I've been practicing that. I was ready to say that too. I do have a motion, and hopefully staff has it and can bring it up.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, we don't have it quite yet, but if it's being sent, it might just be slow airwaves.
Oh, I thought I sent it like a while back. Mr. Chair, can you move? I'll resend to staff if you could move on. Thank you.
Sure, we can move on. There was some discussion regarding a request on black spotted and rough-eye rockfish. Ms. Baker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, I really just wanted to close the loop on this. The SSC in December 2020 and in February 2021 just brought to the council's attention some potential conservation and management concerns for black-spotted rough-eye rockfish in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. The SSC specific recommendation was to reconstitute the spatial management working group, maybe have a workshop. There were a few things I think that were discussed. And I just wanted to be responsive to the SSC's raising that issue. I've talked with staff, given where we are right now in the year. I think it seems to make the most sense to just have the council recommend that that particular issue be placed on the September plan team meeting for this year, and potentially get some more feedback at that time on that particular issue. So that would be my recommendation, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Other council members? Not seeing any objections raised. Like a plan. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Let's see, moving along, Ms. Campbell had flagged the idea of dealing with some of the IFQ items in the batter's box.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we had some discussion on these at the committee, and there was no support at that time for putting additional staff resources towards them. Given that we just passed a hefty omnibus of IFQ issues and the batter's box is getting a little full, I think it would be the right time to remove these two items from the batter's box and not request any further staff effort at this time. I don't know if you'd like a motion. I'd be happy to make one.
I guess I'd look to the council to see if there's objection to that, and if there was, it might make sense to have a motion. Anybody have strong feelings? Mr. Witherall, from a process standpoint, is that?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's cleaner to have a motion since you passed motions to put them on as tasking items on the ballot box. So it's cleaner to have a motion to withdraw them.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Ms. Campbell.
Mr. Chair, I would move that we remove the hired master's discussion paper and the quota share transfers discussion paper from the batter's box.
Second, Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Campbell. I don't know if you need to speak to it anymore. You already did. Okay. So with that, questions or amendments? Okay. There, second. Does that look like your motion, Ms. Campbell? Okay. All right. Any comments on the motion? Okay. Council ready to vote? Right. Is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition. The motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we are ready to, I believe staff has the OECM motion. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My motion is the council requests the Ecosystem Committee work with council and agency staff to confirm criteria based on the latest FAO guidance for the identification and recording of other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs, in North Pacific federal waters. The council further requests that the committee assess which conservation areas in council waters qualify for OECM status based on these criteria, and identify potential additional actions which could be considered if there was interest in qualifying areas that may not meet existing criteria. The council would appreciate receiving this information prior to the October meeting. With a second, I can speak to it.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Down. I'm picking up on an idea from the letter that we received from PSPA and APA that was submitted as part of the council discussion on Executive Order 14008, Section 216C. The letter describes the importance of other effective area-based conservation measures in cataloging global efforts to establish spatial measures for protection of ecosystem functions and habitat. In reading their letter, I realized I was not familiar with the criteria for defining OECMs and did not know how similar they were to MPA criteria, and suspected that other council members were likely also unfamiliar with them. We have learned recently that MPA criteria can be changed with little notice or transparency, which I do not believe is the case for OECM, as those were adopted by one international body, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and reviewed by another, the FAO Committee on Fisheries. So any changes to them would be developed in open international forums. OECMs will be the global yardstick for assessing the scope and extent of spatial measures, and are unlikely to be vulnerable to the problem we have seen with MPAs, which is that the goalposts can be moved with little or no council engagement. For this reason, I believe it is important for the council to understand the criteria for OECM, the extent to which our current spatial protection measures meet those criteria, and, if useful, suggestions on actions we could consider to add to our existing measures to increase alignment with OECM criteria. I've discussed this with council staff, and the first part of the motion is essentially complete. We already have an inventory of our areas, and they've already done some work on OECM. And so providing an overview of the criteria should be a relatively simple matter, and it should be equally fairly simple for staff as well as there are interested ecosystem committee members in reviewing the areas that are in our current inventory and seeing which of those meet those criteria. The part of this that would take a little bit of work, but probably not a great deal, is the final part, which is suggestions on actions we can consider to add. So the proposal here may look a little more complicated and time-consuming than it actually is, because the sense from staff was that most of this is done and the rest of it should come fairly simply. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your motion. I was reading the last phrase and identifying potential additional actions that you highlighted. And I'm wondering, since we did receive some testimony on this, a few different testifiers on the need for this in response to start to catalog our current conservation or habitat protections against the EO, if that second phrase, the identify potential additional actions, has to all be done at one time. I guess I'm asking if there's a priority to get that kind of catalog done soon to be able to submit it and engage with the agencies in implementing that executive order. And if the second part didn't come at exactly the time, if we could still move on the catalog of existing areas.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Kimball. I think you've really pointed out something that the catalog itself, relative to the criteria, could potentially have some immediate value. And so as soon as that's completed, I believe we should be able to make use of that. And so I agree with your thought that wouldn't be any reason to hold up making use of that while we complete an additional step. And we could really schedule that the additional step maybe that there's nothing we need to do even. but if there is, that's certainly something we could think about how and when to schedule additional work. But there shouldn't be. We should have that catalog ready and assessment of how well it meets the OECM criteria in quite short order and be able to make use of it. So it is timely.
Thank you. Thanks with that clarification. I'm supportive of that language. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions on the motion? Any amendments to offer? Okay, comments on the motion? We can go to a vote. Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. The last one up in the particular list was harvest of turbot with longline pots. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion that they'll put up, but I can go ahead and start reading it. It's fairly simple. The council requests staff initiate a discussion paper to consider identifying longline pots as legal gear for Bering Sea Greenland turbot. And with a second.
Second, Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Jensen. Let's get that. Okay. There it is. Mr. Down, please speak to your motion.
Okay. This motion has been passed twice by the Council's Advisory Panel, first in December 2020 and again at this meeting. In both cases, the motions passed unanimously without objection. I didn't bring this up in December. I wanted to wait and speak to a few more people to make sure I understood the need for this. It's a fishery that I'm very familiar with. It's a fishery that I've been involved with over the years. The Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishing by fixed gear is limited to hook and line or single pots due to regulations. For longline pots, regulatory authority does not exist to longline pots for Bering Sea turbot. Hook and line is less feasible with each passing season, as we heard in public testimony from Mr. C and Mr. Dave Little. Whale predation is now got to a place where it's nearly at 100% depredation level on many trips. The livelihood of the fisheries involved in this longline sector and owners and crew have been lost. Many hook and line crew I have counted on this turbot fishery for their livelihood. And a single pot fishing, which is allowed, it's just not feasible for Greenland turbot with depths in excess of 300 fathoms. It'd take 25 or 30 minutes or more to haul a single pot. Gear conflict issues we believe are minimal as hook and line gear is already being set. So long line gear is already there. It's just the difference of going from long line hooks to a hook and line to a long line with pots, but both would take the same grounds. As we heard in public testimony, grounds preemption by longliners to trawl grounds will need to be analyzed, and I think that as Arnie Fulog mentioned. However, the longliners fish where higher concentration of turbot occur and at depths quite different from the trawl fishery. I don't really see that being a big issue, but I agree with Arnie Fulog that will have to be that will have to be analyzed. These two groups, the Amendment 80 group and the Freezer Longline group, negotiate every year. They've done that for a long time successfully without too many bumps in the road. And every year they've come to an agreement. And I think on grounds preemption, they can come to agreements on that as well. Without an action of this, the vast majority of Greenland turbot will be fed to the whales as vessels continue to try and find ways to salvage this fishery. And I also want to point out in the 1990s, I went back and looked at this during this council meeting, but in the 1990s and early 2000s, 29 distinct LLPs had hook and line turbot fishing history. So this was a fishery that had wide participation at one time with hook and line fleet, and but it was a feasible fishery, and it was competitive among many companies and vessels. And this action would return, I think, some of that competitive nature to the fishery and allow more vessels to participate in that have dropped out due to whale depredation. In recent years, only 1 to 3 vessels have been trying to make the trips work, and I think we heard a public testimony that this year there may be 0. Adding longline pot gear for this fishery will bring back a higher level of participation among vessels and provide additional revenue to the fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Any questions on the motion? Or amendments? Or sorry, Ms. Baker.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I couldn't get my hand up. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion. I do have one clarifying question, just because I'm not very familiar with this fishery, but I think you said in your remarks that currently single line pot gear is authorized for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea. And so this motion that you're proposing would add long line pot gear to the current list of authorized gear, which also includes hook and line. Is that correct?
That is the full intention of this motion, Ms. Baker, and thank you for asking that clarifying question. That's exactly what this would do. Hook and line gear is authorized as the gear. Single pot is authorized, and so is trawl gear. But the thing that is not authorized is long line with pot.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Down. The reason I asked is I'm just, thinking about the council's action a few years ago to authorize longline pot gear for sablefish, of course, in the Gulf of Alaska, and I worked on that. And so just thinking of the analytical process involved in that, and the fact that single line pot gear is already authorized for turbot makes it different from that respect. And although it will, the various environmental impacts would need to be evaluated, I think it is slightly different than sablefish. So thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Baker, for pointing that out. I think much of the work that's been done in the longline pot fishery and the amount of sablefish longline pot effort and the slinky pot, I think a lot of that analysis is going to naturally fall to this and hopefully make this a little easier for staff. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Down whether a discussion paper is really necessary in this case. It seems like, if it's really this simple of analysis, that maybe bringing it back to the council 3 times, once as a discussion paper, once at initial review, and once at final action might be excessive. So just curious if he considered that in crafting the motion.
Mr. Down.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Campbell. I did consider that. I actually thought I was thinking along the same lines. My current thinking on this is that if we brought a discussion paper back, we can bring this back for initial review and final action at one meeting. I believe that might be the cleaner way to go. So in other words, we would see a discussion paper. If we agree at that time that this is a fairly simple thing, my motion would likely be at that time to bring it back for initial review and final action in one meeting. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down.
Further questions? Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Down. I'll support the motion, but I'll be curious to review the discussion paper in regards to any problems with gear interaction, because I think a long line of pots is a lot different than an individual pot or a long line with hooks in terms of grounds preemption and gear interaction, particularly with trawl fleet. So I'll be interested to see that. And I also, at the time we get a discussion paper back, I think we need to take a good look at what our priorities are, even before we have a discussion paper initiated, when we look at the batter's box, and make sure that this happens in a time that's appropriate for the urgency of the action and the other council priorities, which are already in the batter's box and maybe coming up. So I'll support the discussion paper, and I think the council can decide when that gets done based on council priorities.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Mesereau. And I do share some of those same concerns. Obviously, I favor getting the discussion paper back and moving this forward. But I realize that the tone of your comments, and I appreciate them, and share some of the same concerns. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had comments very similar to Mr. Mesereau, so I'll just align myself with his. Thanks.
Thank you. Are ready to vote. Any opposition to the motion? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
At the end of the particular list, we can go to some of the requests from Mr. Witherell's report. One of the things he was looking for was approval or concurrence with the CEC terms of reference and solicitation for additional members. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I had a chance to read the terms of reference, and I don't know if Mr. Witherell is expecting a motion, but I read them for alignment with our CEC recommendations and our council motion the last time this came up, and I thought they were well stated and clear. So if we need a motion, I can do that. Otherwise, I would assume this is a nod of approval for those terms of reference.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. I think we can handle that with head nods. Most of the rest of these issues, actually, unless there is a disagreement on it. So I agree. I appreciate these terms of reference, and I'm comfortable with them moving forward as well. Any other council members seeking attention? So I think we are ready to move on to the request regarding cultural awareness training and any feedback members wanted to give on having virtual training versus in-person. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd be glad to hear other members. I haven't had a chance to talk to anyone about this, but given the questions that were responded to by staff, our new cultural tribal liaison, I guess I'm just hesitant to put off the training for yet another year. And so really glad to hear what other people would like to do about this. But I guess I would, given that staff's recommendation is that the council staff would first go through the training, I would support them doing that virtual training, given that, one of the main trainers that we've talked to, First Alaskans Institute, is really supportive of that and thinks that those have been effective. So I guess the way it's set up in our memo, if staff goes through that training first and that virtual training seems like it was effective and good and pulled off, then the council could do that virtually as well. If really we thought from staff we got a recommendation that no, we should wait for in-person, we could do that as well. But I just don't feel like I want to put off for a full year, moving forward on this training. So that's my recommendation. If that's clear, staff would do a virtual training. If that works out, we could do a virtual training. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for that. I had really similar thoughts. I was trying to reconcile the timing issue that Dr. Hoppola spoke of in terms of our potential ability to have in-person training with what I thought was a general recommendation from staff to wait for in-person training because there are reasons that might be more helpful and effective. So I was struggling with that. I think the path that you've outlined makes a lot of sense, and I agree with you. I'm a little bit worried about waiting a full year to even get started. So I would concur with your recommendation.
Appreciate that approach as well. Other council members? Hey, Mr. Witherell, take care of what you need there. Perfect. Okay, then we had some recommendations from the executive committee regarding AP and SSB handbooks, the policy for recording council meetings, and policy for written public comment. I don't know that we need a motion on these either. If the council is supportive of the executive committee recommendations, but I'd look to council members. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As one council member, I'm supportive of the committee's recommendations for all of these things, particularly for the changes to the written comments. I read all 598 of those comments and the other 15 or 20 that got taken out. And, I appreciate hearing from stakeholders, and I particularly appreciate hearing from stakeholders who are addressing relevant issues that we're taking actions on at a council meeting. But I don't even mind hearing from stakeholders that thing on other issues. But some of that stuff is just a waste of time and, creates unnecessary stress. And I think that the solution you made still provides ample access. My feeling is that people want to have the hallway talk, they can make a Facebook page and all argue with each other on a Facebook page about fisheries issues. But I think if they want to comment on the issues or future issues, they're welcome to do so in the process that the executive committee outlined. No one is going to be silenced by that. They're just going to have to plan when they do it, like everybody else does. It's a really minor change considering how this has sort of devolved. So I hope we can move forward with those changes and get back to a better dialogue and getting good things to discuss and not bad things.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to take this opportunity to make some comments that I would have made later, amplifying Mr. Mesereau's thoughts. I'm very concerned that some of the written testimony, as well as a little bit of the verbal testimony that we got at this meeting, makes this place a scary and intimidating, makes the council space a scary and intimidating place for people to engage. I was rereading the Community Engagement Committee's final report and minutes from the final meeting, and they were openly addressing the fear of testifying that we hear about fairly often from people, particularly new people in the process, or people for whom this kind of a process is unfamiliar. I think we as a council recognize that fear is real and that it's a barrier, and we're doing our best through several venues to create an environment that's more supportive, that's more welcoming, that's more friendly. And I felt like the written testimony, some of the written testimony that Mr. Mesereau referred to, as well as a couple of the verbal testimonies at this meeting, set us backwards on that. And I think that's extremely unfortunate. We lose collectively. The council loses, but also the council family loses when people choose not to engage with us because they look at some of that testimony and they think, if that's the cost of speaking up, I don't want to take it on. I'm not willing to contribute what I have to contribute my perspectives. If I'm going to get attacked that way, if I'm going to be subject to profanity, if I'm going to be labeled that way, so I just want to make so I really support the rules rules changes and process changes that the executive committee, but I also want to make an open plea to members of the council family. Yes, you can be angry about things. Yes, you can want to deliver a sternly worded message, but please think about, not about us as council members. I mean, I can handle that, but the people in this process who may be thinking about speaking up and who are intimidated by that, the lack of respect, those things, that grows if you let it. And I'm glad we're not letting it, but I want to make a strong statement that I want this to be a welcoming, safe place to discuss difficult concepts. And I feel like we moved away from that a little bit this meeting, and I hope the next meeting we take 2 steps forward to make up for the 1 step back at this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further comments regarding the committee recommendation? Well, thank you, Mr. Twite and Mr. Mesereau, for your comments. I think they're very well warranted and appreciated, and I feel like the large majority of the people in the council process will completely agree with that. I think that the committee has made some recommendations that would take this in the right direction, and I imagine that we will be heading in the right direction in the future meetings. So thanks again for your comments on that in the committee's work. Mr. Witherell, anything else regarding the executive committee recommendations that you need? Okay. The last thing on my list was any feedback the council wanted to give regarding returning to in-person meetings. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should have waited one more second and had Mr. Twite go first. I was just going to say how difficult I think it is to evaluate this at this time. And there are several potential changes that are, not just an investment and a cost to the council, but just uncertain yet, I guess, what that will have as an effect on our process or our ability to get through an agenda. I am having a difficult time absorbing this memo and providing, solid feedback for something as far away as October, even though I know that planning needs to happen now. I guess without making a solid recommendation, I just want to ensure that we do try to, take these little steps at a time, I guess, so we can see how they affect the process, the stakeholders, before we fully commit to one path forward. And the only other thing I would say is, there's a specific question about remote participation in here. I think we've heard some testimony that's supportive of that. The CEC, Community Engagement Committee's recommendations and our council motion, we're supportive of that with some caveats that we see what it takes in terms of cost and whether the process itself can accommodate that and still allow us to get through an agenda. And so I just hope that we take those CEC recommendations really seriously. We heard some testimony today on the helpfulness of being able to participate remotely, and I'm sure we can think of some ways to make that workable within our process without, having a 20-day meeting or not having people have time to take action on agenda items. So that's a lot of talk for not a full recommendation. I just think we need a little bit more time to absorb this memo and what effect it might have.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
I do support planning for an October meeting with an in-person component, particularly at the council level. I find that I think our effectiveness has been remarkably good through this, but I think we've been coasting on the relationships we've built up when we've been able to work in person. And I really wonder about how much longer we could keep that going. When we're all just boxes on a screen like this, there just isn't the same opportunity to maintain the kinds of relationships that make us a really good and strong council. And so I'm ready to begin the return. I do think it has to be cautiously phased in. And I think it also, what I liked about the proposal from staff was that it does, I think, allow us to keep using some of the tools that we had to use while we were meeting remotely, but that have turned out to be positive. And I'm thinking particularly of some of the things that Ms. Kimball was talking about relative to allowing additional access to the council process and the CEC thought. So it's going to stay complicated. It's going to stay bumpy. And I think those are all signs that we should take it in steps and maintain adaptiveness, maintain flexibility. I think going all the way back to the simple things like what the federal notice says. And we all were chagrined that the Pacific Council's federal notice actually gave them flexibility for their first meeting post-COVID lockdown, whereas ours didn't. Those even from those small things to the big things, I think one of the mantras should be maintaining flexibility, and I think another one should be small steps. But I would really like to continue to focus on in October, at least for the council members, in-person meeting, to the extent that we're comfortable. But I'm certainly willing to. I'll be comfortable by then. I know that mostly because I'm just working with all of you in person.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, I like Mr. Twite. I'm anxious to get back to some in-person meetings. I'm anxious to also to the day when we can have a conversation about whether we do some virtual meetings on a permanent basis as well. But, I think that along the lines of what Ms. Kimball said, it's just such a, the path forward is just so veiled right now, and it's the waters are murky. I just don't know that we can see a clear path. So I would caution us against assuming that we're going to have an in-person meeting in October. I just don't know that, what are the guidelines and how much can we really get done with social distancing and the number of people in rooms. And I just don't know when those things are going to be relaxed to an extent where we can start counting on this. So from my perspective, I'm willing to continue doing this until a time when we know we can really have an in-person council meeting. And so just something for consideration is as much as my wife loves having me around 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I'm sure she's very anxious for us to get these council meetings back to in person so that she can have some time. But I'm, I think we need to approach this pretty cautiously. I just don't. If we go into an October council meeting, we've got to have so many parameters of social distancing and how many people can be in the halls and stuff like that. I don't know how good that is to think about like a phase-in approach. I just as soon consider anyways, and other council members, and we can talk about this more at the next meeting, but that's just a few thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support these virtual meetings through June. After that, it really won't matter to me. So I hope you guys come up with really good decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have much to add. I think it's been between Ms. Kimball and Bill Twite and Kenny Dowland, that's everything that I'm thinking. I was going to mention that there is quite a value in face-to-face meetings, especially for October, because there's a possibility we'll have new council members. And so that'd be kind of unusual to have someone that's never been in a council meeting start out virtually. Nonetheless, yes, I'll claim the elder statesman here, and we're more vulnerable. So I want to be really safe before I drop the anchorage. So that's not any help, but that's what I'm thinking. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Belcher. Mr. Misro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'd like to think that we could and have a contingency for if we can't. That would be my ideal situation, and I'm hopeful that if we do, we'll have an opportunity to properly roast my friend, Mr. Cross. We may not be able to do it in June in a virtual meeting, but hopefully he'll show up to one more just so we can give him a proper send-off.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I echo folks' comments about the value of meeting in person. I do, but on the same time, I have a lean pretty close to Mr. Down that I lean on the cautious side too, and beyond just the council meeting, I think we need to think about support services. You know, what's going to be available to us once we get there for meals, or enjoy getting outside of the meeting space too, and moving around and travel between communities. So certainly cognizant of that, but I'm willing to. We should just let it play out a little bit, and hopefully we get more clarity as we get closer without compromising the ability to plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to align my comments with Mr. Twite and Mr. Marizaro, and all others. Caution is the most important thing, and health, watching our health, especially older guys like me. So I look forward to in-person meetings. Let's just do it the right way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Jensen. I agree with all the comments of my fellow council members, and I know one of the things that staff is really thinking about as they're looking at this is if we do transition to a in-person meeting in October, is it going to be able to be a full meeting, or are we going to have to do what other council members have talked about, a transition or a phase-in approach? And I guess from my perspective, I don't see that. I doubt that it's likely that we should expect a full council meeting, fully attended, not just by council members, but by the public at that point. I think if we are going to have an October council meeting, we're going to need to plan for remote testimony for that, and potentially for a while. We'll just have to play it by ear as we go. But I think we need to be signaling the staff at this point that, plan for that, because the likelihood of everybody being able to travel starting in October just seems too low. So I think that's the way we're going to need to head. So any other, Mr. Witherell or Ms. Evans, anything else that you'd really like to hear from the council before we talk about this again in June?
Chairman, that completes my wish list of all the items that I hope to cover. I do want to also offer my thanks to John Lepore. I'm going to miss seeing him at the table. I enjoyed over the years talking with him about his pioneering days at Game Creek. So I'm going to miss you, John, and best wishes in the future.
Councilor.
Can you hear me? Excuse me.
Yes, we
can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I want to thank Dave and everybody else. Like I said, it's been a real pleasure working with everyone. I'm not going to miss the work, but I'm really going to miss the people. And with that, I think I'll leave y'all
As you notice, I didn't have to wear a tie this time around. I figured it was like time to retire that at any rate. But thanks again all for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Lepore. It's been great working with you. I don't know if we'll see you at council meetings in the future, but certainly hope to see you around and wish you all the best in what you're doing in the future. You certainly deserve it. Okay, before we adjourn, anything else from council members? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple of quick things in response to testimony. We got at least 2 testifiers speaking directly to, the work that they're going to take on with the IFQ access, like an ability for new entrants to get into that fishery. And the specific ask in public comment was really, are they on the right track? And I just, as one council member, wanted to say with the things that were outlined, the feasibility study on how to demonstrate that particular approach would work toward ownership, working with stakeholders within the industry to identify alternative funding mechanisms, eligibility criteria examples that might be more on point for the type of person that they're trying to benefit. I think all those things are right on target, and I just wanted to encourage that work. It sounded exactly like the things that other council members mentioned when they were commenting on this item, so I wanted to provide that bit of support.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball.
And I only had one, sorry, I see Ms. Baker's hand up. I had something else on a different item.
Ms. Kimball.
It's okay, Nicole, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Ms. Baker. The only other item that I wanted to note, and this is really back on halibut ABM, we received some testimony under staff tasking, indicating some possible confusion. And so I did go back to the SSC minutes and our motion on ABM, and I just wanted to clarify that if possible, so we don't go forward with any further confusion on that motion. But I'm reading our motion as including the SSC comments as practicable. I think the one that was mentioned here in testimony was whether additional discussion could be added to the document on the interannual variability in PSC use among IPHC areas and how it may affect directed halibut fisheries in those areas. And my understanding from staff is that they are going to respond to that comment and try to include information in the document to respond to the SSC's request there. When I go back to our motion, we did not pick up the AP bullets, but we did include the SSC comments. So I was just trying to allay some confusion later by making that statement. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just felt like I should address a fair bit of the topic of testimony that we received today in terms of the Gulf of Alaska fisheries. I just did want to say that Commissioner Vincent Lang did provide remarks to Comfish Kodiak a few weeks ago. He mentioned that from his perspective, the council was making good progress on the issues that had been identified as priorities by the state, and that the state is in the process of evaluating issues for consideration that we might recommend to the council as priorities. And the commissioner mentioned that one of the management issues we were evaluating were the Gulf of Alaska pollock and Pacific cod fisheries. He noted the state had not made any decisions on priorities, and so Mr. Mesereau was right. The state has not made any recommendations to the council for priorities at this time. Just wanted to make that clear. Part of my role representing the state of Alaska on this council is to listen to stakeholders and the public to identify current fishery management challenges and to provide recommendations for prioritization of issues. I've heard the testimony today, and I really appreciate hearing everyone's perspective on the potential priority issues, and the state will take all of those suggestions under consideration. And I'd just really like to thank all of the stakeholders for your testimony today. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Anything further? Mr. Witherell, thanks again for you and staff's excellent effort to make this happen. Got an amazing team and can't say enough good things about the way you've handled the meeting and gotten us through this pandemic. So with that, let's adjourn. We'll see you all virtually in June.
Thank you.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.